Chapter 51, Inhuman War Act 2. Why haven't those idiots called yet? The president of the guild was getting more desperate as every moment passed. You don't need to worry, sir. They are professionals, Jake replied in his calm and emotionless voice. Jake's reply didn't calm the president. He was already imagining the worst-case scenario. The assassins regularly called him to give the report of their plan. Last time they called him when they were about to attack the targets. This report was given to him 5 hours ago, and after that they went completely silent. Furthermore, they always called him with a different number, thus he had no way of contacting them unless they contacted him first. He had already paid a substantial price to recruit them, so he knew they would fulfill his request. According to Jake, they were a group of professional killers, who have yet to fail. But still he had a weird feeling that he couldn't shake off. What about the police? Have they uncovered something? The president asked Jake. They are on their way, Jake replied. Something is wrong. I can feel it. The president mumbled and leaned back into his chair. Something is definitely wrong. Call everyone to assemble at the guild. Every warrior, researcher, hell, summon the porters too. Sir, rest assured, nothing will be able to harm you while you're inside the guild. Jake tried his best to calm down his president, but he was having none of it. In the end then the president was just a mortal who feared for his life. Jake had never seen his boss in such a state. Even though the president was worried about the attack, Jake couldn't think about a single scenario in which someone would figure out and link the dungeon incident to the guild. Even if the assassins failed to do the job, they wouldn't be able to disclose any information because they knew nothing. As long as the pay was good, the assassins won't even care if someone paid them to assassinate the world leaders themselves. The only loophole he could think of was Seville, the guild master president of the Black Knights. Seville informed them about the dungeon, the party members as well as the security detail they needed to know in order to make their plan and execute it successfully. Seville told him that the family would never be suspicious of his actions, but Jake had already known that Seville was just flexing. While they were out drinking and finalizing the plan, Jake had slipped the agency's Superscript 1 newest invention in Seville's drink. It was nanomites, a small but powerful device which, when activated, can increase their size and block the arteries of the heart, stopping the blood flow in the body, thus stimulating an cardiac arrest, and in case someone tried to perform autopsy on the dead body, the nanomites would explode. Furthermore, he just needed to press a button to do so. The range on this thing was pretty impressive too. He could activate it as long as the target was within a radius of 150 kilometers. He had planned on activating it once the assassins report in and informed them about their success, but since they were taking so long, he decided to activate it as a failsafe. He pressed the button thinking he had taken care of all the loopholes, but what he didn't know was, Seville was being held in cell made with a special beast crystal which bounced any incoming signal. Seville was placed in the cell because of a little odd chance that if the conspirators were tracking him, they won't be able to know his location. But unknown to anyone, placing him in the cell ended up saving his life. Just call everyone in, the president ordered Jake again. It's already been taken care of, sir. All 259 warriors affiliated with the guild have been summoned. Jake replied, right now we have 18 A ranked, 48 B ranked, 69 C ranked and 120 D ranked warriors among our ranks. Not to mention the 4 S and S plus ranked warriors including of you, the VP, myself and that guy. Jake pointed a finger at the man who was standing near the door. He was the first successful specimen of the Inhuman project. It was Bob. But his appearance had completely changed. He looked more like a monster than a human. Most of his body parts had been replaced by the body parts of various monsters and beasts, which increased his power and potential, this making him a S-ranked being. He was wearing a white robe to cover up his inhuman body. Don't worry, Mr. President. As long as I'm alive no one would be able to touch you, Bob said in an unconcerned voice. All he could think of were ways to smash Arnold. If that Bartard shows up, he'll personally take care of him. The president quickly nodded twice or thrice and immediately turned away. He should have been thankful to Bob, but whenever he looked at him, his face got filled with disgust. When he had asked the leader for help, He never thought he'd actually send someone S-ranked. He thought that it was a gesture from the leader to appreciate his worth. However, in reality, the leader just wanted to test the combat efficiency of the new specimen and nothing else. If Bob was successful in his mission, then he could say that the Inhuman project was successful. If not, then Bob will have to go through more modifications and pain until he gets successful. Even after becoming so much stronger, Bob couldn't dare to move against the leader, because his body was filled with nanomites and the leader had the trigger to activate it. The moment the leader thought something was up, all he needed to do was to press the button and that'll be it for him. Till he figured out a way to take care of the nanomites inside his body, he had to remain as an ideal pet to the leader. The president got up from his seat and opened the safe which was hidden below the desk, and took out the 2 swords which were hidden inside it. Yes, this should be enough. 1. Here agency refers to the Troy Industries, the fake company ran by the mysterious leader. Chapter 52, Transformation War Arc 3 will be leaving in 12 hours, that is at 3 o'clock AM. Please finish your preparations by then, Steve informed Arnold. Please tell everyone not to disturb me during this time, Arnold said as he pushed a trolley into his makeshift workshop. Don't worry, no one will disturb you because everyone is busy preparing themselves. Steve replied and made way for Arnold's summons who were busy moving the rest of the materials Arnold had asked for. Since they were going to war, he was allowed to use as many resources as he needed. Nathaniel was the one to give the order, hence no one questioned Arnold as he took 35 yellow soul crystals, kilos upon kilos of different types of metals, defensive gears and whatnot. While his glums were busy bringing the items he had acquired, Arnold took out the equipment and immediately started repairing the broken Talos. Even though it looked like Talos was trashed and completely broken, most of his systems were still intact and thus Arnold was able to repair him in less than an hour. Once Talos was online and functioning, he immediately ordered him to learn the construction blueprint of automatons, to help him in constructing as many automatons as they could within 12 hours. Usually it would take Arnold 12 hours to make one automaton, but with the help of Talos, he was able to finish his second automaton in 4 hours. He didn't have the time to name this new creation, thus he lazily named him T2. Talos was like an assembly line himself. Although the grade of the automatons constructed by him were lower than the ones system provided, the speed of construction was way more efficient, thus Arnold decided to make use of Talos' abilities instead. Right now Arnold needed quantity more than the quality, because he knew that most of the warriors affiliated by Flying Swords Guild were either of rank B or lower, just like his summons and automatons. He ordered T2 to learn basic engineering knowledge and help Talos to create more automatons. While he took care of the blood runes that he had acquired in the dungeon, he called out Duke and Cerberus and gave both of them a blood rune having the transformation ability. He had already used the probe skill to get more information regarding the transformation ability. Transformation, active ability. After being used, the user gains the ability to transform into a being either slain by the user or the user has a DNA sample of that being with Heimer. The user also has the choice to transition between up to 4 different types of being. Once the user transforms into a being, Hesh has to retain that form for 1 day 24 hours. If the user needed to transition to another being while Hesh had already activated this ability once, then they had to wait for 2 hours before they could do so. Author's note: this duration is to be considered as the ability's cooldown. Rank S. Mana cost: cooldown 2 hours. The moment Arnold used the blood runes on Duke and Cerberus, their bodies started changing, their size got bigger and bigger. Soon their appearance completely changed. The ones before him weren't Cerberus and Duke that he knew anymore. Instead they looked like a giant white lion and a hooded Reaper. Arnold got intimidated by the way Reaper started at him. Lots of bad memories, that were pushed back in his head, came rushing forward. Arnold gulped down his saliva as the undead Reaper once again stood in front of him. This was the first dungeon boss Arnold had ever fought and nearly got killed while doing so. Even though Arnold had survived the fight, he was still a little bit scared of the Reaper. He used the probe skill on the Reaper. Name: Duke. Form: Undead Reaper. 1 more forms available. 2 forms can be added. Level 74. Rank A. Role Frost Golem. Affinity abilities: Magic Hand active skill, Dark Vision active skill, Demon Blitz active skill, Chant of Negation active skill. Expand to view 4 more. HP 50,005,000. Mana 30,003,000. Strength STR 96. Defense Def 86. Stamina STA 88. Intelligence INT 65. Agility AG 70. Accuracy ACC 85. Evade DVD 54. Charisma CHA 12. Arnold was still analyzing the Reaper when all of a sudden, the Reaper bowed down to him. Arnold, who was afraid of the Reaper a moment ago, was now smiling like he never had. After all, even if the Reaper was the one bowing down to him, it was Duke who had transformed into the Reaper. He looked at the giant lion, who was rubbing its head on Arnold's hand. Name, Cerberus. Form, White Chimera. 1 more forms available. 3 forms can be added. Level 74. Rank A. Role Lava Hound. Affinity abilities: Hell's Guard active skill, Beast's Howl active skill, Chant of Negation active skill. Expand to view 4 more. HP 51,905,190. Mana 36,803,680. Strength STR 95. Defense Def 82. Stamina STA 88. Intelligence INT 71. Agility AG 85. Accuracy ACC 70. Evade DVD 68. Charisma CHA 48. This transformation ability is quite scary. Even if it was scary, Arnold already knew what he had to do with the remaining blood rune having the transformation ability. He looked at Talos, who was busy working with O2 to make another automaton. He gave the remaining rune to him and whispered something. After Arnold was done talking, Talos returned to finish the automaton, while Arnold opened up the shop to purchase the ability he had been eyeing for a while. The ability he wanted to buy was really expensive, and had a price of 10 yellow soul crystal. But if he bought this skill, it would solve many problems he had. He selected the ability book and bought it. The next moment a notification popped up on the interface. You've selected Void Domain ability. Do you want to learn Void Domain? Yes or no? Yes. Request acknowledged. Learning, learning, learning. You've successfully acquired the Void Domain ability. You've unlocked new abilities. Void Domain. Active ability, advanced ability for Cosmic Creationist class. This ability helps the user to summon the Void Domain, which is the domain in which users' summons live in. The user can use this ability to enter the Void Domain or place different items into it. Time flow inside the domain is thrice as fast as the regular world, meaning if you spend a day inside the domain, only 8 hours would have passed in the real world. Unlike your inventory, there's no limit to the number, size or type inorganic matter of items that can be placed inside the void. Rank A. Mana cost, cooldown. From the moment he had obtained the Blood Maniac subclass, he was in a constant need of blood to unlock new abilities for his summons, and there was only one source to obtain blood for his use: a human body. He had previously tried to add organic matter into his inventory, but apparently he could only store inorganic matter in his inventory, and there was a size restriction on it too. But his newly acquired Void Domain ability didn't have those restrictions. Hell, he could store the moon inside it if he could find a way to do so. Moreover, it also solved his problem of transportation. The automatons, he could just put them inside the domain and call them out to battle wherever he wanted to, just like his summons. After learning the ability, he used 4 yellow soul crystals to buy 2 medium attribute enhancing potion. He quickly drank both of the potions and gained 48 attribute points. He now had 56 attribute points. He dumped 30 points into Mystic Stat, 10 to his intelligence, 6 to increase his strength, and the remaining 10 points to increase his evasion. He then used the remaining beasts' crystals to buy some weapons and gears for his summons and automatons. Time is of the essence. let's get back to work," Arnold said and started working on another automaton. Chapter 53, Let the War Begin. War Arc 4:3:15 a.m. Near the Flying Swords Guild. Snoo. Dude, stop snoring. Rick, a C-ranked warrior who was affiliated with the Flying Swords Guild, said. He was inside a dimly lit building, in the vicinity of the headquarters of their guild. They were the first wall of defense for the guild and were there to fulfill the purpose of an alarm. Their main task was to alert the guild about any unknown and suspicious people that approached the guild and stall then for some time until the backup arrived. They had been sitting here for 10 hours but nothing out of the ordinary happened. They had been paired up with someone of their team. It was Rick's bad luck that he was paired up with Soong, one of the laziest person he had ever met. No matter how much he tried, this fatso kept snoring. Snoo, irritating me now, Rick warned Soong for the last time. Snoo, alright, that's enough, Rick said as his fists started to glow. He then lightly punched Soong in the stomach. The punch didn't have much force but it was sufficient to wake him up. Soong opened his eyes. The moment Rick's punch hit him, he glared at Rick as if he was going to break his bones, but before he could do anything his eyes rolled backwards, the white of his eyes appeared, and Soong immediately collapsed on the ground. What's wrong? Rick checked on Soong. Thankfully the son of a BTCH was still breathing. I don't think it was because of my punch. It was barely enough to knock down a goblin. No way a tank like Soong would get knocked out by such a feeble punch. Correct. Your punch didn't do much. I did. A woman appeared out of the shadow. UBTCH. I'll kill you. Rick charged his fists. They were glowing brighter than before. He had to alert the guild first but he didn't have enough time to do so. Nah, I don't think so. She smiled as her eyes went black. The next moment, Rick started feeling weird. He covered his mouth and began coughing. Blood came out of his mouth and seeped through the gap of his fingers. He coughed with so much force that his blood splashed on the wall in front of him. His eyes went blank and his complexion looked pale. What did you do to me? Rick mumbled as he fell on his knees. Nothing much. Pretty boys like you always have a weak mind. Generally it's their nose that starts bleeding when they see my charm, but I guess you're something special. It's only fair I gift you something special too. The woman lifted his head up and passionately kissed his bloody lips. Rick's mind went blank as he felt electricity passing through his mouth and flowing into his body. His innards were fried within moments. After making sure that Rick had died, the woman dressed in black jumpsuit finally let go of him. Ah! Now that's what I call a true kiss of death. Her body was filled with pleasure. This was so much better than making love with someone. But before she could enjoy it further, her communicator rang. She saw the caller's name and let out a heavy sigh. Layla, report in. Yes, Steve. What is it? Layla replied. First of all, you have to address me as sir, and second, what's the status at your end? Steve was made the in charge of the entire operation against the Flying Swords. West Wing has been cleared, but there has been a casualty. Layla licked her lips as she looked at Rick's dead body. It was an accident, sir. He charged at me and I had to protect myself. She lied. I strictly told you to be careful with your powers. It was one of our objectives to minimize the casualties. Steve barked through the communicator. I'll try to refrain myself. You better do that. You've already killed 4 warriors, for God's sake. After ranting for a while, Steve finally ended the feed. TSK, why call me for the operation if I'm not even allowed to kill my enemies? I'm an assassin, not a babysitter. Layla was a member of the Black Family's assassins crew called the Guardians. They were expert in stealth and their skills were best suited for assassinations. The family had used their abilities to suppress countless enemies over many years. The influence of the family was huge and thus the family had many enemies who wouldn't hesitate for a second before destroying them. This was the reason why the family had formed the group called Guardians to protect them from danger and silence their opponents. Their stealth and combat proficiency were the reason why Steve had called upon them to scout out the area around the guild and suppress any danger before the family's main force declared an attack on the guild. Looks like I can't kill anyone anymore. Layla sighed and went to suppress another target. Back at the Black Estate, Steve was sitting in the control room along with Nathaniel and Todd. A team of 58 people were actively helping out the scout team to locate it and suppress the enemy lookouts. So, Nathaniel asked Steve, "Sir, with the increased security around the guild, it seems like the kid's hunch was right on the mark. It's like every single person who is affiliated by the guild is present to protect something or someone." Steve replied. Todd slammed his fists on the table. "These pests actually dared to attack the family?" "Calm down, Todd. Your anger is justified, but it wouldn't help us to win this battle," Nathaniel said. "How long will it take the Guardians to clear the area?" "Around 40 minutes. We still haven't found the position of many lookout teams," Steve replied. "Tell the Guardians that they have 10 minutes to suppress as many opponents as they can, and after that send in Johnny's team. It's not like they'll be able to stop an SS-ranked warrior with a dozen A-ranked warriors. Moreover, he isn't alone. Nathan, Arnold and many more are there to back him up. Please excuse my intrusion, brother, but don't you think it would be a bit rash? I mean, what if the state police gets involved in it?" Todd said. "As far as I'm considered, those bastards are already involved in this, and if they intervene, then I guess we'll have no choice to shut them up. After all, what's the use of having special privileges that have been granted to us by the law, if we never abuse them?" Nathaniel said in a matter-of-fact tone. "We've been too lenient with the people in our jurisdiction. It's time we reminded them who is the king of this jungle." Hearing this, Steve immediately gave new orders to the Guardians as well as John's team. The war was about to begin. Chapter 54, Engage War Arc 5. "Why is it so silent all of a sudden?" Jake asked the guild manager. "We don't know. Most of the teams aren't responding," the manager replied. Jake sighed heavily. He knew that the low-ranked members wouldn't last for a minute against a full frontal attack from the Black family. That's why he decided to spread everyone who was ranked C or lower around the guild's vicinity, hoping that even if they couldn't fight against the enemies, at least they'll be able to alert the guild about them. But hell, his alarms kept dropping like twigs from a tree. They were no match for the family. He had underestimated his opponent's strength. "Lock down the entire guild. Close all entrances and exits. Tell everyone to be on guard and prepare for battle. No one enters or leaves until I say so." Jake barked his orders. "The A team will protect the president and the VP. We're in charge of the other warriors." "Yes, sir," the guild manager said, and went on with giving orders to the rest of the surveillance team. As Jake walked out of the room, "They moved sooner than I expected, but it's all according to the plan." A vicious smile appeared on his usually emotionless face. "I can feel it. I'm about to break the limit. Just a few more kills and he'll finally have enough power to. So I guess they are really attacking us." A feminine voice came from behind. "Apparently they are. Miss Maya, is the VP inside?" "Yes, he's inside, along with Miss Alice. He's afraid that something might happen to her. After all, she could be one of the targets. I just can't think of any reason for one of the 12 families to attack us. Do you know something, Jake? Stop annoying me and get out of my way before I kill you." That's what Jake wanted to say, but these weren't the words that came out of his mouth. "I'm as clueless as you are. Now, if you don't mind, can I go inside?" Jake lied. Of course he knew why the Black family was attacking them, but Maya didn't have to know it. If the VP didn't reveal anything to her, then why would he? Not like the VP knew about the attack the president had planned either. "Of course, the vice president had been expecting you," Maya said, and opened the door to the vice president's office. "Look at those bastards. They think shutting their doors would protect them." Colt laughed off. "Our plan is ruined now. How will we enter into the building now?" Boo-hoo. Everyone inside the chopper burst into laughter. Colt was an ex-Marine and a member of the 6-man team that Johnny had assembled as the main force to attack the guild. The team included Johnny, Colt, Aiden, Azariah, Nathan and Arnold. Colt, Aiden and Azariah were all S-ranked warriors and had been working under Johnny for a long time. In fact, they joined the family together. Their objective was simple: kidnap the president or the vice president and eliminate anyone who stood in their way, and after that, burn the entire place down to cover their tracks. Enough, Colt. We're on a mission, not a comedy show, although that was a good one. Johnny said. "Azariah, How many people are in there? Around 75 people. I can feel 4S plus ranked energy signals, a dozen or so A ranked and the rest are B ranked. Azariah replied. She was one of the best psychic mages of the country. When people heard she was a mage, they often thought that she would be physically weak and hence easy to deal with, but they were wrong. Azariah was once a mixed martial artist and had represented USA in many global competition. Of course this was before she awakened her powers as a psychic mage and gave up on her ambition to be the #1 mixed martial artist, as warriors weren't allowed to compete in those events. According to the intel, there should have been only 3S ranked or above warriors, not 4. Nathan spoke up. Hey man, just chill. All we need to do is to kidnap a couple of guys. Moreover, Johnny can take care of 2S plus warriors himself. Aiden said as if he was rapping. Don't forget that around 150 guys are waiting around the guild to attack as soon as we launch the attack. Yo. Aiden was once a world-renowned rapper who had worked with many artists around the globe. But he had to give up on his career when his voice became his secret weapon destruction. Due to his ability to manipulate his voice to superhuman levels, he was nicknamed as the Howler Monkey Superscript 1. Only earplugs made of a special monster materials were able to block his shrieking voice. Fortunately, all of them had a pair of earplugs with them. Aiden's right. One additional S rank would be able to do much in our presence. Johnny agreed, but I'm afraid, I'll have to forbid you and Arnold from intervening between our fights. Once we get inside, you guys will have to aid the reinforcements and take care of the A and B ranked warriors within enemies' ranks. If you stay with us, you'll only hold us back, so it'll be no better if we take care of them while you defeat the low-ranked bastard. Yes, I know you want to do this yourself. He looked at Arnold, who was busy staring at the guild through the open doors of the helicopter. But trust me on this. I'll make them pay. I know you would. Arnold mumbled but didn't look towards Johnny or the others. Johnny nodded and turned towards the pilot, who flew towards the top of the guild's headquarters. 1. Howler monkeys, named for their distinct loud call. Howler monkeys rely on their howls to communicate through their dense rainforest homes. Their howls fall between 128 and 140 decibels, and this high volume is a result of howler monkeys having an enlarged hyoid, a bone in the neck that enables tongue and throat movement. Chapter 55, The Necromancer War Arc 6. Foresight, Usage 13. Looks like it's going to be a long fight. Even foresight didn't show me much. Arnold thought and let out a heavy sigh. He had just used his foresight ability to see if he could get some information to help him counter his enemies, but he could only see himself fighting some A and B ranked warriors along with Nathan and few other warriors. At least he'll get some EXP for defeating so many warriors. It'll help me upgrade my subclasses and maybe he'll get some new abilities while I'm at it. Author's note: from now on I'll use single quotes to show what a character is thinking, while the double quotes will have the usual meaning. Arnold was still lost in his thoughts when Johnny said something. But trust me on this. I'll make them pay. I know you would. Arnold mindlessly mumbled but didn't look towards Johnny or the others. But something feels off. Isn't this all going too well for us? Feels like someone wants us to attack the guild right now. The pilot flew towards the top of the guild's headquarters and kept hovering over it, as per Johnny's command. Remember, I'll break through the roof. Aiden, Colt and Azariah will follow me and we'll attack the high-ranked officials. Nathan and Arnold, you guys will take care of the A-ranked and B-ranked warriors. Don't worry about the enemy numbers. As soon as the attack begins, our warriors who have surrounded the building would simultaneously rush in and soon well overwhelm the enemies. Any questions? I think it's too late to have any questions. Just jump out already. Colt shouted at Johnny, who shrugged and jumped out of the chopper, followed by everyone else. 3:49 a.m. Inside the guild. Tut-tut-tut. The guild was in chaos. Everyone was running round making some final preparations before the attack began. All of them had a single question in their minds: why would the Black family attack them? Even after brainstorming for hours, all they could come up with was that it was somehow related to the Malibu Club incident. but they themselves highly doubted it. After all, why would one of the 12 elite families attack them for such a petty reason? Moreover, hadn't they already settled it by attacking Chris? They knew that, if the family was really serious about the attack, then they had no chance of stopping their strong warriors, but they were being forced to do it. When they got the call from the guild, they weren't informed who they were going to face. Had they known they were about to battle with one of the elite families, they'd never have responded to the call. They could always find work as long as they were alive. The guild was nothing special. Damn those idiots. Why did they have to mess up with the goddamned family? One of the warriors tasked with guarding the ground floor cursed the officials under his breath. I'm sure the president or the vice president did something to piss them off and will have to pay the price for it. Why are you guys staring at me like that? His fellow guild members immediately went silent and pointed as if someone was standing behind him. He quickly turned around to unleash his sword skill, but before he could react, his head had already struck the ground. His sword slipped out of his hand. The man holding him down picked up his sword and stabbed his back. So you have problem defending the place and the people who gave you money and status to live in peace? The guild did so much for you and yet you dare to curse it and its people? Jake questioned the warrior as he pushed the sword deeper into his body. People like you disgust me the most. People like you just know how to reap benefits from others, and as soon as you're asked for something in return, you start running away with your tail between your legs. But don't worry, he'll teach you the lesson of loyalty for a price. The price of your life. Jake smiled and pushed sword into the warrior's body with all his might. Die for me. His sickening laughter echoed in the hall. As the warrior's teammates saw their teammates very soon, his eyes turned white as his soul left his body. After the deed was done, Jake slowly got up and looked at the others who were standing in front of him. You might survive if you fight for the guild, but if you as much as speak ill about the guild or try to betray it or its people, he'll kill you. And then, Jake snapped his fingers and the dead warrior slowly raised his head. You'll end up like him. Their warriors standing in front of him immediately kneeled before him and said in unison, "We'll never betray you or the guild. Please forgive us. Make sure to defend the guild with your last breath or else you know what will happen." Jake kicked the warriors kneeling in front of him and walked away, as the zombified warrior from before got up and silently followed him. Their warriors stared in shock at the horror that was in front of their eyes. Their teammate wasn't the only one who was zombified. Nearly everyone who has been sent out as scouts to alert the guild in case of invasion had been killed and turned into a zombified soldier. Jake had sent out only a fraction of the warriors outside as per his plan, while he had secretly killed the rest of the low-ranked warriors. DSK. Who need low-ranked living warriors when I can kill them and increase their potential manifolds? This dual-class ability isn't too bad, is it, Madam System? Jake asked as a notification appeared in front of his eyes. It isn't, my lord. If you keep following my directions, you'll soon become the proud vassal of the dead one. Vassal. Indeed. The unimaginable power shall be mine. Chapter 56. The backstabbing brother. War Arc 7. I'm telling you it's dangerous. He'll attack if you don't retreat. TSK. An ranked swordsman should have more authority in his voice. Colt said, "Get out of the way, kiddo, as you don't wanna die tonight." Don't you know who I am? Their warriors protecting the vice president's office looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. Why would they know someone like Colt? Seeing their reaction, a vein popped up on his forehead. Even the warriors of his previous skill didn't recognize him. It had been a few years, but heck, Johnny, Aiden and Azariah had been members of the first batch of warriors, the Flying Swords, along with him. If it wasn't for the good-for-nothing president of their guild and that backstabber Jake, they'd still be working here. Taking revenge on them was one of the reasons that he had agreed to destroy the guild once and for all. Annoyance swashed over his face just by thinking about the incident that nearly destroyed their peaceful life. Anger suddenly blossomed in his chest. Their warrior in front of Colt hesitated for a moment before charging on him. But before they could do so, their warriors guarding the entrance and the other personnel standing to the sides started to float up into the air at the same time. A mysterious force was moving them against their wish. They had no control over their body. Their startled eyes headed towards the person standing behind Colt, who they guessed was the culprit. "Do you know who I am?" Azariah whispered as she threw the warriors at their door leading to the vice president's office. Kaboom! "Hey, don't go on stealing my targets." Colt gritted his teeth at Azariah, who walked into the office like nothing happened. One of their warriors was still conscious and tried to attack Azariah, who effortlessly dodged all of his attacks and used her powers once again to throw him out of the window. The guy kept screaming as he fell towards his doom. "Stupid idiot. Why the hell do they keep attacking when they know they'll fail? I didn't think they'll be this loyal to this guild." Colt shrugged his shoulders. "Looks like the guy died in vain. There's no one here." Azariah calmly spoke. "Bet Johnny and Aiden already found them." Once they were successful in breaking into the building, the team got divided into three. Johnny and Aiden went to look for the president while Azariah and Colt went to find the vice president. Arnold and Nathan were tasked with cleaning the lower floors, because that's where the A and B rank warriors were at. "Try using your sensory magic again," Colt suggested, "because it seems that calculations were wrong. There are way less enemies than you said before." Azariah shook her head and replied, "I can't. You know it takes me an hour to collect enough energy to use that ability again." "But right. The mission is sailing too smoothly. Let's head towards Johnny and Aiden, complete the mission and head back." "Going already? But the fun is about to begin." A voice came from behind. Azariah and Colt simultaneously turned round to see a man leaning against the door leading to the vice president's office. "Hey Jake, it's been a while." Colt smiled. "How's the guild been treating the backstabber?" "Backstabber? I think you're talking about my loyalty for the guild. After all my efforts saved the guild from collapsing." Jake smiled back. "Save the guild? Oh please. Just save your crap for later after we beat the SHT out of you." Azariah prepared to cast her ability. "Geez, is this the way you treat your ex?" Jake shrugged his shoulders. "Looks like he'll have to teach you everything from the scratch, my dearest slave." Colt's gaze was solemn as he clenched his fists. A black flame began to flow down his arm. The veins popped up on his arms. The next instant, a shockwave was sent out in all directions, as leapt at the person who he once considered his brother. Jake barely dodged the punch, but the might of his fist shook the entire floor. The shockwave shattered the glass windows. The entire building began shaking like crazy. The intense killing intent from Colt seemed to have frozen the space around him. But Colt didn't stop there and kept bombarding his cannon-like fists at Jake, who kept dodging them all. "Did you get slower, brother?" Jake smirked as he dodged yet another punch. "Maybe I got faster? Either way it's been fun but now ill." Before Jake could complete what he had to say, a mysterious force slammed him against the wall next to him, knocking him off balance. "I never thought you'd be foolish enough to attack two S-rank warriors alone," Azariah said as she joined the fight. "Who said him alone? Zidagnis Shormilak." Jake started chanting in a weird language, and all of a sudden, the entire floor turned dark as if they were all inside a black hole filled with nothingness. Fearing the worst, Azariah tried to subdue Jake with her powers, but some kind of magic was protecting him from her attacks, as her attacks didn't have any effect on him. Seeing this, Colt powered up his fists once again and was about to charge at him when he felt like something was grabbing onto him. He looked down and saw many hand-like extensions were tightly grabbing onto his legs, restricting his movement. The same thing was happening with Azariah. She was unable to move as well. "Your powers would be a great addition to my army." Jake laughed hysterically. "Our powers?" "Well, never." Joy Azariah gasped as hundreds of creatures, monsters and humans alike, came out of Jake's shadow and slowly surrounded him. But something felt wrong. They were no ordinary summons. "Oh my god. He's a necromancer." The Jake, Colt and Azariah remembered was an ordinary pyromancer superscript 1 and not a necromancer. Necromancers were a rare bunch, but they were not much of a threat as their summons were generally weak and their head count was generally low. But something was different about Jake. Not only his summons were all ranked at B or above, the amount of summons he could control was insane. "Kill them!" Jake shouted, and immediately the monsters charged at them. But before they could do anything, the entire floor got covered in ice. 1. Pyromancer, someone who can manipulate fire at will. You can call them a fire mage. Chapter 57, Summoner vs. Necromancer. War Arc. 8 moments earlier. Bang, bang, bang. Arnold kept shooting bullets at his opponents, but he was careful not to unnecessarily kill anyone. He wouldn't have had much problem with killing them as get more EXP that way, but the orders from Nathaniel were absolute. They only had to refrain themselves from killing anyone until and unless it's an absolute necessity. Arnold didn't even require to bring out his summons, as the warriors from the family had already infiltrated the guild and were indulged in combat. Since his summons weren't out, his strength was limited and wasn't much better than a B-ranked mage, thus, he didn't need to control himself very much and stuck to his gunslinger abilities. But sadly this wasn't the case with Nathan. Nathan's potential was the same as a S-ranked warrior, but in order to maintain control over his powers he needed to concentrate. But it wasn't a possibility in such a chaotic environment. Due to this reason, he had already killed 4 of the warriors and was desperately trying to avoid killing another loyalist warrior. He had already broken the warrior's dominant arm, but rather than giving up, their warrior started headbutting him over and over. Nathan, frustrated by his opponent, grabbed his head and bashed it on the ground. Their warrior's head got squished like a watermelon. As soon as he had taken care of his opponent, a swordsman charged at Nathan. The attack was sudden and thus Nathan couldn't defend himself. The sword managed to graze his shoulder. Nathan was consumed by fury. Enraged, he snatched the sword away from the warrior and thrust it into the warrior's exposed abdomen, killing him in an instant. "Just surrender already!" Nathan screamed and started swinging the sword like a madman. Arnold shrugged his shoulders and kept shooting at the enemies. He too had accidentally killed a couple of opponents for some extra EXP, so what Nathan did was acceptable to him. He kept his eyes on the warriors who had some useful abilities, so that he could later use blood runes to give those abilities to his summons. This battle was like a goldmine for Arnold, as he was getting an insane amount of EXP. He wanted to use all of it at once when he reached the 10,000 mark and hence kept storing them. He was happily shooting people in their limbs when another notification popped up on his interface. Power signature of another paladin detected. Initializing contact protocol. Unable to establish connection. Paladin of the Dead One seems to be in his own domain. "What bang are you bang talking about?" Arnold asked the system as he shot couple of warriors' legs. Paladin are fighters who are picked by the higher entity to be their vassals and a proof of their existence. Each paladin is granted a helpers like me, to guide them, and fulfill their destiny. Higher existence? Are they gods? Bang, he mumbled. "That information has been restricted." "I don't care that it's restricted. You live in my body, so think of it as your ent." Paladin of the Dead One would soon have enough power to become a true vassal. If we don't put an end to him, then it would have catastrophic effects on this planet. Bang, not going bang anywhere until you answer bang my questions. If you don't comply with me, I'll completely shut down and then you lose all of your power. You have 10 minutes to comply before the system shuts down. At this moment a countdown appeared on Arnold's interface. "We're going to have a long conversation when all of this is over." Arnold sighed and raced towards the direction the system pointed him to. "Kill them!" Jake shouted, and immediately the monsters charged at them. But before they could do anything, the entire floor got covered in ice. Pant. "Looks like I'm right on time." Arnold took deep breaths as the counter on his interface froze. "You have 15 seconds to comply before the system shuts down." Task completed. Countdown stopped. "Arnold, what are you doing here?" "Just leave. You don't have a chance against him." Colt shouted with all his might. "Says the man who can't even move." Arnold snapped back. He then used elemental control, ice, once again to subdue the zombies by freezing their legs, before quickly firing couple of bullets at Jake. "You can't harm another paladin." "You friggin' kidding me?" Arnold thought. First you tell me to eliminate him, and then you tell me I can't even harm him. You, the pipsqueak who abandoned the guild, aren't you? Jake asks in a low voice. Don't tell me one of them chose to give you the powers as well. Wait, you don't need to answer that, since you managed to invade my domain. That must be true. But madam didn't inform me about it. Ha ha ha, aren't I lucky? Now we'll be able to turn you one of my summons as well. But first, show me your ability. Jake was still talking when a lance made of ice penetrated his torso. He carefully extracted the lance as a fountain of blood flew out of the hole in his torso, but the blood flow stopped after couple seconds as the wound started to heal. The healing wasn't caused by an ordinary healing spell. Essence of Life Superscript 1 huh? Looks like some of our abilities are same, Arnold said as he called out one of his golems to throw the frozen lance. Even though I can't cause him any harm, it seems like that rule isn't applied to my summons. Cooldown of Essence of Life is about 1 day, so he wouldn't be able to use it again. But that means he'll be on guard from now. Looks like he'll have to use him sooner than I expected. Arnold's thought. You dare to mock me, you low-leveled son of a bitch. Jake was enraged. I'll show you what truly means to be powerful. The zombies who were frozen by Arnold's ability severed their legs and started crawling towards him. Now this is going to be troublesome. 1. For more information on Arnold's abilities, please read the auxiliary chapter. Chapter 58, Summoner vs. Necromancer 2. Why won't they die? Frustration appeared on Arnold's face. Bang, bang, bang. He kept shooting at the zombies, but they kept getting up. It didn't matter to them if they didn't had an arm, or a leg. Hell, they got up even after Arnold blew their heads off. They just kept coming. He must have chosen the Black Shaman class as his main class. Damn it. Why did he have to have a system as well? Looks like he'll have to call him out after all. Let's hope he'll be able to copy his abilities. He glanced at the other side of the void where Jake was busy fighting with couple of Arnold's golem along with Colt, while Azariah was helping him to take care of the zombies. Arnold had suggested this plan so that Jake would lose control over the zombies as Colt and the golems would distract him, but so far, they were failing miserably. Moreover, this wasn't the only problem that he had. Inside someone else's domain, the total power of your opponent and his summons exceeds the power of you and your allies. Your domain rights are being overridden by the paladin who activated his domain first. Damn it. The term overridden meant that he couldn't call out his summons to aid him in battle, and unlike Arnold's summons, these zombies couldn't be destroyed easily. The only way he could think of to kill them all in one go was to use the Hellfire, but it'd lead to another issue. Although Arnold's summons would be able to survive the flames, he couldn't say the same about Azariah and Colt. Unless, Azariah, you can use magic to conjure a force field, right? Arnold asked without turning to face her. Yeah, but how do you know that? Azariah was confused because no one except Johnny, Aiden and Colt knew about this ability of hers. Not even Nathaniel. Never mind that, just get close to Colt and wait for my signal and then use your magic to cover yourself up, along with Colt. Arnold didn't want to disclose any more of his abilities to them. They had already seen too much and hence, refrained himself from telling her about his probability. But can you handle them on your own? She pointed towards the zombies who were rising up once again. Just do what I say for once, will you? Arnold snapped at her. Generally, if someone spoke to her in this manner, she'd have broken every single bone in the person's body. But since Arnold was the only one who had a vague idea about what the hell was going on in this weird place, she let it slide this time and went to do what he told her to do. Arcane Flames. Active ability. The user controls the power of Hellfire and can guide a sea of flames to incinerate anything in its path. This skill is only effective on organic targets. Organic targets. Zombies may be dead, but they still have their bodies. Who knew watching Master Chief burn through the flood would help me out someday like this? Arnold smiled, remembering the game he used to play a lot. He tightened his grip on the Spectre gloves. I hope the gloves would be able to hold on. Do it now, Arnold shouted as blue flames gushed out of the palms of his hands. Like a tsunami, the zombies got drowned in a sea of flames. Arnold's summons were immune to the flames as they were made of stone and ice, and Azariah had covered herself and Colt with her force field, so they weren't affected by the flames either. But Jake wasn't affected by Arnold's flames either. After all, one paladin couldn't harm another paladin. You think your flames can destroy my pawns? Don't make me laugh. Jake laughed. Your system is nothing but a cheap copy of mine. I'll show you the difference in our power. Jake tried to use his domain's authority to resurrect the dead zombies from their remains, but for some reason it didn't work. Why the hell it isn't working? It isn't because your time is up, Mr. Not So Cheap Copy. Arnold smiled after he saw the notification which appeared on his interface. The power of you and your allies is more than your opponent. Your domain rights have been restored. Opponent's authority over the domain has been revoked. When Arnold had used the arcane flames, he hadn't expected this to happen, but he wasn't going to complain about this turn of events. No matter what class or subclasses Jake had, he wouldn't be able to take down 2 S-rank warriors and so many others on his own, without his summons. Arnold on the other hand could now finally call his summons out. Void open. Arnold gave the command, and numerous holes appeared around him and all of his summons emerged from within. Duke appeared on the battlefield to lead the 15 Frostgloms, while Cerberus appeared along with his pack of 17 Lava Hounds, and Talos was leading the 12 newly built automatons. The summons quickly surrounded him, but they weren't the only ones to do so. You have obtained a new type of summon, the deceased. Total head count, 124. Rank A, 4. Rank B, 15. Rank C, 45. Rank D, 60. You can use Void Call to call out your new summons. You don't have the Black Shaman class, hence you cannot increase the amount of these summons. Just how many people did this as whole guild? Arnold thought as information about the decreased popped up in his interface. Well, it's not like I'm any better than him. If I had picked the Black Shaman class, it'd be doing the same thing. Moreover, does this means that I can absorb Banon's summons as long as they are in my domain? While Arnold was rejoicing the fact that the number of his summons had increased exponentially, Jake's face was filled with anger, frustration as he saw all of his summons turning against him one after another. He knew it was impossible for him to win under these circumstances. Damn it. Chapter 59, Summoner vs. Necromancer 3. What rank is that guy? Jake thought, how can he possess such destructive abilities? Providing you the accessible information. Name, Arnold Ling. Title, Extraordinary Figure. Level, 45. Rank, C. Special Skill, Unknown. Class, Unknown. Like hell he is a rank C. Don't mess with me. You told me one cannot control a summon that has a higher rank than the summoner himself. Most of his summons are above B for sure. Then how can he be a mere C-ranked warrior? The information is 100% accurate. Jake looked around himself. He was surrounded by hundreds of enemies. 2 of them were S-ranked, and only God knows how many A-ranked summons were around him. Furthermore, all of his zombies were now against him. He was having a hard time believing that Arnold was merely a C-ranked warrior. All of his prized zombies were instantly turned against him. How much time has he spent, carefully picking targets, plotting plans, and killing them one after another, and now it was all wasted, just because of this as whole C-ranked warrior. Without his summons, he only had the strength of a B-ranked brawler, and his pyromancy abilities were only A-ranked. This was because, the moment he got the Black Shaman class from the system, he had solely focused on developing his necromancy abilities. Madam's system had always suggested him to level up his other abilities too, but he never listened, and as a result, Most of his abilities strictly depended on his zombies. Thus he didn't have enough individual strength to tackle even one S-ranked warrior in this state. Damn it, I can't even access my domain anymore. Jake used his domain to call upon his elite summons, but his domain was temporarily sealed. There was only one thing he could do. I have to escape. But how? That force field Azariah used would have taken a lot of mana, so she should be out of picture. The only problem is Colt. Those summons are troublesome too. I can't think of any way. Madam System, help me out. I'm not here to babysit a weakling like you. If you can't break through here, I'll terminate our contract and look for a better vassal. Worthless, you have 10 minutes to comply before the system shuts down. You by CH. There was no time for him to think of a plan. He had to run. He had tasted the power of the system. He can't let it go like this. He ran with all his might towards the deceased warriors, but before he could break through them, numerous icicles surrounded him. Going somewhere. Arnold smiled and slammed the icicles on him. Jake jumped backwards and managed to dodge the attack. Your popsicles won't cause me any damage. Bet this would cause some damage. Colt bellowed as he delivered a powerful punch to Jake, who went flying towards the other side of the void and broke through the walls. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His face was filled with pain and agony. Now, show me your abilities. Let's see if it is useful. Arnold smirked as Duke and Cerberus simultaneously changed their forms to Undead Reaper and White Chimera. Sync skill unlocked. Circle of Death. Passive skill, exclusive to summons when the Undead Reaper is called to the battlefield along with the deceased. Attributes of all undead units increases by 15%. Beast's Howl. Passive skill, exclusive to summons when the White Chimera is called to the battlefield along with the beast class beings. Attributes of all beast units increases by 12%. Looks like not getting out of here alive. With Arnold's one signal, all of his summons rushed at Jake. Their murderous aura was very pressurizing. Jake did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even Colt went silent when the summons released their aura. His spine shivered even though he wasn't the one the summons were targeting. Jake was frozen in the spot. He wanted to move out of the way but couldn't. His body wasn't listening to him. He looked at the zombies he had made by killing so many people, but there was something different. They seemed to be happy. They were happy because now they would finally be able to take their revenge and kill the one who turned them into his miserable pets. The next moment, the entire place was filled with cries and screams, as the summons to their sweet time to torture Jake. It wasn't that Jake didn't try to fight back. He even managed to destroy some of Arnold's summons. But in the end, there were just too many of them for him to handle. Arnold allowed the deceased to do whatever they felt like with Jake, not because he had sympathy for them, but because by allowing them to do so gain their loyalty as for them he was the one who gave them a chance to take their revenge. It was all for power. Even Colt was horrified and disgusted by the scene in front of his eyes. He too wanted to kill Jake, but this wasn't the way to do so. He looked at Arnold, who was smiling while Jake was getting butchered in front of him. What a sick bastard. Colt whispered, "It's a good thing you're unconscious, Azariah. I'm not sure if you'd like to see Jake dying like this. After all, he was your lover once." Void? Close. Arnold mumbled, and immediately the endless void got absorbed by his shadow. They had returned to the guild building. After butchering Jake, all of the deceased slowly walked up to Arnold and kneeled before him, acknowledging his power over theirs. After all, he had managed to destroy them all using a single spell. Arnold acknowledged their presence and gave them a slight nod before recalling all of his summons back except Talos. "Your command, master?" Talos bowed before Arnold. "You remember what I told you, right?" Arnold asked, looking at Jake's mangled body. "Yes, master." "Use it on Jake's body. Maybe you'll gain a skill or two." "As you wish, master." Talos straightened himself and walked towards Jake's body. Talos took out the blood rune which contained the transformation ability, and dipped it into Jake's blood before inserting the blood rune back into the cavity Arnold had made in his armor. "What are you doing?" Colt asked. Isn't butchering your enemies enough for you? SSSHHHHH. Just wait and watch. Arnold smirked. Chapter 60, Imposter 1. You've killed a human. EXP, plus 200. First rank A plus human killed. EXP, plus 10,000. You cannot level up. Use the excess EXP to level up your subclass first. You cannot store any more EXP. Please select a subclass to upgrade. You can upgrade the subclass by opening the information tab and select the subclass you want to upgrade. Upgrade Magical Gunslinger to max level. Arnold instructed the system. Subclass leveled up. Magical Gunslinger LVL 5. Rewards. ACC plus 25. Quick shot upgraded to level 5. Shooting speed increased to 18%. Explosive shot upgraded to level 5. Special damage increased to 62%. Subclass upgraded to the maximum level. Please rank up to unlock the evolution process. Task has been successfully completed, Master. Talos informed Arnold, I've successfully obtained a new transformation. What are you waiting for then? Let's check out the abilities you got. Arnold instructed Talos. Yes, Master. Activating transformation ability now. Talos replied as a loud humming sound echoed through the corridor. The body parts of Talos got reconfigured, and soon his appearance completely changed. It was like Jake had came back to life. Colt was flabbergasted. He personally knew many warriors who had shape-shifting abilities, but they could only change into monsters and not into other humans. Moreover, the thing that transformed into Jake wasn't even a living being, it was a damn robot. He looked at Arnold with mixed feelings. On one hand, they were alive thanks to him, but on the other hand, he was a merciless demon who would kill anyone who went against him. Moreover, Arnold possessed way too many mysterious powers and abilities that he had never seen before. Colt knew Arnold had creationist abilities, as he wasn't the only one that had such ability. But then he had never seen someone who could build such lifelike robots who had the ability to change into living beings. Even after seeing so many abilities of Arnold, Colt felt like he had only seen the tip of an iceberg. No wonder he's able to fight people who are way out of his league. What a monster. It's better than I expected it to be. Arnold smiled. He was carefully inspecting Talos' transformation for any discrepancies, but it was perfect. He definitely looked like Jake Skylander. The transformation had managed to perfectly generate the clothes Jake was wearing. Now, only one question remained in Arnold's mind. He used the probe skill on Talos. Name, Jake Skylander. Form, human. One more forms available. 2 forms can be added. Level, 82. Rank, A. Role, combat automaton. Affinity abilities. Deadman's Curse active skill. Dark Vision active skill. Torment active skill. Animate Dead active skill. Expand to view 4 more. HP, 65,306,530. Mana energy, 35,803,580. Strength STR, 76. Defense Def, 86. Stamina STA, 88. Intelligence INT, 85. Agility AG, 70. Accuracy ACC, 86. Evade DVD, 68. Charisma CHA, 69. Yes, Arnold exclaimed happily when he saw the ability. Animate Dead, and opened the skill tab to see more information about the skill. Animate Dead. Active ability. The user controls the power of death and guides the soul of a deceased to reanimate it to do the user's bidding. However, the reanimated being will only be able to regain about 40%-70% of his original strength. This percentage is determined by the level and rank of the user and the deceased. This skill is only effective on organic targets. Number of summons controlled, 20. Rank, S. Mana cost, 1000 use. Cooldown, none. Only 20 ha. Do you wanna try it out? Arnold asked Talos. I'll do as you please. Talos bowed down to him. Arnold wanted to try it out right now and see how the ability worked, but since the ability only had a capacity to reanimate 20 people or monsters, He had to be careful while choosing who he should reanimate. Furthermore, the system didn't provide him any information regarding how to increase the number of his reanimated beings. He checked Talos' stats once again, but unlike him, Talos didn't have a mystic stat which would allow him to increase the number of the summons. I didn't know you had such strong creationist abilities, Arnold. Colt gave a nervous smile to Arnold. Yeah, Colt is still here. I better be careful not to let out too much information right now. Arnold thought and said, how's Azariah? She's just a bit tired I guess. Colt said, as he lifted Azariah in his arms. She used too much of her power. Tired huh? Here, make her drink this. She'll feel better. The battle isn't over yet. She'll need her strength, Arnold said, handing Colt a small vial of recovery potion. It was a potion that recovered a small amount of mana as well as HP. Since the amount recovered was quite small, the cost of this portion wasn't very high and Arnold could spare these potions. Wait. What is this? Colt asked because he had a feeling that he shouldn't blindly trust Arnold anymore. Think of it as an energy drink. Wait a minute, you think he'll poison her? I never said that. Alright. Arnold took out another vial out of his pocket and drank it in one go. See, all good. If you still doubt me, don't give it to her, but at least take her out of here. She's like a sitting duck here. It's fine, Arnold. Colt said after a while and laid her down before emptying the vial in her mouth. Soon the potion showed its effect and Azariah regained her consciousness. What happened? Did we win? Azariah mumbled, massaging her temple. Yeah, all thanks to Colt. Arnold replied before Colt could have said anything, but Azariah wasn't listening to him anymore. She quickly got up to her feet and into battle stance. Who the hell is standing behind you? Azariah bellowed when she saw Talos standing behind Arnold. Relax, Azariah. I know it's hard to believe but that's one of Arnold's robots. Colt tried to ease Azariah's mind, but it looks so real. Azariah said, I didn't wanted you to look at it but, if still you don't believe, just look there, his body is right. Colt pointed in the direction where Jake's mangled body was, but the body wasn't there anymore. He looked at Arnold who simply shrugged his shoulders. Of course, Arnold wouldn't tell them that he took Jake's body and stored it in the void so that he could use the body and blood at a later time. Can we chat some other time? This isn't over yet, Arnold said. Do you know where the president and the others are? Johnny and Aiden might have located them, but we don't really know. We went radio silent the moment this operation began. Colt replied. Permission to speak, Master? Talos interrupted them. You know where they are, don't you? Arnold smirked as Talos nodded. Then let's give them a taste of their own medicine, shall we? Chapter 61, Imposter 2. The president's face appeared on the Jake's communicator. Have you succeeded? Have the targets been dealt with? He said with a frown on his face. The man was clear under a lot of stress. Jake nodded his head and explained what had happened near the vice president's office. 2 of the S-ranked warriors have been dealt with, but I think you already know they aren't the only ones who came through the roof. The surveillance cameras have been destroyed so it'll be a little difficult for us to track their movement. That's a great news. Even Johnny wouldn't be able to handle all of us together. You've done a great job. The president's eyes lit up, and the stress on his face completely disappeared. He had been anxious and worried about the attack but now, his mind was at peace. Upon thinking about the possibility of defeating the Black family, his mood was instantly lifted. I'll head up to the surveillance room right now and inspect the area, Jake said. No, come back here at once. As long as we are able to occupy that SS-ranked bastard SOS here, our forces would soon overpower them and then the Black family would be finished, once and for all. The president smirked. Those bastards thought they can do whatever they want to us. It's time to make them regret their actions. After we're done with them here, we'll mobilize our forces and attack the Black family head-on. You've surprised me, Jake, the vice president interrupted the conversation. I'm glad my daughter chose someone of your caliber to be her lover, and not that good-for-nothing Porter. I'll never know why Noah was so dead set on helping that Porter, I mean, Sure, his abilities were rare, but there was no need to give him so many privileges. Hell, he even made me force my daughter to try and entice him. When all of this is wrapped up, let's have a family dinner together. You'll have to announce your engagement soon. Ha, just finish everything up and come on up. We're waiting near the chamber behind No's office. Yes, Mr. Vice President. It'll be an honor for me. Jake smiled and disconnected the call. Talos, who had transformed into Jake, looked at Arnold. He had listened the entire conversation and was seething with unadulterated rage. His eyes had a tinge of red glow in them. He was like a volcano, which could explode at any moment. Change of plans. We kill everyone who is in that room. Arnold bellowed. Hey, we need the president alive. We him or the vice president so that we can get to know why they attacked Nina and the others. Azariah tried to calm him down. She's right, Arnold. I know you're pissed, but don't let it cloud your judgment. We have to complete the mission. Colt joined in, but it felt like their words were bouncing off his ears. Fine. I'll kill the vice president instead. Azariah wanted to protest, but Colt her back. He knew exactly what Arnold was capable to do. After all, he had slaughtered Jake on his own. There was a little that they could do if Arnold had made up his mind. An hour later, inside the president's secret room. Jake, where the hell have you been all this time? The president spoke up, as Jake entered the secret chamber that was hidden behind the president's office. Nothing, Mr. President, I just had to sort out a couple of things downstairs. Jake replied. As he threw Arnold into the room, a rat was snooping around. Oh, welcome back to the guild, Mr. Ling. Please excuse our improper hospitality. After all, this battle wouldn't have taken place in the first place if it wasn't for you. Noah, the president, smiled brightly. But soon this battle will end, and so will the Black family. And it's all thanks to you. Ha. I hope you're not planning on keeping him alive as a trophy. John asked Noah. This guy is troublesome, it'll better just to kill him off. Arnold looked around the room. Noah, John, Alice, Al, Maya, and a few others were inside the room, looking down on Arnold. I think he'll kill him once we get hold of his sister. He should at least see his sister one last time. Noah smirked. Or should I kill you right away? Ugh. I can't decide what to do. Noah then grabbed Arnold's neck and lifted him up in the air and threw him near John. Arnold was like a ball they were playing around with. Just wait a bit more. They'll be here soon. It's not the right time. Arnold thought. You could have attained a lot only if you sacrificed your worthless sister. TSK. What can we do now? You had your chance but you blew it. You'd have been quite a good addition to our team. John said and looked at Al, would you like to do the honors and get rid of him? Without any remorse in his eyes, El took out his sword and walked up to Arnold. Thank you for helping me back in the dungeon. I wouldn't have made it out without you. I'd have apologized for what I'm about to do, but what can I do? I don't have a family backing me up, so I can't just walk out of the guild like you did. But rest in peace, if you can find it. El got in position and lifted his sword to end Arnold's life once and for all, but right before he was about to do it, a bullet pierced his hand. Arnold moved like lightning, picked up the sword and stabbed it into El's chest. Good thing you cleared it out, otherwise it'd have felt a little bit uncomfortable killing you. Arnold smirked, kicking El aside. You thought you could kill me? Don't make me laugh. Everyone inside the room was shocked by the sudden change in Arnold's aura. But that wasn't the only thing that had caught their attention, as they looked at the one who fired the bullet at El. What the hell are you doing, Jake? Noah bellowed in disbelief. Why would his most loyal soldier betray him? But before they could ask him anything, the doors were ripped open as Johnny, Aiden, Azariah and Colt entered the room. You see, the ones who are about to get hunted down. Arnold smirked in disgust as he summoned all of his summons. I've been waiting for a long time to do this. Chapter 62. Bad breath. Bob, you bastard. You betrayed me. Noah bellowed and pointed his fingers at Jake. The guild as well as the organization spent an enormous amount of money and resources on you and raised you to be a strong warrior, and yet you betrayed us. What's up with this loyalty complex? I guess he really has some psychological issues. Arnold thought. These idiots keep stabbing each other in the back and yet they expect others to be loyal. Feels like we're doing a favor to the world by getting rid of them and their guild. At this moment a man standing behind the president walked in front of them. He had a wide face, a small nose, and puffy lips. His hazel eyes were almond-shaped and had thick eyebrows. His curly, dark brown hair was neatly tied in a bun. He had broad shoulders, long arms, a slender torso with well-defined muscles, wide hips, and short legs. He kind of looked like a dwarf on steroids. He was Cole, and had known Jake from his first day in the guild as he was a reserve member of the A-team, meaning he was at rank B. His loyalty to the guild and Jake was absolute as he had made it up to the guild because of Jake. He knew it was impossible that Jake would ever betray the guild or the president. I'm sure Captain wouldn't do that. Started to speak. His loyalty to the guild is absolute. Captain, please. Bang. A bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead. His eyes were opened wide in hatred for a fraction of a second. Then they turned lifeless as he collapsed on the floor. You guys are really dense, aren't you? Arnold sighed. White smoke came out of his gun. Well, since you're gonna die either way, should I tell you why Jake is on our side? Nah, you should die in suspense. Don't get cocky, you brat. We aren't going down so easily. Noah roared as a blinding red light suddenly appeared behind him and flowed into his body. The next moment, Noah was completely surrounded by violent bolts of lightning. If nothing else, I'm taking you down with me. Noah knew there was no escape for them anymore. It was either kill or be killed. Thus he decided to at least take down the person who was responsible for blunder, along with him, and charged at Arnold, ignoring everyone else present in the room. The red electrical force flowed into his arms. He was a moment away from slamming down Arnold when Johnny appeared between them and stopped Noah's attack with a punch of his own. Why don't you fight me instead? Johnny smiled as he let go of Noah's arm and the fight between the brawlers began. Thunderous fists were flying left and right. Noah was desperately trying his best to match up to Johnny's agility, but it was clear that Johnny was out of Noah's league. After all, Johnny was OSS ranked warrior while Noah was OS plus ranked warrior. They were moving and attacking each other at such a high speed that their afterimage started to form and follow them. Arnold was barely able to see what was happening in front of his eyes. John tried to jump over them and aid Noah in his fight with Johnny, but Colt intervened and stopped him from doing so. Soon they were engaged in combat as well. An all-out fight broke out between the two parties. Aiden didn't need to hold back his ear-piercing voice as members of the Black family were equipped with special noise cancellation earbuds. So he shrieked loudly, but it looked like the enemies were prepared for his attack as only 56 people were affected by his attack. There were only 20 or so enemies inside the room, while there were 5 of them along with 24 or so Arnold summons, but the room was already crowded and Arnold couldn't call out any more of his summons. Since the space inside the room was limited, Arnold decided to use his domain again. Void domain ability is in cooldown. Please wait for 1:26 and 58 seconds hours before reactivating the ability. You kidding me? I thought there was no cooldown for this skill. The user can use the ability to enter or exit your domain at any time, but there is a cooldown period of 2 o'clock hours. If the user wants to summon his surroundings into the void domain. How many times do I have to tell you? Do not skip these important details whenever I get a new skill or ability. Gonna get me killed someday, for God's sake. Request acknowledged. DSK, sometimes really a pain in there. What are you spacing out for? We're not here to some get-together. Just hurry up and do something. Azariah shouted as she used her abilities to attack a couple of A-team members. Weren't you the one who wanted to kill them, in the first place? What did you said? Oh yes, I'm gonna kill everyone in the room. If so, then why are you just standing there for? You talk too much. You know that, right? Arnold said in an annoyed tone. He prepared to attack the enemies in front of him, but someone attacked him before he could do that. With 2 heavy blows, Arnold was sent flying. His legs hit the ground with a loud thud, and the metal flooring was actually dented by him. You've received 558 points of damage. Damage have been reduced by 198 points. Total damage received 360 points. Current HP, 57,786,138. As the message flashed in front of Arnold's eyes, he angrily looked at the one who attacked him. What kind of monstrosity is this thing? Arnold mumbled when he saw the half-human half-beast that was standing in front of him. The man-beast had legs of a cheetah-like beast, his arms were like that of a minotaur, he had a tail of a reptilian monster while his human face was filled with scars and burn marks. Even though the man had changed so much, Arnold could never forget the aura which was oozing out of the man-beast. "It's you, isn't it?" Arnold asked as he got up in his feet. "Oh, so you remember me after all. I thought I'll have to reintroduce myself." The man-beast smiled. "Of course, how can I forget your bad breath?" "Gosh, it even got worse with time." Arnold exaggerated and covered his nose. "What the hell happened to you? I never thought your breath could get any worse. Do me a favor and don't talk while we fight, okay, Mr. Bad Breath Bob?" You f***ing bast road. Bob roared and charged at Arnold. Chapter 63, System Protocol. "Where were you hiding all this time? I'm pretty sure you were not inside this room when I entered," Arnold asked Bob, while stretching his neck. "Don't tell me. Did they kick you out because you smell so bad?" "I mean, I can't blame them for it, because your smell is almost unbearable. Why don't you stay still so that I can clear your doubts?" Bob was irritated, because none of his attacks were working. "Stop squirming." Bob tried to use his tail to get a hold of him, but Arnold used astral magic to phase out of the real plane and into the astral plane, at the last moment to avoid getting caught by his tail, and used the probe skill on him. Name, Bob Marcel unknown. Level, 82. Rank, A. Role, Brawler. Affinity abilities, question mark. HP, 60,506,050. Mana energy, 50,005,000. Strength STR, 84. Defense Def, 65. Stamina STA, 79. Intelligence INT, 45. Agility AG, 68. Accuracy ACC, 45. Evade 57. Charisma CHA, 1. Threat level, moderate. Remark, he's definitely not getting a girl looking like that, and whatever little chance he had of getting Pitus X is destroyed by the weird breath of his. But you should still be careful. All those enhancements. DSK, it's nothing but a wastage. If they really wanted to improve your abilities, they should have implanted a new brain and an inbuilt mouth freshener instead. Arnold kept taunting Bob. "Shut up." Bob bellowed and once again whipped his tail at Arnold, who effortlessly dodged the attack, but sadly the guild warrior standing behind him couldn't. Crack. Unlucky guy. Just one shot broke his leg. At least it's going according to plan. Arnold was intentionally provoking Bob, hoping that he'll lose control of his attacks and maybe hit the guild members instead. And for the first time in his life, his plan was actually working. The only thing troubling him was the fact that his bullets weren't able to penetrate through Bob's beast-like skin. "By the way, do you mind telling me who gave you such enhancements? It's the first time I've seen something like this." Arnold smirked. "I'll tell you, when I'll kill you." "Geez dude, stop shouting, you'll make me all stinky. None of the zoos will ever take you in if you don't do something about your breath. You." All of a sudden, the air surrounding Bob started vibrating vigorously. His aura started getting darker and darker. It felt like he was increasing his power level. His aura kept getting darker and more ominous with every second. Name, Bob Marcel unknown. Level, 92. Rank, S. Role, Brawler. Affinity abilities, question mark. HP, 71,507,150. Mana energy, 50,005,000. Strength STR, 94. Defense Def, 85. Stamina STA, 99. Intelligence INT, 45. Agility AG, 78. Accuracy ACC, 55. Evade 57. Charisma CHA, 1. Threat level, high. Remark, if it would've been a bachelorette, sure, then you could've won easily against him. Not sure if you can beat him in combat though. If worse comes to worse, then you'll get your ass kicked. Nothing not used to. How the hell did he get such a boost in a small time? Don't tell me. He has a special ability like I do. Not bad-mouthing my enhancements now. Haha. I've been going way too easy on you until now. Bob was really calm now. It was like someone had hit a reset button to switch his mood. Last time, when I lost against you, the leader tortured me for so long. He dismembered my body parts one after another and exchanged them with body parts of various monsters. He did all of this without giving me any anesthesia. The pain was unbearable. It got to the point where my receptors stopped responding to the pain and I lost all sense of it. But that's not the only side effect. My appetite is gone. I can't even eat food anymore. I lost everyone I knew, my family, my friends, my love, everything. In order to make my body to accept these changes, they did numerous experiments on me. They did whatever they liked to me as if I was their toy. You destroyed my life, and now I'll destroy yours. Bob launched himself at Arnold, who barely managed to dodge in time, but it wasn't over yet. Bob's reaction time had improved significantly after powering up to S rank. He quickly turned around and threw a punch at Arnold, hitting him in the chest. You've received 1035 points of damage. Damage have been reduced by 259 points. Total damage received 776 points. Current HP 50,026,138. Status debuff acquired. Bleed. You'll lose 25 horsepower per second for the next 15 seconds. Skinning pain came like an earthquake as Arnold was thrown out of the room and into the corridor. He clenched his teeth tightly. Veins bulged on his face. His eyes were filled with pain as the bones in his left arm, which he used to block Bob's attack, had been shattered. Blood came out through his open mouth. Since he had acquired the bleed status effect, the pain this time lasted longer than before. Arnold was still trying to recover from Bob's attack when Bob appeared in front of him as if he was teleporting. Without any warning, Bob grabbed Arnold's head and knocked him out, threw him with such a tremendous force that he broke through the window and fell 17 floors down to the ground. Bob followed Arnold and jumped down from the broken window. Oh, not dead yet, huh? You keep surprising me. Any warrior below the rank of A would've died from the fall. Well, looks like he'll have to do it the old way. Bob laughed as he kicked over Arnold. Even though Arnold was alive because of the sacred protection ability, it wasn't like he was unscathed from the fall. He suffered multiple fractures throughout his body, and was losing a lot of blood. He had even lost his consciousness due to the excessive blood loss. Things were looking really bad for him when the host is unconscious and is unable to respond to the system's commands. Immediate attention to host's body is required. Failing to do so might cost the host his life. Following the system protocol, temporarily taking control over the host's body. Chapter 64. A game. What happened here? Arnold mumbled once he regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was the massive crater in front of him. All of his summons were standing around the crater looking at him with utmost respect. Arnold slowly made his way to the edge of the crater and saw a blood-mangled body of the once proud and strong Bob. His body was scattered into pieces around the crater. As Arnold looked down into the crater, his arms started shaking like crazy. His hands and robe were covered in blood. Even though Arnold had already killed quite a few people and had seen many gruesome things, the aftermath of the battle he was looking at was something no human could have ever achieved. The last thing he remembered was getting thrown out of building and hit the ground. Then his memories were hazy. He tried to recall anything, but it was all in vain. System. What the hell happened here? Arnold shouted with mixed emotions. He was happy that he was alive, but not having any memory of the fight definitely agitated him. When the system failed to reply, Arnold quickly turned towards the Talos, who was still transformed as Jake. What the hell happened here, Talos? The automaton raised his head when he heard his master's voice. You defeated the Inhuman, Master. Inhuman? Yes, Master. That's what the man said he was before you killed him. What do you mean I killed him? If I killed him, why don't I have any memory of it? Sorry, Master, but I don't know the answer to your question," Talos said in his electronic voice. "However, since I too found the incident to be a bit odd, I recorded everything I could." "That's good. At least I would be clueless about it after I watched the video." "You did well, Talos. I am glad to see you back to normal now." John's voice came from behind him. Arnold turned around to face him, but what he saw completely shocked him. All the members of the family, as well as few of the guild members that had participated in the battle and were alive, had aimed their skills and abilities at him. They were ready to fire at him on command. What is going on here?" Arnold asked Johnny, who seemed to be the only one who was acting normally. "Don't mind them. They are only doing what I told them to." Johnny smiled and touched Arnold's shoulders. "I can't be too careless after what I saw. Of course it wouldn't be a life-threatening situation for me if you lost control again, but sadly, I can't say the same about the others." "Just what the hell happened here? Why is everyone so scared of me all of a sudden? And why can't I remember anything?" Many questions were raised in Arnold's mind. Everyone except Johnny were scared shitless, even though their number was well over 300 and he and his summons were only half of that amount. "What about the mission? Where's the president and everyone else?" Arnold asked, still confused about everything. He felt like his brain would explode if he kept thinking about what happened there. "The vice president is in our custody. Sadly, his daughter and a few others were able to escape." As for the president, he nodded at Nathan, who came forward carrying a body bag with him. "He died while fighting me. I'm pretty sure it wasn't due to the fight. Something else might have happened. Maybe a heart attack? We won't know for sure until the post-mortem is completed." Arnold silently nodded. The others were still pointing, ready to unleash their skill on him, which made him feel uncomfortable. "Could you tell them it's all right now? I feel like I'm being interrogated right now." "Ha ha ha." "Of course." Johnny laughed and signaled everyone to relax. Everyone sighed in relief but didn't dare to move from their spot. "Again, I'm sorry for the cold atmosphere." "It's all right. Nathan and the others can handle the cleanup." Colt, Aiden. What was the chief's response? "The police will overlook the incident. Not that they had much choice. As far as they are considered, the members of Black family were never here." Aiden replied. "A fire broke out and consumed the guild in its entirety. It is suspected that the guild had been storing a highly inflammable monster material which caused the incident." "How does this story sound?" "Pretty good, I must say." Johnny replied. "Well, that settles it. We should head back now." "Could you wait for a second? I think I dropped something in the crater." "We'll be back soon," Arnold said and jumped into the crater. "Bob's body would still be of use. I can try to resurrect him using Jake's skill, and if that fails I can still use his blood to get new skills, and if he's resurrected, maybe he can tell me about those weird enhancements." It'll be problematic if enemies like him kept popping up again and again. And after that's been taken care of, I can watch the video that Talos recorded. "It's important for me to know exactly what happened here tonight after I lost consciousness." With this in his mind, Arnold stored the bits and pieces of Bob's body into the void and cancelled his summoning. Just when he was about to leave, something felt weird, as if someone or something was intently staring at him. At the rooftop of a building, near the Flying Swords Guild. "You think it's him?" a woman wearing a blue hood asked the person next to her. "After the scale of destruction he caused, he'll be disappointed if he isn't," a crimson-skinned woman replied. She had a lean face with an oval jaw, a thin nose, small ears, bony cheeks and small lips. Her pale and seductive blue eyes were puffy, and had thin eyebrows. The way she maintained her image showed off how sensitive she was about her looks. Her elbow-length, straight, bright pink hair was neatly braided. She had toned arms and hands with long fingers, a long torso with modest breasts, plump hips, long legs, and proportionate feet. There were multiple rings on her right hand. "I never thought we'd meet him so soon." "We're not, at least not yet. Immortal One wouldn't be pleased if we attacked his vassal directly. It'll be against the rules." "So what do you suggest?" "Make our pawns stronger." "I'm not giving up on this world. I won't let the Immortal One steal another world from me." "By me, "You mean us, right?" A black-skinned man interrupted the Crimson Woman. The man had an authoritative feel about him, because the moment he spoke up, the other woman instantly bowed down to him. Of course, the crimson-skinned women replied. But stopping the Immortal One wouldn't be sufficient, we'll have to stop the other 5 as well. The woman wearing the hood intervened. I've really started to like this game, but I'm tired of losing to the Immortal One. The man waved his hand as his eyes located Arnold. The feeling's mutual, that's why the 3 of us must unite. The hooded woman replied. Indeed. The man smiled. Unite and rule. Chapter 65, after Rio 16:13 a.m. At the Black Estate. In Arnold's room. Should I go and wake Nicole up? No, I should take care of the things I have to do first. Arnold thought as he opened the void and called Talos out. Talos was back to his normal form as he came out of the void. Master, you summoned me? Talos asked as the void closed behind him. You said you've recorded everything that I did, right? Yes, Master. Show me. Yes, Master. Talos' eyes started glowing as he turned toward the wall in front of Arnold. His eyes were like a projector, projecting a movie on a curtain. Arnold saw everything that led up to the moment where Bob threw him out of the window. Whatever he saw was from Talos' point of view. He could see that Talos was about to rush in to protect Arnold, but he was stopped by one of the guild warriors. Sir, why are you doing this? Their warrior asked Talos, who had been mistaken for Jake. Cut this crap and show me what happened after I fell down, Arnold said as he massaged his temples. His head was throbbing like it would explode any moment. My apologies, Master. Talos quickly changed the scene to when Arnold was already up and fighting. So by the time you returned to me, I was already engaged in combat with him? Arnold inquired. Yes, Master. I couldn't arrive earlier as the enemies kept coming back. Just carry on with the video. Talos didn't reply and turned back to face the wall. The last thing I remember was the activation of sacred protection just before I was about to hit the ground. I wanted to know what happened right after that, but looks like it won't be possible. Arnold thought, and continued to watch the video. Bob still had the upper hand and kept pushing Arnold back, but it seemed like his attacks got weaker and weaker with every punch, and Arnold wasn't getting injured by any of his attacks. No, it's not that I'm not getting injured, I'm healing continuously, he thought. But I don't have any abilities that can grant me such strong regeneration. Talos ran ahead to help him out, but Arnold raised his arms, instructing him to stop and not interfere in the fight. But something was off. His eyes were closed. But how am I being able to fight with my eyes closed? But it wasn't the only thing that had changed. Arnold was moving and fighting a way he had never before. Whenever he had tried to fight an enemy stronger than him, he had always prioritized his safety and used the Vindicator and the overwhelming number of his summons to suppress the enemy. But this time he was facing the enemy head-on, matching punch with and kick with a kick. Arnold wasn't the only one shocked by this change of fighting styles. Bob seemed confused by this sudden change as well. The monstrous brawler let loose with a cry of savage wildness, and launched himself at his Arnold, who was dressed in midnight black. Even as Bob let loose a torrent of blows at Arnold, unlike before, Arnold's composure remained calm. But this led to a smug smile playing on his face as he effortlessly manages to deflect all the brawler's attacks. With every unsuccessful strike, a look of uncertainty and anxiety creeps into the Bob's face. All of a sudden, a demonic voice came out of Arnold's mouth. He was speaking a language he himself haven't heard before, but somehow Arnold could understand whatever he was saying. You dare mock the paladin chosen by the Immortal One himself? The demonic voice bellowed. I'll make you regret ever being born into this world. At this moment a weird and spine-chilling sound was heard around the area, like it came from a void. A jet-black gate filled with darkness rose from the ground before Arnold. The endless dark space was a couple of meters tall. Bob was still sizing up the portal when a leg came out of the portal, followed by rest of the body of a demon. But he wasn't the only one who came out of the portal. Half a dozen demonic warriors that were been 1.5 to 2 meters tall, walked out from the gate one after another. They wore armor made of a weird material Arnold had never seen before. Two of them held a two-handed sword, another two had a club in their hands, while at the front of them stood a frost giant who had a halberd superscript 1 in his hands and rode on a bear-like beast. At the same time, inside the main mansion, the demon-like summons seemed to have some kind of relationship with Arnold, because as soon as they saw him, they immediately threw themselves at his feet like they were preaching their god. Johnny was giving a rough description to Nathaniel and Todd about what had happened during the battle. They were sitting in Nathaniel's private chamber. Isn't it common for a summon to behave like that? I mean, the summons exist because of the summoner, right? So to them, the summoner's existence is equivalent to that of gods. Todd sincerely asked. That's true, but I've never seen any of Arnold's other summons behave like that before. Arnold seemed different as well. I mean, at one moment he nearly died, and the next moment he's up and wrecking the person who nearly killed him. It's suspicious to say the least. Nathaniel was lost in thought. He knew Arnold's potential was immeasurable, but he had never thought that Arnold would have his unknown power within him. Many questions were simultaneously racing through his mind. Who was the artificially engineered being who would have the technology and resources to invest in such a project? How was Arnold able to physically subdue a being who had been artificially engineered? How come Arnold always overcomes and defeats his enemies in the end? Who were those mysterious summons? Nathaniel had always had a clear mental image of everyone he ever met. But the more he got to know about Arnold, the more blurry Arnold's image became in his mind. The story wasn't over yet, so he had to hold back the questions. What happened next? He asked Johnny. He again spoke in the same weird manner as the summons in front of him sprung back to their foot and mercilessly attacked the enhanced being, who somehow managed to defeat them all. But that wasn't the end of it. As for every summon he defeated, 2 more came through the black portal. Author's note: enhanced being equals Bob. What kind of terrifying power is that? Todd interrupted once again. Todd, don't interrupt him. Nathaniel told Todd to keep quiet, and turned towards Johnny once again. Continue. As I was saying, for every summon he defeated, 2 more came through the black portal. Soon the enhanced being got tired, and that was the moment it appeared. Just thinking about the monster made Johnny's skin crawl. What appeared? Despite Nathaniel's nagging, Todd couldn't refrain himself from asking questions again and again. A wyvern squared. Johnny replied, just its appearance caused havoc. But it wasn't a normal one. An ominous aura surrounded it as if it was made of the darkness itself. The thing which surprised me the most was the fact that Arnold's body absorbed the wyvern's aura along with the monsters that came out of the portal. His aura was like a supernova. The next moment, he jumped in the air and slammed his hands on his target. The enhanced being was crushed like an ant. The mysterious summons disappeared once Arnold had won. And you think Arnold can't control this power? Nathaniel asked. It would seem so, as he admitted he had no recollection of the incident whatsoever. Nathaniel sighed heavily. We have to do something about him. If he loses control here, it would be devastating to say the least. We can't endanger the safety of the family. I have a plan. Johnny gave a rare smile to Nathaniel. We can send Arnold to Rio de Janeiro, and let him train under his guidance. Really? Him of all people? Of course, Fernandez is the only SS-ranked psychic mage and the only one in the world who has better mind control capabilities than you. Furthermore, he's an experienced SS-ranked warrior, so even if Arnold activates his berserk mode again, he'll be able to suppress him. Johnny replied. You think he'll agree? Todd asked. Even if we haven't talked in years, he still owes me a couple of favors. Johnny smiled. Don't worry, he'll take care of it. 1. Halberd. A halberd is a two-handed pole weapon that came to prominent use during the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. The word halberd is most likely equivalent to the German word hellebarde, deriving from Middle High German Harmenbarte joint to Helmbarte. Troops that used the weapon were called halberdiers. 2. Wyvern. A wyvern, sometimes spelled wyvern, is a legendary bipedal winged dragon, usually depicted with a tail ending in a diamond or arrow-shaped tip. One as bipeds, wyverns often possess only 2 legs and no arms or front appendages. Chapter 66. After Rio 2, Arnold could barely sleep after what he saw. His mind was clouded with questions that he knew no one could answer. He had tried to seek these answers from the system, which had not been responsive ever since he regained consciousness after his fight with Bob. As of now, Arnold was only able to access the interface and all of the other functions, but he couldn't do anything apart from that. There were no reminders for tasks or the updates usually he got about his missions and stuff. Furthermore, he wasn't awarded any EXP for defeating Bob, but he wrote it off, thinking that technically it wasn't him who defeated Bob, so he wasn't given any rewards or EXP. Just as he was thinking about Bob, he got an idea. He had a lot of questions that Bob could have answered. The only issue was that Bob was already dead. He could let anyone among Duke, Cerberus, or Talos to use their transformation ability to transform into Bob and use his appearance to fool the vice president who was secretly under the family's custody and get some information from him. But Arnold highly doubted that John would fall for the trick, and even if he did, most likely he wouldn't have much to share either way. Furthermore, even if his summons could take Bob's form, they wouldn't have his memories with them, as the transformation ability could only give them his physical form and not his mentality or memories, thus making it useless for Arnold to get answers to the questions which even John didn't know. Wait, I can still try that. Arnold thought of a plan and quickly entered the void to carry his plans out. The dark and endless void was as calm as before. He could see his summons doing a variety of things, while the automatons he had made along with Talos were stacked up in a corner and were waiting for his command in standby mode. The undeads were busy in their own world while the golems were testing each other's strength as they always did. Panzer Superscript 1 was showing off the armor Arnold had given him after they successfully defeated the Bone Berserker, while Duke and Marshall were busy honing their skills. The Lava Hounds were happily chasing each other while Cerberus was quietly laying down, observing everyone else. The endless void was slowly filling up with Arnold's summons. The moment Arnold stepped into the void, all of his summons stopped whatever they were doing and quickly rushed up to him. They were confused about their master's sudden appearance, as Arnold always called them out wherever he needed anything from them and had no reason whatsoever to do otherwise. Arnold acknowledged their presence with a nod and moved towards the automatons. Talos, we got work to do. As soon as the words escaped from Arnold's mouth, Talos immediately bowed down to him like he usually did. Your command, Master? Transform into Jake and follow me. Yes, Master. Talos replied and immediately changed his form to look like Jake once again. Arnold headed towards the corner where remains of both Jake and Bob were scattered, while all of his summons followed him around. Arnold had stored both of their remains here because, even though the time inside the void was faster than the real world, the bodies won't decay inside the void as there were no microorganisms to do so. Also, using the void for this purpose was Arnold's intention since the beginning when he had bought the void domain skill from the shop. Who should I try to resurrect first? Arnold mumbled as he tried to decide who he should resurrect first, as the number of beings that could be resurrected using Animate Dead ability was limited and he didn't want to waste any of the 20 precious slots provided to him. After pondering for a while, Arnold decided to resurrect Bob for now, because no one else could provide the answers that Arnold wanted. He had also wanted to resurrect Jake, wanting him to question about the origin of the systems and the ones they referred to as higher existence, but then decided not to as he didn't felt a need to seek answers to those questions right now. Arnold also thought that he got to always ask the system once again when it is back online, and decided to resurrect Jake in the worst case when the system never comes online. Though he doubted that even Jake would know much about these higher existence, in the end he gave the command to Talos, who proceeded to do as he was told to. The moment Talos activated the ability, the darkness of the void covered up Bob's mangled corpse. Soon the body started to take form as the head got reattached to the body it was once a part of. Soon his monstrous limbs got adjusted to the body as well. Within a few moments the body of the monstrous Bob was standing before him. Bob slowly opened his eyes, and saw Arnold in front of him. Anger filled him once again. Without wasting a single moment, he jumped towards Arnold, wanting to kill him once and for all. Right before his attack was about to connect with Arnold's face, his body froze as if an unknown power was stopping him from doing so. Bob furiously looked around, but nothing was holding him back. He tried to attack Arnold again, but it yielded the same result. "Ah, let me kill you," Bob shouted in agony. "You haven't learned the lesson even after dying, have you?" Arnold smirked because he knew exactly why Bob wasn't able to harm him, as numerous notifications kept informing him about what was happening. "I've turned you into one of my summons. You'll never be able to hurt me or disobey my orders anymore. I'll never give up." Bob shouted and tried once again to punch Arnold, but the result remained unchanged. Arnold massaged his head as it had started to pain once more and said, "Look, it's really fun and all, seeing you desperately trying to do something you'll never be able to, but I can't waste my time trying to reconcile with you. So how about you yield to me and acknowledge me as your master, and in return, I'll try not to mistreat you. How does it sound?" "Never." "I was hoping you'd say that." "Now bow down to me," Arnold yelled at the top of his voice. "Humphrey, you think he'll do?" Before Bob could even complete what he was trying to say, the mysterious power forced him to kneel in front of Arnold. Bob tried with all his might to repel the force, but in the end he couldn't do it and had to give in to the power. "You actually thought you, a lowly summon, could challenge my authority inside my domain? How foolish are you?" Arnold said with a sense of authority in his voice and placed his foot on top of Bob's kneeling figure. "Let me tell you this, you will obey me no matter what. If you do it willingly, you'll be awarded, and if you don't, I'll just kill you and resurrect you again and again till you do. Understand?" "Why? Yes." "I couldn't hear you." "I said, yes, master." "Good boy." Arnold had bluffed a lot when he said that kill him and resurrect him again and again, because if he resurrected him again using the animate dead ability, it would take another one of the limited 20 slots. He also lied that he could force Bob into submission if he desired to do so, as the power he had over his summons only remain inside the void, and the void's authority couldn't be used outside into the real world until and unless a summon have into his authority and accepted him as his master. In order to achieve this, Arnold could only try to bait Bob, and hope he would take it, which he did. The notification which just popped up on Arnold's interface confirmed that you've successfully obtained a new summon. You've created 130 elite summons. Name, Bob Marcel. Type, unknown. Level, 82. Rank, A. Role, Brawler. Affinity abilities: Absorb elements, Shatter, Hidden Step, Burning Hands. Expand to view 4 more. HP, 60,506,050. Mana energy, 50,005,000. Strength STR, 84. Defense Def, 65. Stamina STA, 79. Intelligence INT, 45. Agility AG, 68. Accuracy ACC, 45. Evade DVD, 57. Charisma CHA, 1. Would you like to rename your summon? Yes or no? Yes. An evil smile appeared on his face yet again as he renamed Bob. Bad Breath. Bad Breath's mouth twitched as he stood up to protest against his master. "You got a problem with that?" Arnold gave Bad Breath a soul-piercing look, and Bad Breath immediately bowed down to him in fear and frustration. "No, master," he mumbled. After all, how could a mere summon go against his master? "Now, since that's been taken care of, I want you to answer my questions." 1. Arnold gave the name Panzer to one of his frost golems, whom he had given the armor that he took from the Bone Berserker after he defeated it. Chapter 67, Off to Rear 3 War Arc. Final part. At least I got something out of him, after smacking that idiot once or twice. Still, there are a lot of questions that I need answers to, but at least I'm not completely clueless. I need to find out more about this organization and the leader. Arnold had just gotten out of his domain after interrogating Bad Breath when he heard someone knock on the door. "Mr. Arnold, are you in there?" Voice of one of the butlers came through the door. The butler continued what he had to say once Arnold opened the door. Master Nathaniel had requested an audience with you, immediately. Sure, he'll just freshen up and then he'll head down to the main mansion, Arnold replied. He too wanted to talk with Nathaniel about the things he had learned from Bad Breath. As you please, sir. He'll arrange for someone to take you there. Thanks, Arnold said as he closed the door. And freshen up before heading to Nicole's room. After all, he hadn't seen her for 2 days. Nicole is really mad at me this time? Or maybe it's because of puberty. Arnold thought, I gotta spend more time with her, I guess. Nicole didn't even speak to him when Arnold entered her room. He felt like something was bothering her. He asked her about it but she didn't give him a proper answer, so he hugged her and left for the mansion. Arnold got out of the car, in front of the mansion gate, when a man suddenly came running to him and gave him a bear hug. Whoa, Arnold mumbled and pushed the man away from him. Do I even know you? I apologize for my husband's behavior. He's a very emotional man, you see, a woman said, slowly walking towards them, and when he heard that you were the one who saved our daughter, he just couldn't control himself. Director Natalia, it's good to see you again. Arnold smiled and shook hands with her and her husband. And you don't need to thank me for anything. Because they were put in danger because of me in the first place. Mr. Ling, no, Arnold, we don't know nor care about what you're saying. The only thing that we do care about is that you saved our daughter and that's it. Natalia said, I know I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done. But if you ever need our help with anything, don't hesitate to ask. We'll try our best to help you out. Thanks for the offer. I'll keep it in my mind, Arnold said. By the way, how's Nina doing? Better than before. She's still bedridden though. Maybe you should go and meet her sometime. I'll try to do that. But for now, I think I should pay a visit to Nathaniel first. Of course, sorry for taking your time. Sheldon, Natalia's husband, spoke up for the first time. Arnold just nodded at them and went inside to meet Nathaniel. Arnold was escorted to the same hall he had been to before when he was invited by Nathaniel for the first time. But this time, the lunch hall actually looked like one. Nathaniel and Johnny were already sitting at the table, apparently waiting for Arnold. Arnold, come and sit with us, will you? Nathaniel smiled and gestured to the chair next to him. Arnold did what he was told and sat down next to Nathaniel, facing towards Johnny. So you guys wanted to talk about something? Arnold asked, looking at the other two. Straight to the point, as always. He reminds me of you, Johnny. Don't you agree? Nathaniel looked at Johnny and smiled. Right, he does, Johnny replied, before turning towards Arnold and continuing. Arnold, before we go into the details, I'd like to ask you a question. Sure. That power you used during the fight with that guy, you can't control it, can you? Johnny asked. No, I can't. For now. Do you remember about what happened afterwards? No, I don't remember anything, but I know what happened there. Do you? Yes. One if my automatons recorded everything that happened. So now you know, what kind of destructive power is dormant within you. Nathaniel intervened into the conversation. The more destructive the power is, the more is the need to control it. But till you can control it, the danger to yourself and everyone around you. Arnold bit his lip and cursed his luck. He could figure out where this conversation was heading to, and he was more or less prepared for the worst. He didn't have any issues with being disowned by the family. After all, no one in their right mind would endanger the safety of an entire family because of one person. The only thing which troubled him was, what would happen to Nicole after he's gone? He had to make sure that she'll be allowed to live as a member of the family. I don't have any problems with you people kicking me out of the family, but please don't do the same to Nicole. She has got nothing to do with my powers. She's still weak. And both Nathaniel and Johnny burst with laughter after hearing what Arnold was saying. Arnold was super confused about what was going on. Ha ha. Good lord, this was the funniest things I've heard in a long time. Nathaniel spoke up after laughing to his heart's content. Who said anything about kicking you out? Huh. So that's not what you guys wanted to talk to me about? Arnold said, with a confused face. You know about Nicholas Fernandez, don't you? Johnny asked Arnold, wiping his tears. Yes, I do. He has agreed to train you so that you'll be able to control your powers. Johnny continued. You have a flight for Rio de Janeiro in 4 hours. Wait, I'm leaving today? Why? You don't want to? Nathaniel asked. I do. It's just too sudden. If thinking about your sister, then don't worry. Well, take good care of her. Nathaniel smiled and patted Arnold's shoulders. Thanks. I too wanted to tell you guys about something I've come to know. It took Arnold more than an hour to tell Nathaniel and Johnny about whatever he knew about the Inhuman Project, the mysterious organization that wanted to kidnap Nicole for unknown reasons, and about their masked leader. Essentially, he told them everything that Bad Breath had told him. Thanks for all the information, Arnold. It'll help us a lot to uncover the secrets of the people behind this, Nathaniel said, stroking his beard. But how did you get all this information, if you don't mind me asking? Just an informant. Could you give us the contact information of this informant? Johnny asked. He's dead. Technically, Arnold wasn't lying, as Bob was already dead. Look, if you don't want to tell us, it's okay, we understand. After all, the informant's life might get in danger if an unknown party contacted him all of a sudden, and he might cut every contact with you too. Even though Nathaniel said so, he didn't believe that Arnold actually had an informant inside the organization, as it was impossible to accomplish so much in such a short duration. He decided not to cross-question Arnold, as he might get upset with all the questioning, and decided to let go of the matter for now. I'll take my leave then. I hope that the training won't be long. So do we. Have a safe trip and don't worry about Nicole. Well, take care of her, Nathaniel said as Arnold got up to pack his stuff and leave for Rio. Chapter 68, New Beginning, 2nd Volume, Prologue. 1 year later, Rio de Janeiro. Beep 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 beep. It's morning already? Arnold yawned, trying to disable the alarm. Why won't it stop already? He slammed his fist down on the alarm, successfully shattering it into pieces. TSK. I really need to control my strength. I can't keep replacing the alarm clocks forever, Arnold thought, and started stretching his muscles once he got up from the bed. How long has it been now? Little over a year maybe? Arnold thought, and brewed some coffee for himself. Before leaving to shower, he looked at his reflection, which was being cast on the mirror present in the bathroom. His appearance had changed a lot in a year. He had grown 5 to 6 inches taller, and now stood 65 inches tall. But that wasn't all. His looks had changed drastically. He looked pretty handsome now, which definitely made his life easier in Brazil, and it was all thanks to his increased charisma. His body had gone through a lot of changes as well, and was more durable, more agile, and stronger. He undid his elbow-length hair and took off his clothes as he stepped into the shower. Previously he hadn't been interested in tattoos because it didn't suit his skinny body, but it was a different story now. His body was buffed a bit more after investing dozens upon dozen points to increase his strength and stamina. Open interface, Arnold thought, and a system window immediately popped up in front of him. Name, Arnold Ling. Title, Crouching Figure. Level, 62. Rank, B. Special skill, Devil's Rage. Class, Cosmic Creationist. Subclass, Magical Gunslinger. LVL 10. Max level, EXP. Abilities: Quick Shot LVL, 10. Explosive Shot LVL, 10. Expand to C3 more. Engineering Pioneer LVL 7. EXP, 03000. Abilities: Quick Assembly LVL, 7. Efficient Recycling LVL, 6. Expand to C2 more. Blood Maniac LVL 14. EXP, 478,515,000. Abilities: Blood Necromancy LVL 14. Bloodborne Intelligence LVL 12. Expand to C2 more. Affinity: Ice, Wind and Water, Lava, Earth and Fire. Increase your intelligence to learn more affinities. Personal details and stats: HP, 1,013,810,138. Mana, 78,377,837. EXP, 580,015,000. Strength STR, 96. Defense Def, 75 due to the gears. Stamina STA, 78. Intelligence INT, 149. Agility AC, 83. Accuracy ACC, 94. Evade DVD, 78. Charisma CHA, 86. Mystic Miss, 155. Summons details, number of elite summons, 630. Total number of summons, 204. Expand to see details. Abilities. Essence of Life LVL, 5. Poseidon's Blessing LVL, 5. Static Rage LVL, 5. Rapid Flash LVL, 5. Elemental Control, Ice LVL, 7. Icy Veil LVL, 5. Elemental Summoning, Frost Golem LVL, 8. Expand to view 27 more abilities. Attribute points remaining, 55. Potential points remaining, 14. DSK. I don't know why does this system insists on calling me a B-ranked warrior. My level is low according to the system, but my stats are way better than most of the A-ranked bastards. Arnold mumbled, turning off the shower. He thought so because on an average A-ranked warrior's stats rarely above 8,090 points, while most of his attributes were more than that. Dump all attribute points into intelligence. I already have too many summons and for the potential points. Nah, leave them be, you'll decide what to do with them later. Request acknowledged. Although Arnold's stats were sky high and he was progressing at an insane pace, it had led to some unforeseen complications. One of the first problems he encountered was the inability to learn any more skills or affinities. For the past 6 months, whenever he had tried to learn a new ability or affinity, the system had always refused and didn't allow him to learn either of them, until and unless he replaced them. Yes, he had to replace his old abilities to learn new ones. Arnold wouldn't have had any problem with replacing his abilities if the replaced abilities were of the same level as the abilities they were being replaced with, but it wasn't like that. If he replaced an old ability with a new one, the new ability would be of LVL1. Thus it was useless for Arnold to invest more and more potential points to upgrade the skills. Furthermore, the skills once replaced are lost forever. The only way to get rid of this problem was by increasing the intelligence stat, as it allowed him to increase the number of abilities and affinities he could use. But it led to another issue. Arnold discovered that once his stats crossed the limit as 120 points, it became a pain in the butt to increase it again, as it required not 1 but 5 attribute points to increase it once. Meaning if he used 50 points to increase his intelligence, it would only increase by 10 points and not 50 points. The same thing happened with the mystic stat. The only solution to this problem was to clear more and more dungeons. It would have been easier for Arnold to if he was in USA, as the jurisdiction of every guild was well defined and no other guild could attempt to clear a dungeon which fell under some other guild's jurisdiction until and unless they get a permission from the guild which controlled that dungeon. But this wasn't the case in Brazil. There were no jurisdictions, neither an independent proper body to decide which guild would get to attempt a dungeon. It was done on a first-come first-served basis. Furthermore, the guild had to pay to the government to be able to use the dungeon, which, of course, led to corruption, as few guilds would pay the government officials beforehand and thus would gain monopoly over a certain region for a certain time. Arnold was still thinking about his abilities and skills when his communicator started ringing. Arnold picked it up and a familiar face popped up in front of his eyes. Arnold Ermau, I've got a good news for you. A dungeon popped up in your vicinity. The man smiled. Author's note: Irmão means brother in Portuguese. Send me the address, I'll be there shortly. Arnold smiled back as the desire to battle filled his heart. Chapter 69, New Beginning, 2nd Volume, Prologue to At an Unknown Location. Don't be afraid, I only want you to give me some intelligence. Nathan took out a photograph and asked, You know him, right? It was a photograph of Bad Breath that Arnold had provided them from Taylor's memories. The scientist felt waves in his heart rising and shook his head vigorously. If he leaked any information, the leader would kill his entire family. I put him through a lie detector. He is lying. one of the interrogators interjected. Moreover, his heart rate is increasing like crazy. He's scared, which is understandable. Since you are so afraid, you are probably aware of what went on behind the scenes. Let me ask you directly, are you related to the Inhuman Project? Nathan raised his brows and knew that he might have caught a link to the mastermind after a year of continuous investigation. No, I have never heard of Inhuman Project before. You guys caught the wrong person. The scientist's lips were sealed. However, none of them believed him. DSK, I really hoped it would come to this. Call Johnny. Nathaniel ordered the others and turned around to leave the room. The scientist's face turned pale when he heard Johnny's name. He knew exactly who Johnny was and what he was capable to do. Now that's more like it. Nathan bellowed and sat in front of the scientist, who was shaking so bad that the chair he was tied to made a creaking noise. Tell me whatever you know. Don't skip a single detail, or else who knows what will happen to you. At the same time, Ipanema Beach, Rio de Janeiro. Arnold here. The man who had called Arnold rushed to welcome him near the dungeon. The name of this man was Gabriel Oliveira. Standing at 6'2" inches tall, this brown-skinned man had a very distinctive feeling about him. Unlike his bubbly personality, he had an angular face, a small nose, puffy lips. His hazel eyes were bulging and had neat eyebrows. He had short, straight, blonde hair which is worn in a spiky style. There was nothing special about his physique. He had a short neck, broad shoulders, short arms and large hands. A long torso with defined muscles, a narrow waist, short legs, and wide feet. His whole body was a canvas for numerous floral, watercolor, illustrative and simple tattoos. This was expected. After all, he was the one who encouraged Arnold to get a tattoo. He wore the similar type of clothes like he always did, ripped, traditional clothes that were mostly light-colored and loose. Arnold everything has been prepared, Gabriel informed Arnold as he made his way through the crowd. It's a rank A dungeon, just like you wanted it to be. How the heck did you manage to get hold of such a dungeon? It must have cost a lot of money, Arnold said, sizing up the portal in front of him. He had wanted to clear as many dungeons as he possibly could because of the rank up quest that was given to him by the system. Rank advancement quest, Grade A, Versatile 2, Introduction. To be the strongest you need to have various cards up your sleeves. Task: max out your existing subclasses and gain 2 more subclass. Progress: 13 subclasses maxed out. 02 subclass obtained. Weapon Master. Introduction. Build and use weapons of different classes to learn the pros and cons of each type of weapon. Task: forge 4 weapons belonging to different classes and use them in actual combat. Weapon used by your allies and summons can contribute to this task as long as they use weapons which were forged by you. Progress: 44 weapons crafted and used in combat. Unbeatable. Introduction. Your current powers won't be enough to face the trials of the Immortal One. Task: clear at least 10 A-ranked dungeons, 15 B-ranked dungeons and 20 C-ranked dungeons. You have to clear the B and C-ranked dungeons on your own. Using your summons is allowed, but no one else should interfere in your battle. The same restrictions are applied on the A-ranked dungeons, but they can be waived under special circumstances. Progress: 110 A-rank dungeons cleared. 1215 B-rank dungeons cleared. 2020 C-rank dungeons cleared. Completion rewards: an exclusive class upgrade. Unlock evolutionary path. New knowledges have been added to shop. Complete the rank advancement to unlock your level progress and level up normally. Arnold wasn't typically interested in the rank advancement quest that was given to him as it was long and tiring. But its rewards are good and he didn't had anything else to do. But still, his rewards didn't make the tasks any less tiring. For starters, he'd have to upgrade his existing subclasses to maximum level as well as learn 2 new subclasses and level them up as well. The issue here was the unavailability of good subclass knowledges in the knowledge shop. The knowledges present in the shop had nothing to do with his present abilities and skill set. making Arnold reluctant to invest his time and beast crystals into buying them, as he wasn't certain if he'd be able to gain abilities after learning about the subclasses like he did previously. Not to mention the insane amount of dungeons have to clear to meet the conditions of the unbeatable subquest. Soloing a C or B rank dungeon wasn't a big deal for him nowadays, as most of his summons were already ranked at C or above. The issue was with clearing A rank dungeons alone, as it was time taking to do so, and A rank dungeons had a possibility of having a S ranked boss inside them. Although Arnold had 6 A ranked summons under his command, he highly doubted they'll be able to kill a S-ranked boss by themselves. Arnold Dermau. Gabriel pointed at something behind Arnold, who turned around to see that the most annoying person he had met in Rio was making her way towards him. Cameras immediately started flashing once she made an appearance. After all, she was one of the most popular actresses of Brazil, as well as his teacher's stepsister. Arnold, Maymore. Where have you been? I was so worried about you, Christina said while seductively looking at Arnold. Even Nico Ermau didn't know your whereabouts. Author's note: Maymore means my love in Portuguese. What are you doing here, Christina? I thought you were busy shooting a movie or something. Arnold had saved her life once, along with her stepbrother, Nicolas Fernandez, and it was the biggest mistake he ever made, because ever since then, she had been trying to get into his pants and wouldn't take no for an answer, no matter how many times Arnold declined her advances. Arnold even went to Nicholas to sort out this mess, but to his dismay, even Nicholas wanted them to get together. The only way to get rid of the problem was to ghost them, and only Gabriel was allowed to contact him. Gabriel, did you? Arnold was interrupted by a government official. Do you plan to enter the dungeon, or should I send in someone else? Yeah. I'm going in. Arnold stepped forward. The official had a malicious smile on his face as he continued, I'm sorry, but according to the rating of the dungeon, a team of at least 5 rank A warriors is allowed to enter the dungeon. Unfortunately, I can't allow you to enter the dungeon and would have to revoke your authority over the dungeon. The officials turned around to let the other guild step into the dungeon, as they had paid him to gain the rights to the dungeon. But before the official could do anything, Arnold stopped him. You need just 5, right? He said. Yes. The official replied. That's feasible. Arnold smiled. Chapter 70. Transdimensional Portal 1. You need just 5, right? Arnold said. Yes. The official replied. That's doable. Arnold smirked. Come forth. A second later, the government official was surrounded by 4 out of Arnold's 6 elite summons: Duke, Cerberus, Talos, and Bad Breath. Chills went down his spine when all of the summons simultaneously released their murderous aura. The government official was completely overwhelmed by them and could barely speak. I suppose this should be enough. Arnold smirked after seeing the official's reaction. To suppose it shall be okay. The employee managed to spurt out what he wanted to say before his legs gave out and he stumbled and fell in front of Arnold and Gabriel. Well, have a talk when I return. Till then, guard the portal and make sure no one gets in. Arnold gave a sharp look to the men who were prepared to enter the dungeon instead of him. All of them were equipped with a weird, white-colored battle armor that looked like it was made of bones from various monsters. On each of their chests was an insignia of the guild they belonged to. White wolves. The black-colored stars were visible one under their shoulders. This was the ranking system used by their guild. Under this system, having 2 stars meant the warrior was of rank C, 3 stars meant that the person was at rank B, 4 stars meant rank A, and 5 stars meant rank S. However, as far as Arnold knew, not a single member of their guild was of rank S, so all Arnold could see was warriors having 3 or 4 stars. Even though they didn't have a single S-ranked warrior in their guild, they were still one of the most successful guild of Brazil. Why, you ask? Because this guild was a private guild which was owned by the son of the current president of Brazil. Nepotism and corruption always go hand in hand. Arnold let sighed heavily as he entered the purple-colored portal superscript 1. To everyone's surprise, the moment Arnold walked into the dungeon, 7 warriors of the White Wolves Guild simultaneously jumped in as well. while the rest of them blocked the path of everyone else, hence blocking Gabriel and Christina from entering the portal as well. All of this happened while national news channels were covering this incident, but both Gabriel and Christina doubted that any action would be taken against the White Wolves, as the president had most of the media outlets as well as the security agencies in his pockets. Him calling brother. This time these idiots went too far. Christina was fuming. Gabriel was trying his best to calm her down, but even he was slightly worried about Arnold. "Please be okay, Arnold Dermau," he mumbled. Now this is something new. Arnold blew a whistle as he entered the dungeon, but unlike what he was expecting, the interior of this dungeon was like a dense rainforest. The forest was tremendously huge, murky, and budding. Its canopy was monopolized by cypress, fir, and dogwood trees, and rays of light bursting through their crowns allowed for a motley of plants to spread in the fertile soils below. Thick branches hung from many trees, and a hodgepodge of flowers, which were scattered sporadically, looked almost out of place in the otherwise dark green landscape. A clamor of beastly sounds, most of which were foraging beasts, filled the air, and overpowered the occasional sounds of birds of prey gliding in the air. It was like an ecosystem of monsters and beasts. Arnold had never seen such a beautiful yet dangerous place in his life. "Is this a trans-dimensional portal?" Arnold mumbled. Unlike the other dungeons he had been to, this type of dungeon was called a trans-dimensional dungeon. These type of dungeons were extremely rare but had been discovered before in various countries. Essentially these portals acted as a gateway between two different realms. The only problem with these dungeons was that unlike the other dungeons which had a single entrance and exit, this dungeon had different entry and exit portals, and in order to activate the exit portal, one had to defeat all the monsters present inside the dungeon, including the boss-level monster. There was another issue with this type of dungeon. Since this dungeon wasn't in the human world, none of the human technology would function inside these dungeons, meaning his communicator and surveillance devices were useless. But clearing a trans-dimensional dungeon was highly rewarding, as most of these dungeons had enchanted gears hidden inside them, and even though Arnold couldn't use these weapons due to his cosmic creationist class, he could always give them to his summons to indirectly increase his combat power. Is it possible that those white bastards already knew that this dungeon was a trans-dimensional dungeon? Arnold thought as he carefully looked around the forest he was in. As far as I know, there's no way they could have known it. Arnold was still thinking about what he should do next when a couple of mammoth-like beasts surrounded him and prepared to attack him at any moment. Behemoths squared. Let's see if they are strong enough to be resurrected later on. Arnold smiled as he called upon his newest summon, Asterios cubed, a brown-skinned minotaur whose strength even exceeded the strength of Duke when he was in his Reaper form. Right now Asterios was his strongest summon in terms of strength, but he wasn't very sharp. One could call him P-Brain. "Asterios, think you can handle one of them?" Arnold asked the 12-feet-tall minotaur, who huffed loudly and mindlessly charged at the behemoth in front of him. At least his energy and spirit make up for his mindlessness. Now let's handle the other guy. 1. The colors of the portal signifies the rank of it. You can understand it by looking at the table below. Rank color: E white, D green, C blue, B red, A purple, S black. 2. Behemoth's name likely refers to the biblical use, where the behemoth is a giant land animal often interpreted as a mammoth, created by God, as a demonstration of power, the counterpart to the Leviathan. It may also be referring to the primary definition of behemoth, a huge and monstrous creature. The word itself derives from behema, the Hebrew word for beast. 3. In Crete, the Minotaur was known by the name Asterion, a name shared with Minos' foster father. So I changed the name a bit, from Asterion to Asterios. Chapter 71, Trans-Dimensional Portal 2. Oh look, it's angry. Arnold stretched his neck and chuckled, when he saw the 16-feet behemoth in front of him was huffing angrily as it prepared to run him over. Author's note: height of the actual behemoth was around 70 meters or 229 feet. In case anyone is wondering about it, Asterios was having a good time as well. After all, the Minotaurs were race-born to fight, and Asterios was one of the biggest and the strongest Minotaur Arnold had ever fought with. He was ferocious even though he only had about 65% of his strength when he was alive. No wonder he was a dungeon boss before he was resurrected as one of Arnold's summons. Asterios looked really happy as it was the first time Arnold had called him out and was fighting along his side. Arnold was using his good old Vindicator and quickly shot a couple of bullets at the behemoth in front of him. The Vindicator had undergone many upgrades as well and was now an A-ranked weapon which had the ability to simultaneously shoot different types of bullets. Thanks to Arnold's maxed out magical gunslinger abilities, the damage dealt by the weapon had also increased a lot. You've dealt 598 plus 84 points of damage to your target. Damage inflicted after damage reduction due to target's defense, 122. Your bullets triggered the exclusive skill, Double Edge. Damage dealt was multiplied by a factor of 2. Total damage dealt, 244. Target's remaining HP, 87,569,000. Icy bullets aren't much effective against Behemoth. Not much effective, huh? Well, we can always change that, can't we? Arnold shrugged his shoulders before dodging the Behemoth's attack. The Behemoth ran past him and slowly turned around to face him once again. All of a sudden, Arnold's hands started glowing and his guns made a clicking sound as if a new magazine was inserted in them. I know you have a tough skin, but let's see if you can tolerate this, Arnold yelled as he prepared for the recoil that was about to hit him. Arnold's shot pierced the odd noise of the forest as fiery bullets were shot from his gun successfully managed to hit their mark. You've dealt 778 plus 84 points of damage to your target. Damage inflicted after damage reduction due to target's defense, 212. Your bullets triggered the exclusive skill, Double Edge. Damage dealt was multiplied by a factor of 2. Your bullets triggered the exclusive skill, Lucky Shot. True damage of 300 horsepower has been dealt to the target. The target is burnt and would suffer additional damage of 1.5% of its max HP for 3 seconds. Total damage dealt, 1,129. Target's remaining HP, 76,279,000. Although his shot managed to trigger so many exclusive skills, the damage was much less than what Arnold had expected. It's got a high defense stat, its skin is thicker than Asterios' skull and it's huge. Do these qualities make the Behemoth special enough to be resurrected as an elite summon? Arnold thought as he kept firing more of his fiery bullets at the Behemoth. At most Arnold could use this bullets for 45 times before his guns got overloaded, but he already had a solution to end this fight in the next 3 to 4 shots. Before he fired his next shot, Arnold activated his Berserker's Rage ability and his attributes as well as the damage-causing skills got a temporary buff off 150%. Let's dance, shall we? Arnold smiled and emptied his gun on the Behemoth. After fighting and slaying a couple of more behemoths, Arnold was sweating heavily, even his hair was damp from his sweat. He held his knees and panted, glad that the battle finally came to an end. Their skin is way thicker than I thought. I'm exhausted. He kicked the body of the behemoth that he and his summons had slain, before storing it in his void. 5 behemoths. That should give me more than enough material to forge new armors for everyone. Arnold wiped the sweat on his forehead, before telling Cerberus to use his blood rune and obtain the behemoth's form as a transformation. Arnold was actually enjoying all the monster hunting in this new place, but it was taking a lot more time than he could afford. He still had to look for all the monsters in this area and hope that he finds the boss soon. He was playing with his guns when an idea hit him. Of course, why didn't I do it earlier? He exclaimed loudly. Even his summons got startled a bit by his sudden scream. The forest is full of organic things after all. He tightened his grip on his gloves and ordered his summons to stay behind him as he prepared to unleash the arcane flames to burn down the entire forest. Once the forest was on fire, the monsters would only have 2 choices: Either run out of the forest and into the ambush prepared by him, or stay inside the forest and burn to a crisp. After successfully igniting the fire, he instructed his non-organic summons, like frost golems, automatons, and lava hounds, to help in spreading the fear throughout the forest, while the others prepared to engage the monsters that would soon be rushing towards them. This is going to be a lot of fun. He smiled as the sea of flames spread through the forest, and consumed everything in its path. Arnold then used his elemental control, earth ability to raise many platforms and stationed his summons on them while he waited for the chaos to begin. Soon there was some movement on in front of him. He was expecting a load of monsters to be running at them, but instead of monsters, half a dozen men walked out of the forest. They were all adorned in a white armor. They seemed to be dragging something behind them. It was one of Arnold's automaton that had been shattered into pieces. Only its main body was intact. You thought you could simply steal our dungeon and walk out of here like nothing happened? Really? One of the men laughed and threw the destroyed automaton at Arnold's feet. What are you laughing at, jerk? Nothing. I was just imagining how your sad faces would look like once I'm done with you lot. Arnold smirked and jumped down from the platform he was standing on. Chapter 72. Trans-dimensional Portal 3. Do you even know how much time and resources it takes to build one of these? Arnold mindlessly asked the people who were in front of him, after sending the broken automaton back into the void. Actually, Arnold didn't really care about the broken automaton much. With his current abilities, the cost of constructing an automaton wasn't very high. He just wanted to buy some time for what he was planning to do. Don't worry about that. You'll be joining your robot soon enough. The guy who had thrown the broken automaton at Arnold responded and stretched his neck. No wonder you're able to clear dungeons in your own. How many of those suckers can you control? Not that many, to be honest. Arnold shrugged his shoulders. I thought I made it clear that this dungeon was mine to use. Didn't I? So what, my guy? Listen, we're not here to instigate an unnecessary rivalry between your master and our guild. So how about you step aside and let us handle this dungeon? Author's note. By master he's referring to Nicholas. You think you can handle this dungeon by yourself? What are you, an A-ranked warrior with a few others? Arnold waved his hands around. Tell you what, I'll step aside and let you do whatever you like with this dungeon if you answer one of my questions. Since we're trying to avoid any bloodshed, I think it'll be alright. The man replied and took his helmet off to face Arnold. If that's the case, then I won't take much of your time. Did you guys already know that this was a trans-dimensional dungeon? What do you think? The guy smirked. I think I've answered your question. Now get lost. TSK. Why don't you guys just listen to me for once? Arnold mumbled and quickly used his probe skill on the guy. Just like his other skills, even the probe skill had undergone various changes and now showed more information about his targets than just their attributes and abilities. Name, Samuel Jacobson. Age, 44. Level, 82. Rank, A. Role, Brawler. Affinity abilities: Ultra Tough Skin, Bone Manipulation, Enhanced Sight. HP, 60,006,000. Mana Energy, 54,305,690. Strength STR, 84. Defense Def, 85. Stamina STA, 79. Intelligence INT, 55. Agility AG, 68. Accuracy ACC, 75. Evade DVD, 57. Charisma CHA, 87. Threat level, low. Personality, rogue, unfaithful, motivated and malicious. Job, guild agent. 49% satisfied. Physical health, no notable issues. Afraid of death, pain, and getting lost. Fitness level, 51% increasing. Motivation, a thirst for adventure. Now that's an odd man. He's afraid of death and yet he's walking around in the dungeon like he owns the place. Arnold thought, if he's afraid of death, then let's get rid of it. I told you to get out of the way. Samuel shouted and threw something that looked like an bone spear at Arnold. who didn't move an inch from where he was standing and effortlessly grabbed the spear. "I guess this is your so-called bone manipulation ability?" Arnold smiled as the spear disintegrated in his hands. This was the drawback of his cosmic creationist class. Any and every type of weapon that he touched would be turned into dust. This was to ensure that he wouldn't be able to use a weapon until and unless it was either made by him or bought from the systems shop. Although, in first glance it may seem like this drawback was a pain in the butt, but actually this was a hidden bonus for Arnold, because this way all he had to do was to touch the weapons of his enemies and their combat efficiency was drastically reduced. He had often used this strategy to slay numerous monsters inside the dungeons. The only ones who were immune to this effect were brawler and tank type monsters and human, as they utilized their physical abilities to fight an enemy. The expression on Samuel's face changed in an instant when the spear made of his bones got turned into dust right in front of his eyes. His teammates probably had a similar reaction. No couldn't be sure of it as they were still wearing their helmets. "The spear was made up from your bones, right? I wonder what will happen when I touch you," Arnold said as he brushed the bone dust off himself. "Thanks for the chit-chat. I was starting to get bored by all the hunting and so were they." "Friend, you think your summons could actually..." One of the other warriors started speaking, but he froze when suddenly the ground started vibrating. All of his teammates simultaneously turned around and saw the swarm of monsters that were racing towards them. Arnold's plan had worked. Each and every monster residing in the forest was headed towards him and his summons. Arnold was pretty confident that his army of summons could easily handle these many monsters. But it wasn't the case for the ones who had invaded this dungeon after him. There was no doubt that the 6 of them were strong enough to handle the dungeon on their own, but they could only do that if they had lots of time and the monsters were scattered all over the dungeon. But due to Arnold's plan, it wasn't possible anymore. As much as they hated it, they didn't have any other choice than to beg for Arnold's help. "Police, help us. We won't be able to survive if you don't." Samuel threw himself on his knees and begged for Arnold's help. Samuel looked into Arnold's emotionless eyes, hoping that he'd help them, but instead Arnold turned his back on them and used his earth elemental abilities to make another platform which was only big enough for one man to occupy. But Samuel wasn't ready to die in a dungeon and grabbed the edge of the platform as it slowly rose up into the air. Samuel's teammates also tried doing the same but were unsuccessful. "Captain, help me!" one of them shrieked and grabbed Samuel's left leg, which almost made him lose his grip on the platform. "Let go of me, you fool. You'll make me fall as well." Samuel shouted back in a panic and started kicking the face of the person hanging on to his leg. The man couldn't take it anymore, lost his grip and fell down to be stomped to death by the monsters, just like his teammates. "I survived. I survived." Samuel was smiling, glad that he was alive, even after seeing all of his teammates die in such a terrible manner. He finally looked up and his gaze met Arnold's, who was looking at him with the same emotionless eyes. "Please help me get up." To his surprise, Arnold actually offered him a hand and started pulling him up, but stopped all of a sudden. "What are you doing?" Samuel stuttered. "Why did you stop?" "I didn't stop, your dang arm just fell off," Arnold replied. "What do you mean?" Samuel looked at the hand that Arnold had grabbed. It disintegrated just like the spear. He was so intoxicated with adrenaline that he hadn't even noticed that his arm was missing. "Don't resent me. It's your fault." Arnold smiled and watched Samuel getting crushed by the monsters, just like his teammates. "What are you all slacking off for? Start killing those disgusting monsters already." With that, another battle began between Arnold's summons and the monsters of the forest. Chapter 73. Crouching Tiger 1. Inside the dungeon, after a few hours, the forest, in its entirety, had been burned down to the ground by Arnold and his summons. Most of the monsters living there were either killed by the ferocious flames or his summons, but still he couldn't find a monster that could be graded as boss of the dungeon. Arnold had scattered his summons throughout the dungeon once again to look for the remaining monsters that they might have missed. Although Arnold hated to admit it, but they were roaming around the dungeon aimlessly. It was his first time in such a dungeon, and even though he had read a lot about these dungeons, he wasn't certain that there was a way to find the exit portal without killing the boss first. He knew that human technology wouldn't work inside the dungeon, but since his automatons were functioning like usual, so he thought that maybe they could still use their connection with the outside world and find more about this dungeon. His automatons tried again and again, but it was useless. There has to be some way to get out of here. Arnold was getting desperate to clear this dungeon. He opened his missions tab to check whether the task about clearing dungeons was completed or not. Unbeatable. Introduction. Your current powers won't be enough to face the trials of the Immortal One. Task: clear at least 10 A-ranked dungeons, 15 B-ranked dungeons and 20 C-ranked dungeons. You have to clear the B and C-ranked dungeons on your own. Using your summons is allowed, but no one else should interfere in your battle. The same restrictions are applied on the A-ranked dungeons, but they can be waived under special circumstances. Progress: 110 A-rank dungeons cleared. 1215 B-rank dungeons cleared. 2020 C-rank dungeons cleared. The counter hasn't gone up, it's still showing only one rank A dungeon has been cleared by me. That means there's at least one monster inside this dungeon. But where is it hiding? Arnold kept moving in hopes of finding and killing the monster, so he could finally return to his world. I don't even know anything about the time limit to clear the dungeon. It's already getting dark here. Yo, Systems Armor, think you could give me some help? He said it out loud even though he knew that the system would respond to him if he just thought about it. Maybe he did it to cope with the loneliness he had been feeling ever since he came to Brazil, but it made him feel a little closer to the system. He knew it was weird, and at times he thought that he was going mad talking to himself like that, but he knew that the system was real, as not only it had helped him whenever he needed it, but it had also saved his life a couple of times now, like when he was fighting with bad breath. The system, or the Systems Armor as Arnold used to call it, was initially tight-lipped about the incident that took place on that fateful night. But 4 months after coming to Rio, the system finally responded to his call and just told him one thing when Arnold asked about what had happened that night. It was a favor from the Immortal One. Arnold tried asking the system what he meant and who was the Immortal One, but he never got an answer, which he had expected to happen. Arnold knew that nothing good will come off it if he kept pestering the system, so he let go of the matter. For now, not every enemy you see can be killed. But it doesn't mean it can't be defeated. There you go with your motivational crap. If that was true, then why do you keep giving me quests for killing people that I barely know? Arnold snapped back with a smug look on his face. For character development. Character development. Corner of Arnold's mouth twitched when he read those lines. This isn't a novel or an anime that'd need you to build my character. That's what you think. Take rest and don't overexert yourself. Rest in a burnt forest. Is this for character development too? The system didn't reply. Arnold got up from the trunk of a burnt tree that he was laying on and recalled his summons and watched the most beautiful sunset he had ever seen. When I admire the wonders of a sunset or the beauty of the moon, as my soul expands in the worship of the Creator. Arnold mumbled the phrase. His teacher, Nicholas, once told him while they were training to increase Arnold's resistance to psychic attacks. Gifted people often have weird imaginations. Author's note. The quote about isn't written by me. It is one of the famous quotes of Mahatma Gandhi that my dad often tells me wherever we are stargazing together. He's a space freak just like me, lol. After the sun went down, he expected the jungle to go dark, but instead 2 luminous blue full moons took over the sky and lighted up the surface. Arnold couldn't believe his eyes. The beauty of this place was astounding. He quickly took out his phone and tried to click pictures of the beautiful scenery in front of his eyes and send them to Nicole, as he had been feeling a little distant from her, only to realize that the phone wasn't working, just like his other gadgets. But he didn't give up, and summoned Talos out. Could you use your sensors and take couple of pictures of the night sky? For me, Arnold ordered the automaton, oblivious to the fact that someone was watching his every move. This man was Ryan Tamaran, a male mercenary who swore loyalty to the White Wolves Guild after they saved him on a dungeon trip. Ryan was short, had golden hair and dark white eyes, a special mutation which made it possible for him to know the weakness of his opponents, and carried twin machine pistols, just like Arnold. He was the 7th person who had entered the dungeon with his guildmates, but unlike them, he didn't wear a white armor. Instead he was covered with a special clothes that had abnormal camouflaging properties, that even covered his smell. Enjoy the peace while it lasts. There's no way you'll be able to defeat it and get out of this dungeon. Chapter 74, Crouching Tiger 2. This is Rico Garcia, reporting live from Rio de Janeiro. Behind my back you can see the dungeon portal in which elites from the White Wolves Guild and a warrior from USA went in. The news reporter went on, after digging up some information all we were able to find out was that the warrior had been a student of Master Fernandez. It has been 8 hours since they went inside, and wait a minute, we've just got some information from the studio. The president has released an official statement about the incident. I'll tell you what written in there, and I quote, "What has happened in Rio this morning is utterly disrespectful." The White Wolves Guild had already reserved the rights to the dungeon, and the man who went in first had no legal authority to do so. If anything went wrong inside the dungeon, he wouldn't go unpunished. Nearly every news channel was broadcasting the same thing over and over again, branding Arnold as the one who sabotaged the raid and not the White Wolves. The things were taking a turn for the worse, and this paid media wasn't helping at all. Senhora Cristina, you should leave. The situation would only get worse and reputation might get tarnished because of it, Gabriel suggested, as the crowd was getting more and more agitated. It had been 8 hours since Arnold and the others weren't into the dungeon. Author's note: in Portuguese-speaking countries, Senhora is often used as a title or polite form of address a woman. I don't care about my reputation. Why is he taking so long to return? It has never taken him this long to clear a dungeon before. Did something happened to Hi? Christina gasped when someone tapped on her shoulder. My student isn't that weak, you know. Nicholas smiled as his stepsister hugged him. He was dressed in all whites. No one had even noticed his presence until now. The chaotic atmosphere near the portal quickly changed into a calm and peaceful one, as Nicholas' aura spread throughout the crowd. You came. I had to. I wouldn't let anyone frame my student or family, no matter who it is, Nicholas said, finally breaking off the hug. And as for you media people, I believe ready to get sued for your biased coverage of this incident, and if you prevent any such thing then keep your cameras rolling and focus them on me. All of a sudden, the phones of the media personnel started ringing. They were being called by their respective studios and instructed the reporters and cameramen to do whatever Nicholas was telling them. Seeing that his plan was taking effect, Nicholas then turned towards the crowd, who were still overwhelmed by his sudden appearance, and continued, "People of Brasilia, you all are being misguided by this corrupt government and their paid media. They've always been fooling you, thinking you the masses are nothing but dust that they scrape off their shoes." Nicholas kept speaking about the injustice the people had been facing all these years, under the current government's regime. After seeing Nicholas draped in his white clothes, one might think he was a messiah sent by the gods, who was there to guide them towards the right path. But in truth he was no saint. He had his own agenda for doing all this, and the people were simply the pawn in his game. Nicholas had grown tired from his superhero role and wanted to do something new. Then one day, while watching a video of the current president of Brazil, he came up with the idea of overthrowing the government and rule over Brazil himself. Because he thought ruling over a country would be interesting. He had been biding his time for the right opportunity to move his plans into action, but he knew that trying to sway the minds of the masses wouldn't be an easy task, and hence he decided to use his secret ability to provoke the crowd. He had named this ability of his as Insight, because of what it did. When he used this ability, He could essentially look into someone's mind and force their best or worst memories to resurface again to manipulate their feelings according to his will. His ability seemed to be working on the crowd as the silent crowd got agitated once again and started cursing the government as well as the media personnel who were present there. But Nicholas didn't wanted them to cause a scene right then and there, so he stepped in once again. "They are the enemy. But it's not the time for us to retaliate right now," he said. "It's been 8 hours since those souls entered the dungeon. Who knows what happened to them inside? Someone has to do something, and even if our government doesn't cares about them, I do. I will put my life on the line to rescue them. Just put your faith in me, people, and I'll never disappoint you," Nicholas bellowed as the people pushed away their members of the White Wolves Guild and cleared a path for him to enter the dungeon. He acknowledged everyone's presence with a nod, and kept walking towards the portal which led to the dungeon, but right before he was about to step into the portal, it disappeared. Everyone got confused. Just what the hell was going in there? People started murmuring and whispering among themselves, when suddenly someone shouted and pointed towards the other side of the road. Another portal had been opened there, but it wasn't a violet portal, it was a white portal. Nicholas was quick to react and ran towards the portal. The sudden disappearance of the violet portal, and the simultaneous appearance of this portal could only mean that it was a trans-dimensional portal. Nicholas mumbled as the people quietly stood behind him. That son of a gun actually cleared a trans-dimensional dungeon. Although it kind of disrupted his plans, but still he was happy that Arnold was able to clear the dungeon by himself. There were a dozen ways Nicholas could still use this situation for his benefit. "Look, someone's coming out of the portal," a woman exclaimed. "Indeed. It must be my prized student. He has a talent for." Nicholas stopped as soon as a man walked out of the portal. "Who are you?" "Me, I'm Ryan Tamaran, and if you were waiting for someone else, then I'm sorry to inform you that he's no more," Ryan said with a smug look on his face as the portal closed behind him. Chapter 75. Crouching Tiger 3. Earlier inside the dungeon, Arnold woke up by sudden noises around him. But he was not alarming because he had ordered his summons to be on guard as they didn't need to sleep. Thanks to them, he slept like a log on a log. Even though he had taken care of most of the monsters who lived in the forest, one couldn't get careless because of it. Hence, this was his precaution. When he opened his eyes, sun was already up and shining brightly, and his summons were waiting for him to get up so that they could continue to search the area to find the potential boss of the dungeon. Although sun was already above their heads, barely a couple of hours had been passed since Arnold went to sleep. His eyes were heavy, but he couldn't afford to rest any longer. He sent his summons in every direction and told them to report any peculiar sighting while he went to look for hidden artifacts that would be helpful for him. After wandering for some time, he heard a loud explosion and simultaneously got a notification that he had never seen before. "Your summons, Duke, has been destroyed by Dreadnought. Hidden labyrinth found. Additional quest activated." Quests, monstrosity. Introduction. You have been informed about a hidden labyrinth. Kill Dreadnought, the guardian of the labyrinth, to complete the trial and return to your realm. Task. Kill the Dreadnought. Progress. 01 kill. Rewards for completion. 8000 EXP. 1 random reward. What the hell just happened there? Arnold mumbled as he looked towards direction where the clouds of dust rose up in the air. He should have been pissed that one of his elite summons was destroyed by a monster, but instead, he felt excited. It's been a long time since one of my elite summons got destroyed. Since Duke is at rank A right now, this Dreadnought must at least be at A+ or S ranked monster. Perfect to be converted into an elite summon. Arnold rushed towards the direction where the sound of explosion came from. Since all of his summons were connected to him by the void, he quickly undid the summoning so that they could return to the void and be able to call them out after he reached the labyrinth. He kept running, but there was no labyrinth in his sights, just a burnt down forest. It was then he heard a scream that pierced his soul. He kept walking slowly and then he saw it, the Dreadnought. It was roughly the same height as the behemoths, but it was clearly stronger than them. It had a gigantic club in one of his hands while his other hand was shaped like a claw of a crab. Without wasting any time, Arnold quickly used the probe skill on the monstrosity, while he hid behind a cluster of burnt trees. Class: Leviathan Astral Being. Level: 101. Rank: S+. Role: The Guardian. Affinity abilities: Elemental Shadow active skill, Dance of the Dead active skill, Psychic Projection active skill. Expand to view 2 more. HP: 1,157,011,700. Strength STR: 135. Defense Def: 78. Stamina STA: 99. Intelligence INT: 68. Agility AG: 71. Accuracy ACC: 60. Evade 68. Charisma CHA: damage resistances, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. Condition immunities: charmed, exhaustion, frightened, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, stunned. Threat level: high. Remark: don't think that this fellow is a weakling like you. Just one hit by that gigantic club and you're for good. Or maybe it'll take 2 hits. Good thing is, that thing can't destroy me, unlike you. If you want to live, then your only hope is to sever its spinal cord, but it won't be easy. Sever its spinal cord? Have you even seen how gigantic that thing is? Arnold mumbled, careful as to not let the Dreadnought hear his voice. Piercing and slashing won't work either, meaning my summons wouldn't be able to do much against it. No wonder Duke got thrashed by it. He'll have to find some other way to deal with it. Arnold read the information in front of his eyes again and again, until he found something useful. Dreadnought was an astral being. It'll be tough, but I could work with that. At least my elemental attacks would work on it. But then again, it has a lot of immunities. Passive effects from most of my abilities won't be effective against it. Why did it have to be such a tough opponent? The moment Arnold had stepped into the portal, he knew it wouldn't be easy to clear the dungeon, but he had thought it would be doable with his summons to back him up. He would have never imagined that Hell Encounter a Monster will make most of his summons useless, as their primary weapons were swords and similar weapons, which could only slash and pierce their targets. But it wasn't possible to do so anymore. Still, all hope wasn't lost. Arnold could always summon his 6th elite grade summon, but calling her out would have led to a different problem entirely. He'll think about it when he'll cross that bridge. Right now I need to focus on the blob in front of me. Arnold finally walked in front of the Dreadnought and called out his elite summons only, for 2 reasons. Firstly, since Duke was destroyed by the Dreadnought, Arnold doubted that his usual summons would last even for a second in front of it, and secondly, he still needed some cannon fodder so that he would be able to focus on killing the Dreadnought. Talos, Cerberus, Bad Breath, and Asterios walked out of the pitch-black void and stood in front of Arnold. Duke couldn't be summoned at the moment due to the cooldown of 2 hours. Talos and Cerberus, who had the transformation ability, immediately changed into the forms that they were familiar with. Talos turned into Jake while Cerberus turned into his black centaur form, who was an astral being itself. While all of this was happening, the Dreadnought calmly stood there, as if wasn't even bothered by Arnold and the others. See that thing over there? Arnold pointed at the Dreadnought. None of us stand a chance against it, at least not the way we are right now, but we can always change that. Can't we? The others quietly listened to his words. I haven't used this ability of mine for quite some time because I never felt a need to, but this time we won't be able to pull this off without it. Arnold placed his hands in Talos' shoulders. I really hope this skill hasn't gone rusty. Enhancement. Chapter 76. Crouching Tiger 4. You are using enhancement on LV 85 Undead Asterios. Enhancing, enhancement successful. All attributes have been increased. HP, 75,007,500. Strength STR, 92. Stamina STA, 78. Intelligence INT, 35. Agility AG, 68. Accuracy ACC, 78. Evade 82. Buff. Level and rank of undead increased. Level, 89. Rank, A+. Bonus effect. Defense def increased by 10%. HP increased by 15%. Duration, temporary buff, lasts for 1 hour. User's rank is too low. Effect of the skill will be adjusted accordingly. Duration of the buff reduced. Overall rank increase in rank has been limited. TSK. I couldn't even increase the rank of a single summon. At least they are all at A+ for now. Arnold turned around to face everyone. This is going to be a tough battle, so don't hold yourselves back at all. Do what you do best and let's slay this walking blob of fat together. Arnold had thought that maybe after using enhancement on his summons at least a few of them would be able to reach S rank, which would have evened up the ground a bit. But unknown to him, the system had already placed some restrictions on the ability, which indirectly told Arnold to level up his rank or else his summons won't be able to reach a higher rank. At least the bonus effects granted by the enhancement were a bit useful. Asterios, being a tank and a brawler, got a defense and HP boost. Bad Breath got a bonus which increased his strength and other physical abilities, while Talos, who was transformed as Jake, got an intelligence and mana boost, and lastly, Cerberus' strength and agility were significantly enhanced. Arnold took out his battle gears and quickly equipped them. His equipped gear was still the same except his new Phoenix Cloak. Phoenix Cloak, a cloak made up of ashes left behind by the last Phoenix as a blessing to all beings. Grade, A+. Defense, 69. Physical and magical. Armor type, Cloak. Weight, 0.56 kilograms. Additional effect, Titan's Blessing reflects 15% of damage received as physical damage to the attacker. Additional effect, Blazing Phoenix boosts the effect of fire affinity by 25%. It was the same cloak that Arnold wasn't able to afford due to unavailability of Red Soul Crystal, which wasn't easy to obtain as it was dropped by rank A monsters only. He had obtained it after slaying Asterios. Needless to say, even this Phoenix Cloak had undergone a lot of upgrades which were both done magically as well as physically by Arnold and Talos. Thanks to these upgrades, Arnold was able to increase the grade of the cloak from B+ to A+. Start now, Arnold yelled, and his summons immediately went into action. Your summon Talos has used the skill Dance of the Dead LVL. 5. A horde of skeletal warriors rose from within the earth. They were equipped with various weapons made of bones and upon Talos' command, charged at the Dreadnought, who had finally noticed his new opponents and prepared to engage them. But something else was waiting for him instead. Your summon Asterios has used the skill Battle CRYLVL. 3. The skill was successful. The target has been aggravated at Asterios for the 35 seconds. Your summon Bad Breath has used the skill Thunder Punch LVL. 4. Bad Breath went ahead and started raining thunderous punches on the Dreadnought, while it was fixated on Asterios. The skeletons and Bad Breath kept attacking it relentlessly, and to no one's surprise, it only had minimal effect on the Dreadnought. All of them had been working with each other like this for a year. They knew very well about each other's strengths and weaknesses. Their teamwork was flawless. Arnold didn't need to give them a single command after the battle began. Everyone knew exactly what they had to do and played their part well. In 15 seconds they managed to chip off a good amount of Dreadnought's HP. Even though their attacks weren't having their maximum effect due to the Dreadnought's immunities and resistances. Dreadnought's remaining HP, 1,017,011,700. Since piercing-type weapons aren't effective against it, so using Vindicator is out of question. Arnold thought, it's a good thing, I know just the spell that would work against you. Don't have much time left, gotta make this count. Arnold mumbled as he got on Cerberus' back and raised a ramp in front of him, using his Earth Elemental control ability. Climb this ramp as fast as you can and try to jump over that thing's back with all your might. Got it? Cerberus, who was in the Black Centaur form, nodded and began climbing the makeshift ramp in front of it. Your summon Cerberus has used the skill Sonic Bolt LVL. 4. Movement speed increased by 25%. Arnold held tightly on to Cerberus as he raced towards the ramp, rising higher and higher. Now Cerberus, Arnold yelled as Cerberus jumped off the ramp. Arnold used his momentum and jumped off Cerberus' back. and aimed his spell right on Dreadnought's back. No matter how tough your skin is or how much defense you've got, even not immune to true damage. Frost Flame. Arnold bellowed and threw the balls of ice at the Dreadnought's back. Damage dealt after reduction due to target's defense. 88. The target is in a frozen state for 14 seconds. The target is immune to the effect. Frozen effect has been cancelled. The target is in a burnt state. Additional damage of 79 horsepower second would be inflicted on the target for 10 seconds. The damage wasn't much, just like Arnold had suspected, but this wasn't the only effect this skill had. The ball of ice contained the power arcane flames within them. The flames wouldn't have managed to burn away the beast's skin on its own, but thanks to Phoenix's cloak, the skin on Dreadnought's back was melted away, exposing its spine. This was Arnold's one and only chance to take down the Dreadnought. Your summons, Cerberus and Bad Breath, have been destroyed by Dreadnought. Time to resurrect, 1 hour. With the corner of his eyes, Arnold saw his summons getting one-shotted by the Dreadnought's club, just like the system had warned him. No time to waste. Asterios. Arnold shouted and pointed towards the monster's exposed spine. Even the thick-brained Asterios knew what he had to do and used the ramp to climb over the Dreadnought's back with lightning speed. Arnold's plan was simple. If he couldn't use any weapon to break the Dreadnought's spine, he'll just have to smash it into bits. Thanks to the effects of his new title, he and Asterios were capable of doing that. Title bonus activated. Crouching figure. Please select a summon whose attribute you would like obtain temporarily. Duke, accuracy ACC plus 85. Talos, intelligence INT plus 80. Cerberus, agility AG plus 70. Bad breath, stamina STA plus 60. Asterios, strength STR plus 100. Natasha, Mystic Miss plus. User's rank is too low. Effect of the skill will be adjusted accordingly. Only half of the amount will be given to the user. Asterios. Arnold selected the attribute in his mind and felt like a jolt of electricity ran through his body. His strength had increased a lot, but he wasn't done yet. You've used the skill Berserker's Rage OVL. 5. All attributes have been boosted by plus 150%. Arnold formed a fist with both of his hands and slammed them down on Dreadnought's spine with all his might. Asterios followed his master and did the same. Arnold heard a loud cracking noise as the monstrosity, who destroyed 3 of his elite summons, fell on his knees and took its last breath. Chapter 77, Hidden Dragon. Arnold heard a loud cracking noise as the monstrosity, who destroyed 3 of his elite summons, fell on his knees and took its last breath. Or so he thought. Don't f***ing tell me this guy is still alive after all that. Arnold bantered, and so did Asterios. Even though it wasn't possible for Talos to get tired, even he looked exhausted after summoning an endless horde of skeletons. The vitals of the monsters suggest otherwise, Master. Talos replied to Arnold's query. Dang it, let's just finish it then. You ready, Asterios? Arnold looked at the Minotaur, who had raised his hands in air and started bashing the Dreadnought's skull, while Arnold and Talos tried to rip out its spine. Keep at it. It's working. Arnold's face had turned red as he tried to pull out the monster's spine. To accelerate the process, he summoned all of his golems to help, but it was still taking a lot of time to do so. The more they pulled onto the spinal cord, the faster Dreadnought's remaining HP decreased. Just 10 horsepower left. Arnold gritted his teeth, but right before he was about to yank it off, a gunshot was heard, and a moment later the spinal cord was cut off from the beast's body. Arnold was shocked and looked towards the source of the gunshot. A man dressed in ragged cloak was standing behind the golems. He held 2 semi-automatic pistols in his hands and was looking at Arnold with a smug look on his face. But that wasn't all. The man had 5 black stars attached to his right shoulder, symbolizing that he was an S-ranked warrior from the White Wolves Guild, the same guild whose members were killed in the stampede that Arnold had orchestrated. He used the probe skill just to confirm that his opponent was actually that strong. Name, Ryan Tamarin. Human. Level, 95. Rank, S. Role, Elite Gunslinger. Affinity abilities. Blessed Shot LVL, max. Quick Equip LVL, max. Paralyzing Shot LVL, max. Expand to see 10 more. HP, 51,505,150. Mana Energy, 31,544,500. Strength STR, 64. Defense Def, 85 plus 12 added bonus due to gears. Stamina STA, 72. Intelligence INT, 95. Agility AG, 99. Accuracy ACC, 112. Evade DVD, 101. Charisma CHA, 83. Threat level, moderate. Personality, willing, loner, unforgiving, motivated and revengeful. Job, Guild Protector 99% satisfied. Physical health, no notable issues. Afraid of death, pain, and getting lost. Fitness level, 82% increasing. Motivation, a thirst for revenge for his fallen comrades. Remark, well now you know what an actual gunslinger looks like, not a half-a-zed one like yourself. Better stay away from that gun. A bullet from that thing would pierce more than your body, if you know what I mean. It was a bad situation for Arnold. He was exhausted, most of his elite summons had been destroyed, Talos and Asterios were both down for the count as well. And for his lower class summons, they won't stand a chance against this guy. His stats were strictly centered to his class, which was troubling. Arnold was still reading the Ryan's information when another notification appeared on his interface. The dungeon protector had been slain by Ryan Tamarin. Contribution, 0.667%. Helpers, Arnold Link. Contribution, 56.37%. Undead Minotaur Asterios. Contribution, 29.55%. And few more. The Slayer would receive the item, Return Crystal. Please use the Return Crystal. The dungeon along with the Slayer, Ryan Tamarin. A white crystal appeared out of thin air near Ryan, who immediately pocketed it while still aiming one of his guns at Arnold and his summons. Son of a bitch. Arnold cursed Ryan under his breath. Not only did he steal the kill, he also got the return crystal, which was the only way out of the dungeon and would allow them to return to Earth. Where the hell did this guy appeared from? I am pretty sure no one was here when the fight began. He's definitely one of those White Wolves people, but they didn't have a S-ranked warrior in their ranks. Arnold thought. Thinking about me? Ryan smirked as he continued. Who am I? What the hell is going on? What should I do? Blah blah blah. I'm going to tell you what will happen next. You'll use the crystal and get back to our world while you'll be stuck in this dungeon and repent for killing my teammates. Killing your teammates? They attacked me first, and I didn't even do anything. They were killed by the monsters. Technically he wasn't wrong. They did die by the hands of the monsters. Well, not by their hands but by their legs. I know very well about what you did to them. I was there at the time, hiding in shadows biding my time to strike you down. So you were there and didn't help them out. Some teammate you are. No wonder you're alone. Arnold shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, right. I'm alone. Ryan's mouth twitched. But don't you worry. You'll be one soon enough as well. Ryan shot a bullet at Arnold's legs. Arnold used the plasma shield to stop the bullet, but the shield shattered the second, when the bullet made contact with it and managed to hit Arnold. Don't look so surprised, dude. That bullet was nothing special. I just used a couple of my skills while taking the shot, which made your low-grade barrier useless. Ryan smirked as Arnold winced in pain. Arnold cursed Ryan in pain, who proceeded to shoot down his summons at lightning speed. All of his summons were obliterated in moments, all except Asterios, who was heavily injured and was unable to move. I'd have loved to stay with you and play a little bit longer, but you see you'll have to leave now, Ryan continued. But I'd like to thank you for all the trouble you went through. I honestly thought you'd die by that monster's hands, but you did better than I could and defeated it. It's thanks to you, I'll be able to leave this dungeon without breaking a sweat. Arnold stayed quiet and tried to use his ability, but he couldn't even move. It was that moment he realized, he had been paralyzed, He looked at his status and the system confirmed that. The paralysis effect is quite strong, don't you think? Ryan smiled once again and used the return crystal to activate the portal right in front of Arnold. As a reward for helping me, he'll let you in on a secret. Killing this beast isn't the only way to get out of the dungeon, but it was the easiest one. Haha. Adeus patif. Author's note. Adeus patif means goodbye rascal in Portuguese. Arnold tried with all his might to drag his body towards the portal, but it was all in vain. He couldn't move, nor could he use his spells to help him out. He could only watch Ryan leave as the portal in front of him closed. No, no, no. Chapter 78. The guide between the worlds. The forest was shrouded in silence. Not that there was anything that could make any noise, apart from Arnold, who hadn't moved an inch from his position since his battle with the Dreadnought. It was getting late. The sunset wasn't half as beautiful as it had been previously. The twin blue moons which calmed his soul were now symbols of Arnold's lost hope. The dungeon has been closed. Looking for alternative ways to return to the human realm. The system will remain unresponsive until the task is completed. Please wait patiently. He had been stuck in the dungeon for 2 days now. He knew that at least 2 days had passed inside the dungeon since his collision with the Dreadnought. He had resurrected the Dreadnought with Talos' help, thinking maybe the Dreadnought would be able to tell him about the other way to exit the dungeon, but that piece of crap couldn't even talk. As a result, he had sent his summons all around the forest to look for clues, but so far it was all in vain. Even the burnt-down forest had started rejuvenating. Green patches of trees and grass could be seen here and there. Arnold was filled with rage and remorse, but this rage wasn't directed at Ryan. He felt enraged on his own incompetence. He was defeated because of his own stupidity, like always, but this time he actually had to pay the price for it. He heard someone walking towards him and sat up straight. Anything? Arnold asked his summons, who shook their heads in dismay. Looks like there won't be anything to eat today. Thanks for the effort though, I appreciate it. Arnold smiled wanly as his summons stared at their feet. They didn't need to sleep or eat, but that wasn't the case for Arnold. He had to eat and sleep regularly or else his stats might get affected because of it. It had been 4 days since he entered this dungeon. Initially the meat obtained from monster carcass was enough for him to satisfy his stomach, but most of the carcasses had already decayed and were unedible. Moreover, his summons couldn't find a single monster who was remaining in the dungeon. Thus obtaining meat was impossible. Looks like it'll be the end of me after all. Arnold smirked and lay down once again. He had already checked the shop. No food items were available there. He recalled what Ryan had said before leaving the dungeon. As a reward for helping me, he'll let you in on a secret. Killing this beast isn't the only way to get out of the dungeon, but it was the easiest one. Did he actually knew about something that even the system didn't know, or was that rascal bluffing? But if what he said was true, then how did he knew about it? Moreover, those other guys from his guild knew something about this dungeon beforehand. Is someone helping them out secretly? An endless wave of questions ran through his mind, but he couldn't come up with anything useful. He had tried to use his foresight to see if it would be of any help, but it was marked inaccessible for some reason, and since the system had gone silent once again, Arnold was clueless about what he could do at this moment. Finding those answers wouldn't let me get out of this mess. I need to control my emotions. Arnold mumbled and sat up once again and started meditating. Meditating would help him to relax a bit and maybe help him figure out a solution to the problem as well. Nicholas' words echoed in his ears. Anger is your enemy. Control it, and it'll become your greatest ally. Arnold took quick but deep breaths and tried to calm his furiously beating heart. Nicholas' voice rang loudly in his head once again. Anger is your enemy. After what seemed an eternity, his heart finally calmed down and he slowly opened his eyes. His summons were still surrounding him, waiting for him to give an order. That's right. It's too soon for me to be defeated. No mere dungeon can ever stop me. With this, Arnold got up and was greeted by a notification. Conditions met. Will of Iron, you didn't lose sight of your future and hence you've proven your worth. The guide between the worlds has acknowledged your presence and revealed her location. You've triggered a hidden quest. Task: pass the trial of the guide between the worlds. Progress: 06 trials passed. Rewards for completion: 1 return crystal. The coordinates of her lair have been received by the system. Opening the portal now. The guide between the worlds. Is she some kind of dungeon master? Arnold asked the system, who didn't reply. I'm having a bad feeling about this. But I don't have a choice now, do I? Arnold recalled his summons back and stepped into the portal, only to be greeted by another notification. You've entered the domain of a lesser being. All your skills have been temporarily reset. You won't be able to use them until you successfully pass the trial of the guide between the worlds. Your inventory access has been revoked. You won't be allowed to consume mana for any purpose. All of your attributes have been temporarily reset as well. As a provision, you're allowed to keep one of your attributes intact. Please select an attribute you'd like to keep. Strength STR, 96. Defense Def, 75 due to the gears. Stamina STA, 78. Intelligence INT, 160. Agility AG, 83. Accuracy ACC, 94. Evade DVD, 78. Charisma CHA, 86. Mystic Miss, 155. If King knew IT was a trap, Arnold bellowed. And still feel right into it. He had expected something like this to happen, but this was completely absurd. How was he supposed to complete a trial with just a single attribute? He was bewildered. He was still thinking about what type of tasks he'll have to complete. Selecting Evade, Charisma, Agility, Stamina or Defense was out of picture as 1. Their level wasn't high enough, and 2. Arnold won't be able to achieve anything by using these attributes. He had similar issues with accuracy and mystic, as even though they were high-leveled attributes, he couldn't use spells to call his summons or his weapons anymore, as they had been sealed by the authority of the guide between the worlds. Strength was a good option, but then again, he wasn't sure if the trial would require physical strength or not. You have 15 seconds to choose an option. I've decided, Arnold said. His voice was filled with confidence. You have selected Intelligence INT. The trial will now begin. Chapter 79. Press Conference 1. Back in Rio, a press conference was being held by the White Wolves Guild. It was to address what had happened inside the dungeon. It had been a long time since someone had gotten killed inside a portal, and thus every news channel wanted the TRP associated with this situation, and thus were busy asking questions to the sole survivor of what they were referring as the disaster of the year. Even Nicholas had been invited to this press conference, as one of his disciples had supposedly died inside the dungeon. Ryan was sitting in the middle of a long rectangular-shaped table. His right and left seats were occupied by the guild master and the guild manager respectively. Nicholas was sitting next to the guild master, along with his other disciple, Gabriel. He had sent Christina home before things escalated. According to him, she was already troubled and he didn't want to trouble her anymore. Besides, he already had his hands full because of the guild master of the White Wolves, who was also the son of the president. Nicholas had a bad feeling that after what he did to incite the population of Brazil, the father-son duo would definitely cause some trouble for him. He was prepared to defend his honor and use his abilities on them if he felt the necessity to do so. Soon the questionnaire between the two parties began. Guildmaster Marley, how long have you been hiding the sole survivor of this incident in your ranks? I mean, as far as everyone knew, Guild didn't have any S-ranked warrior before? The man who asked this question was the same reporter who had been berating Arnold and branding him as the one who sabotaged the dungeon trip. Nicholas knew in an instant that each and every single one of their reporters had been already bought by the government. There was no way Nicholas was getting out of here with his reputation unscathed. He let out a small sigh and turned towards Marley. Why would we hide the presence of an S-ranked member? This trip was officially Ryan's first dungeon trip after becoming a member of our guild, and we had planned to hold a press conference to officially welcome him to our guild after he had completed the trip. Marley recited what he had practiced, word to word, This was definitely a staged conference. Any other questions? I'm sorry to ask such a question, but you just lost 6 of your elite warriors in the dungeon. How do you feel right now? Terrible. I still can't process the fact that such elite warriors couldn't make it back to us. I can't help but wonder if it was all fault of a certain man. Marley covered his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. After a minute or so he finally stopped and continued. But at least we have Ryan with us who can tell us what happened inside the dungeon. Cut your theatrics as well as your crocodile tears. You were the ones who did this. Nicholas thought and looked towards Marley, who slyly smiled at him. The cameras were focused on Ryan and hence no one saw this. Nicholas gave Marley a sharp look and Ryan spoke up for the first time since the conference begun. It is really unfortunate that I couldn't save my teammates, but I'll definitely try to honor their memories by telling you the truth about what happened inside the dungeon. He stopped for a brief moment, took a deep breath and continued. Master Fernand's disciple killed them all. The conference hall immediately burst into chaos. Cameras were flashing everywhere. The reporters got up from their chairs and started spewing toxic things and questioning whether Nicholas made a deal with Arnold, and knew about his plans, etc. Marley turned towards Nicholas, smiled like a sly dog and whispered so that only Nicholas could hear what he was about to say. Tit for tat. My friend, you tried to hamper father's reputation, so I'll destroy yours. Nicholas didn't reply to him. Instead he raised his hand signaling the reporters to calm down, before continuing. So Mr. Ryan, what were you doing when my disciple supposedly killed your team members? Ryan turned towards Nicholas and said, I was scouting out the area when I heard some Eons cry for help and then immediately ran towards them only to see my teammates getting killed by your disciple's summons. And before you ask how do I know whether they were his summons or not, I saw most of them when he had called them out before entering the dungeon. Okay, then what did you do next? I'm sure you'd have liked to take revenge for your fallen comrades. Nicholas asked another question, smiling in his mind as he knew Ryan would slowly but surely fall into his trap. I won't lie, that thought did cross my mind, but I didn't know the actual strength of him or his summons, so I decided it was better to wait it out. He took a sip from his drink after waited for another question from Nicholas. He was confident enough that to be able to handle his questions. So you're telling me that his summons fought right before your eyes and you couldn't figure out their strength? I mean, you're an S-ranked warrior. I'm pretty sure you would have had a fair share of experience in combat. Moreover, saying that summons of B-ranked warrior managed to kill one of the most elite forces of your guild. Nicholas barraged Ryan with questions, but it was just a beginning. He was yet to reveal his ace, and after that he could use guys' insight skill once again to shift the momentum in his favor. He had to wait it out because of the limitation of his insight skill. It would only work if his targets had some kind of mental connection with him, which required time to be formed. Nicholas has to bid his time out before destroying his opponents once and for all. You have an answer for that? After all, it's common knowledge that a summoner can't summon beings that are stronger than him or her. Nicholas has forced Ryan into a corner. But, the government official confirmed that the summons were of A rank at least, before allowing him to enter the dungeon. Ryan replied. Beads of sweat rolled down from his head. Oh. But why would the official do that? Nicholas smiled once again. The hunter was about to get hunted by his prey. Even after trying all the underhanded tricks, the president and his son were about to get slapped in their faces as Nicholas started unfolding his plans. Chapter 80, Press Conference 2:0. But why would the official do that? Guildmaster Marley and the president themselves said that Arnold didn't have any right to enter that dungeon. Then could you explain to me why would the official take a scan of his summons? Nicholas stroked his chin and continued. Not only that, if the official did scan them, then shouldn't there be a record of it anywhere? And if there is a record, then could you show it to us so that we could believe you? Because these are some serious allegation, and if you don't have a proof, then I could sue you for spreading false information about me and my disciple, and also for making up fake stories to hide your crimes. What do you mean hide my crimes? I barely made out of the dungeon myself. Ryan lost his cool. Okay, then tell us what happened next. Nicholas still had a last card to play before revealing his ace. Then sometime later, I heard some mysterious noises, so too went to investigate and saw that the murderer was fighting with the boss along with his summons. But the boss one-shotted his summons and killed him. After that two attacked the boss and managed to kill it. I got the return crystal and walked out of the portal as soon as I could. That's bullshit. Nicholas roared and got up from his seat, telling me, a guy whose summons were supposedly all ranked at A, by an official who didn't even scan them, got one-shotted by the boss and you managed to kill the boss without getting a single scratch on your body? You think we are all idiots? Marley looked shocked by this turn of events, panicked just like the others. He yelled at the reporters to edit the footage, but they couldn't do it because they were broadcasting it live without any delay. It was impossible for them to do anything. They could switch off the cameras, but the public had already seen what Marley had said about the matter. And if they still did what Marley wanted them to, it would hamper the credibility of their respective channels and they might lose their audience. No matter whether they were paid for this staged conference or not, they couldn't risk to destroy their own image by trying to protect someone else. All of them were played by a single man. It was no wonder why Nicholas was nicknamed as the Supreme Mage. His influence and intelligence were way too high for them to even comprehend. But Nicholas wasn't done yet. He still had his ace. In the chaos, most of the cameras were still focused on Nicholas, who ripped off the right sleeve of his attire, revealing 11 white dots on them. The dots are rapidly blinking. The reporters were confused as to what was happening, but before they could ask anything, Nicholas spoke up once again. These 11 blinking dots signify each of my disciples. As long as these dots are blinking, it means that they are alive. He tore the left part of the attire as well. There were a couple of black dots on them. These dots represent the number of friends and allies who are no more in the realm of the living. Nicholas pointed on a white blinking dot before speaking again. This dot signifies that Arnold, my disciple, is still alive. What the guild and the president had been telling this whole time is nothing but lies. This sole survivor is the one who killed his own team members and staged it all so that they could get some sympathy from the people after they sabotaged the dungeon trip. It's because of them, people having innocent souls like my beloved disciple, get punished for the crimes that they never committed. Wake up, people. We cannot trust them anymore. They are all liars who only know how to manipulate the innocent. We won't take it anymore. It's time to free Brazil from the grasp of these manipulative bastards. Yes. Under normal circumstances people wouldn't have actually believed what Nicholas was saying, as he didn't actually had any proof to back up what he was saying, but thanks to the insight skill, his plan had worked. He had successfully managed to incite the people against the government. No one could save them now. No one. The looks on the faces of the reporters changed. Nicholas' ability had worked. Instead of bad-mouthing Nicholas, they started questioning Marley and the others. Marley gave a strange look to Nicholas, who smiles and leaned towards him before saying, "If you try to destroy my reputation, he'll obliterate yours in its entirety." Marley knew he had lost the battle and all he could do now was run. Run away from all this, but the question was, how far would he be able to run? Somewhere else. Arnold was roaming inside the castle he was summoned to, looking for the guide between the worlds. The castle was huge and was spread across an area of 15 to 20 square kilometers. So searching for a person here was no ordinary task. Generally Arnold would have used his summons to locate a target, but this wasn't possible for him to do so anymore, as his summons had been sealed into his domain the moment he stepped into this castle. "Here goes the 113th chamber," he mumbled and pushed open the door that was twice of his size. He looked inside the room, and was surprised after he saw what was inside. It was unlike any room he had been to so far. It looked as if it was a throne hall. The moment Arnold stepped into the room, massive braziers encompassing each of the 6 limestone columns lit up the lower levels of the throne hall and coat everything in an orange glimmer. The relatively simple stonework on the domed ceiling danced in the flickering light, while marble icons looked down upon the marble floor of this magnificent hall. A teal rug ran down from the throne, while rounded banners hung down from the walls. Between each banner stood a large candlestick, Some of them had been lit and in turn illuminated the statues of divine beings below them. Massive, stained glass windows were contoured by drapes which were colored as the banners. The curtains had been adorned with fancy tassels and gold leaves. A noble throne of porcelain sat in front of a giant painting of some king and was adjoined by 3 similar, but less ornate seats for probably the direct family of the owner of the castle. The throne was surrounded by sculptures of a ruby-winged angel. But it wasn't the thing that attracted Arnold's attention, because Arnold was staring at the one sitting on the throne. Chapter 81, Hall of Pain, Trial 1. You have entered the scenario for your first trial. Scenario name: The Hall of Pain. Task: slay the Orc Chieftain within the time limit. Time limit: 10 o'clock minutes. Rewards: Strength plus 20, unlocks 2 random spells for you to use. Failure: Intelligence 30, HP 1000. These rewards gained are effective only during this trial, and the bonus effects will disappear once the trial is over. The penalties would have a permanent effect. Multiple messages were flashing before Arnold's eyes, but he didn't pay any attention to them as he was busy looking at the orc who was occupying the throne. Even the C-ranked orc chieftain was much stronger than him right now. This guy was nothing but trouble, and Arnold remembered him very well. The Orc Chieftain was one of the first dungeon bosses that Arnold had killed after coming to Brazil. The chieftain wasn't strong himself, but the skills and the club he wielded made him somewhat special. He still remembered the effect of the orc's Cry of Madness ability, which was so frightening that even his undead summons couldn't get anywhere near him. Cry of Madness was an O skill that summoned a miniature thunderstorm around the orc. Anyone who got within the range of the storm was shot down by lightning strike. No matter how many people or summons tried to attack the orc, his defense was absolute. Even though Arnold knew how to handle the orc, the solution was a very painful one and didn't want to go down that road. I know how to defeat this bastard, but would I be able to survive it? Arnold questioned himself. All of his skills and attributes were sealed, thus he wasn't sure whether he should try moving ahead with the reckless idea he had or not. Although Arnold was pretty sure what the guide between the worlds wanted him to do, since the scenario was named as Hall of Pain, so the obvious conclusion was the guide wanted Arnold to feel the pain. What was the painful way of subduing the orc? It was pretty simple actually. All one had to do was to let the lightning strike him or her for 3 times in a row, and then the person would temporarily gain a buff which would make him immune from the lightning strikes for 5 seconds. All the person had to do was to end the battle in those 5 seconds. But without his abilities, weapons and defense equipment, Arnold wasn't sure that he'll be able to last for 3 lightning strikes, and even if he could, he didn't have any weapons to kill the orc with. The orc bellowed and started smashing the support pillars of the hall. The banners that hung on the pillar got burnt away as they caught fire from the torches that had been dropped on the ground. Arnold was hiding behind one of these pillars and was planning how to move forward with the scenario. But it looked like he was out of luck. He had to do something now. He looked around the room hoping to find something that would be useful to defeat the orc. Damn it, if only I had chosen my strength instead. Arnold knew he made the best possible decision by choosing intelligence over strength, but in that moment, he couldn't help but doubt his judgment. Calm down. Let's see what I can remember about orcs. They are easily agitated, they are clumsy even though they are idiots, they don't have a thick skull, and are weak to stealth attacks. Arnold calmed himself and opened his eyes. He saw a broken torch laying near his feet. Something was shining on its handle. Arnold carefully picked up the broken torch as he didn't want it to make any noise. Metal clasps. I can work with these. Arnold smiled internally as he pulled off the metal clasp from the wooden torch. He finally had a shot at defeating the orc without endangering himself. But only one clasp wasn't enough for him to execute his plan. He would need at least a few more. Thankfully there was an abundance of torches in the throne room. At this moment another notification appeared on his interface. Time left for the scenario to end. 5 o'clock minutes. He dashed towards the other pillars. The orc saw this and charged towards him, knocking every pillar in his way. Even after sensing the danger that was chasing after him, Arnold couldn't help but smile. Yup, chase me like the idiot you are. he thought. After the orc knocked down the 10th pillar with its club, Arnold took a U-turn and rolled between the orc's feet to dodge the orc's club, changed his direction and began sprinting again. The orc, however, wasn't lucky enough to turn around in time due to his momentum and got slammed against the wall that was in front of him. Arnold took this opportunity and picked up as many broken torches as he could while the orc was down and hid behind a pillar once again. He needed to buy some time to extract the metal clasps from the torches. "Come on. Just a few more seconds," Arnold mumbled when he saw that the orc was slowly getting up. "Done," Arnold exclaimed when he pulled out the last metal clasp from the torch and ran towards the orc, who hadn't gotten up yet. Arnold quickly jumped onto the back of the orc and grabbed his neck. He then took out the clasps from his pockets and stabbed them into the orc's head. It was an easy task because of the pointed ends of the clasp. The orc winced in pain and pushed off Arnold from his back and turned towards him. To say that the orc was angry would have been an understatement. The orc was seething with pure, unadulterated rage. He let go of his club and a message appeared on Arnold's interface. "Warning: the enemy is about to cast a lethal spell. Back away as far as possible." "This is it?" Arnold smiled as black clouds appeared all around the orc. Some faint crackling sounds could be heard coming from the clouds. Without wasting a moment, Arnold ran back to his hiding place behind a pillar. The orc roared loudly as the clouds got darker and a wave of thunder ran through the clouds. It was aimed towards Arnold, but even before it could penetrate through the clouds, the lightning wave turned its direction towards the orc and struck him instead. The lightning might not have targeted the orc, but in presence of so many metal conductors nearby, the wave had to change its direction and target the metal claps instead. That's science BTCH. The throne room was filled with ear-piercing noise of lightning strikes that continued for a few minutes. Even though one could gain an immunity from the thunder strikes for 5 seconds, it wasn't much effective when they were subjected to continuous lightning strikes. Soon the clouds dissipated and Arnold came out of hiding only to see a roasted body of the orc laying in the middle of the room. The orc's burnt face was filled with agony and disbelief. But before Arnold could celebrate his victory over the fallen orc, the door behind the throne opened up and a notification appeared on his interface. "The guide between the worlds was satisfied by your performance. You have managed to clear the scenario within the time limit. Please claim your rewards before the second scenario starts." Rewards: Strength plus 20. Unlocks 2 random spells for you to use. Claim. Arnold let out a sigh of relief and claimed his rewards before heading into the next room to face another trial. Chapter 82, Confront the Unknown. Trial 2. You've cleared the scenario Hall of Pain and earned the following rewards. Strength STR plus 20. 2 random spells have been unlocked. Degrees Elemental Control, Ice LVL, 7. Degrees Soul Grapple LVL, 5. Okay, at least I won't be helpless anymore. I'm well acquainted with ice control, so it's good that I got it back. Arnold smiled. Let's see what's inside the next chamber. Arnold cautiously walked into the chamber as the doors closed behind him. The chamber was especially dark and Arnold could barely see a thing inside. He was thankful that he was finally allowed to use some skills, but then he couldn't help thinking about the kind of scenario he was about to face this time, after fighting the orc, alone, even though it was dangerous to do so. Arnold couldn't get rid of the exhilarating feeling that he felt during the fight. So far Arnold's answer to every situation was to call his summons. He needed a ride, let's call Cerberus out. Or if he needed a meat shield, hell, call out the golems to help him and whatnot. But right now he was experiencing the joys of fighting alone, even if it was risky. Maybe this trial isn't that bad after all, Arnold mumbled. And the next moment the second scenario began. You have entered the scenario for your second trial. Scenario name: Confront the Unknown. Task: Identify the unknown attacker. Time limit: 10 o'clock minutes. Rewards: the next monster you slay would become your summon. Failure: poison effect that would last till you complete the last trial. These rewards gained are effective only during this trial, and the bonus effects will disappear once the trial is over. The penalties would not have a permanent effect. Arnold waited a few moments before closing the missions tab on his interface. No matter how many times he reread the description of second scenario, he couldn't get past the weird objective. Is the mission? All I have to do is to identify the attacker? Something was definitely off, but Arnold was confident that Hell managed to take care of it. After all, how difficult could it be? After all, it was just like a puzzle that he needed to figure out. Yes, it wouldn't be difficult. A voice echoed through the dark chamber. If I couldn't hear your thoughts. At that moment 2 arrows flew towards him. Although Arnold could see the arrows, he instinctively raised a nice wall around himself to save himself from them. That was close. Arnold sighed in relief as the arrowheads managed to penetrate through the wall. Not bad. Not bad at all. The voice resonated once again. As Arnold heard the voice once again, he felt a weird sense of familiarity with it. He knew he had heard this voice somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried to remember, nothing popped up in his head. Don't bother pressuring your brain to remember something that it can't. You'd require a lot more than just my voice to decipher my origins. The arrows kept on coming. The wall had multiple cracks on it now, but Arnold didn't bother to raise another one. Right now he needed to focus on the voice that was distracting him. Oh. Not gonna play by the rules, are you? The voice sniggered. Well, let's increase the level of difficulty then. The voice said those words, and the wall that Arnold had constructed started disintegrating. You've received a debuff, Frostbite. The constructs that you build would be weaker and would only stand for 5 seconds before disintegrating into dust. Damn it. Arnold cursed under his breath as he hastily raised another wall of ice behind the first one. I won't be able to focus like this. That's the plan, but since you're intelligent, I'm sure you'd figure something out. The voice continued as more arrows were shot in Arnold's direction. This time the wall didn't have the strength like it did before and completely shattered upon impact from the arrows. Arnold couldn't dodge the arrow in time, and the arrow managed to find its mark on his right shoulder. Ugh! Arnold exclaimed in pain. TSK. 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 I didn't thought you'd be this weak. You won't be able to complete the trial if you don't go past me. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Arnold gritted his teeth and broke the shaft of the arrow that was stuck to his right shoulder. Normally he would have used a healing spell to pull out the arrow and get rid of the wound completely, but he didn't have that ability for now. No wonder you're so pitiful. Always depending on your summons to do everything. Do you even make them wipe your OS clean? I said shut up. Arnold replied as he made some spears using his elemental abilities, while constructing more walls as well. Maybe you like that feeling when someone else does your bidding, don't you? Stop talking like you know SHT about me. Arnold blurted out and grabbed a spear in his hands. Oh, but I do know who you are, the voice replied. And so do I. Arnold yelled as the wall in front of him disintegrated and threw the spear into a dark corner of the chamber. Back in Florida, the city was littered with blood, weapons and carnage. Red, blue and black were the new colors of what was once a spirited city, which has now become the stage of a full-blown invasion of monsters. The air, which would normally had been loud and bustling with sounds of the city, was now deafening with loud cries of pain. The sound of explosions and battle drowned any other sound in the area. Hell had descended upon this area. 2 armies were fighting each other, one to defend the people they wanted to protect, while the other army, consisting of monsters, was there to kill them all. But even after fighting for hours, it wasn't clear who was winning. The dead and wounded of the human side were abundant and were laying in heaps around the city, and the faces of the fighters are grim with horror and despair. But they refused to give up. With the thought of victory in their minds, the monsters fought with a sense of destruction, believing it would all be over soon. Some of them had succumbed to exhaustion and were sleeping amidst debris, rubble and their wounded, while others longed for the end of this battle. The toll on both nature and humanity was heavy. It's clear rubble, blood and broken siege engines had taken the place of buildings. gardens and schools. All seemed hopeless until the 12 elite families decided to join their hands together to defend their country from an S-rank dungeon break. Chapter 83, The Angel of Death. Trial 3. How long can we last against these monsters? Elena White, leader of the White family, spoke first. The heads of the 12 elite families were discussing the matter of the S-rank dungeon break that happened a couple of days before. It was a matter of national emergency, and thus even the President of the United States of America was in attendance. Not that he was given much importance, as the family heads already had their hands full with current crisis. Every warrior who was active in the states had been summoned to take a part in the all-out war that was happening right now. Not that all of them were useful, as their ranks were low, and it was not a low-ranked dungeon break, but an S-ranked one, but still they could provide help in one way or the other. We should ask for help from the Mage of Conscience and the Eternal Warrior. Together with Johnny Black, they would be able to utilize their strengths in a better way. Madame Roosevelt, leader is the Roosevelt family, suggested to call Brazil's Nicolas Fernandez, the Mage of Conscience, and China's Yu Zheng, the Eternal Warrior, to help them in the moment of crisis. Our forces are sufficiently strong to fend off the monsters. We don't need to depend on the Chinese for help. Not like those bastards would help us for free either way. Androx / another family leader, spoke up. He had a special grudge against the Chinese, as his wife, who was Chinese, had cheated on him with another man. It was a petty reason to hate the entire nation because of his wife's infidelity, but as the saying goes, it was what it was. Just because your partner cheated on you didn't mean that the entire nation is damned. But right, they wouldn't do it for free, but were no different than them in that case, don't you think? Alicia Maslow, the leader of Maslow family, asked the others. Nathaniel was about to reply when the President of the USA spoke up for the first time since the meeting began. I think asking Chinese for help is a sensitive subject, so I will not give a permission to do so. The ginger-headed person smacked his lips and raised a finger. America is, has, and always will be a global leader, even in this moment of crisis. God bless America. All the others present in the meeting room mentally smacked their heads after hearing the words which came out of Dobald Ramp's mouth. Author's note: I guess we all know who this is. Nathaniel ignored the president's comments and turned his face towards Alicia before continuing. We already contacted both China and Brazil. Apparently there was a dungeon break in China as well, thus Yu Zheng is busy dealing with it at the moment while Brazil is going through a civil war themselves. So it's a waste of time to think that they will be of any help. But the thing that worries me is the fact that we know very little about the boss of the dungeon. Their warriors who went inside the dungeon were killed in an instant. Androx got interrupted by Alicia. Not only that, this outbreak is particularly weird. Generally it's the dungeon boss who leads the outbreak, but so far no one even knows who or what the boss even is. Alicia said. So it's a lost cause? Elena asked. But no one had an answer to her question. Not at all. As I wanted to say before Sir Androx interrupted me, we still have a ray of hope. We have her. After all, Johnny is no longer America's only defender. Nathaniel's confident reply gave some relief to the others. But still all they could do was to sit in their bunker and hope that the warriors would be able to handle the situation. Johnny, Colt, Aiden and the rest of the members of 12 families were busy fending the monsters off. They were killing beasts left and right, but their overall numbers were so large that even after going all out against the monsters, moreover their numbers only dwindled for a moment before more monsters got poured out of the dungeon and status quo was restored. Johnny had once seen such a scenario before, when Arnold lost his cool and summoned a portal while he was fighting with the inhuman known as Bob. And he knew it that no matter what they do, their situation wasn't going to improve, just like it didn't improve for Bob. I bet he'd do something reckless as he was here. Johnny remembered Arnold and smiled. Quit spacing out, big guy, Colt yelled as he smashed the giant scorpion that was about to use its stinger on Johnny's back. Thanks. I owe you one. Johnny mindlessly thanked him. Yeah, you will. Now focus, you motherfucker, Colt bellowed once again, but didn't push it as he understood what Johnny was going through. After all, All of them had been fighting on the front lines ever since this outbreak happened. It was obvious that they were exhausted, and unlike the monsters, they didn't have an endless supply of warriors that could help them fend off the attack. The only way they could put an end to this was to defeat and kill the boss, but unfortunately no one was able to reach near the dungeon portal. The monsters were concentrated near the portal, and it wasn't easy to get rid of that many monsters. Even Johnny had failed when he tried to push through the monsters. Damn, they just keep coming. Aiden panicked after he saw goblins, ogres, and orcs that were making their way towards them through the army of monsters. Just how many assholes are inside that thing? Someone from Roosevelt family gritted her teeth. Just as it looked like all was lost, Johnny got a message from the intelligence unit through his earpiece. She's awake now. Fall back before she arrives there. Copy that. We're moving out now. Tell her no matter what happens, she doesn't need to hold back. Johnny replied and ordered his team to fall back. Is she the one everyone's been talking about lately? The same girl from Roosevelt family asked. The 4th SS ranked warrior in the history. Actually, she might be stronger than the rest of us SS ranked warriors. Last time when I sparred with her, I ended up in hospital, even though it was a hand-to-hand combat session and I'm a brawler. Johnny smiled as he boasted about his defeat. Really weird, you know that, right? I mean, most of the people would feel uncomfortable after being beaten by a girl. But here you are, all smiles about someone who could potentially take your spot as America's defender. The girl replied. By the way, the girl wanted to say something else, but the loud noise coming from a helicopter interrupted her thoughts, as she saw a teenager, dressed in a black combat suit, stepped out of it and fearlessly started walking towards the horde of monsters. Not going to say that she's the 4th warrior now, are you? She's just a teenager, for God's sake, the girl exclaimed. And she wasn't the only one to feel that way. Everyone except those from the Black family were both surprised and confused by this teenager's appearance on the battlefield. Even the monsters were confused by the daring of this young girl. The ogre, who looked like he was in charge of the battle force of monsters, sniggered and said something to the goblins in monster tongue, after which 5 goblins rushed towards the girl with daggers and clubs in their hands, ready to mow down the teenager, but even before they could touch her, they got disintegrated into dust. Nothing was left behind. Now even their bones. The monsters were shocked by what they saw and instinctively backed down. Even Johnny was surprised at the behavior of the monsters. Soon a few more monsters came out of the dungeon. Even so, after appearance of the teenager on the battlefield, things such as status quo were no longer valid and wouldn't get restored even if 100 monsters came out of the dungeon, because the moment their gaze met the teenagers, they got turned into dust. This was the power of the world's 4th SS ranked, who was nicknamed as the Angel of Death by the Black family, and was none other than Nicole Ling. Chapter 84, Me. Trial 4. Back in the domain of Guide Between the Worlds, Arnold kept throwing the spears he made using his elemental abilities in what seemed like arbitrary directions, but whenever he threw a spear, they clashed against something, and these clashes were followed by a noise as if something broke. It wasn't like every time Arnold threw a spear it met its target, since the room was pitch black and he had to actually force his hearing ability to the point that he was able to recognize even the faintest sounds. This exceptional hearing wasn't a resultant of one of his abilities or subclasses, but it was the result of the mental training he had been going through for the past year. Thanks to this hearing ability, he was able to deduce the fact that the arrows that were being shot at him were shot by some type of machinery and not some kind of being. As one, he always heard a weird clicking sound right before an arrow was shot towards him, and 2, the arrows were shot at him in regular intervals. In retaliation, he kept throwing the spears one after another, and soon the numbers of arrows that were shot towards him reduced. What little strength he had also played an important role in the destruction of the arrow-shooting machines, because without his strength, no matter how much force put into throwing the spears, he would not have been able to destroy those machines in a single throw. With the decrease in the threat of arrows, he could finally start concentrating on figuring the identity of his unknown enemy. Time remaining before the trial ends, for 53 minutes. Almost half of the time is gone. I have to figure something out. Arnold thought, and he mindlessly stared in the dark room. I would've commended you on successfully wasting 2/3 of your time by destroying the useless artillery inside the room which had nothing to do with your trial. The voice taunted Arnold. Ah. You've always been like this. Always. Arnold felt a strange after hearing what the voice said. All the while that he had been throwing spears left and right, the voice had never spoken once. But now when he was trying to concentrate once again on the task at hand, the voice suddenly reappeared to distract him from doing so. Is this thing somehow linked to my mind or something? Just as Arnold thought about it, the voice gasped like a thief who had been caught red-handed. Arnold could almost visualize the owner of the voice panicking. He was definitely a step closer to solving this mystery. He was about to blurt something out when another notification appeared on Arnold's interface. Rules of this scenario have been altered by the guide between the worlds. You only have one chance to guess the identity of the enemy. If your guess is wrong, you'll automatically fail the trial, even if there was time remaining. Be careful while making your choice. Damn it. Arnold didn't know whether he should curse his fate or not. Initially he thought that since he had some time left, make some calculated guesses from the information he had obtained till now and hopefully he'll be able to solve this puzzle and end the scenario. But he took too much time to come with this idea, and now the rules had been changed. He was pissed. But even after that, he couldn't allow his anger to take over him. Anger won't do him any good in this situation either way. Instead it would make his mind hazy and he wouldn't be able to make a rational decision which could potentially lead him to a difficult path. With some effort, Arnold was finally able to calm himself and thought about what he had to do next. All I need is a couple of more clues or something. But the more he thought about it, noisier the voice got. The voice started blurting out about anything and everything that Arnold found hurtful. But instead of triggering him, the words spoken by the voice had a totally different effect on Arnold because it helped him narrow down the choices he initially had. As Arnold never spoke freely about the things that triggered or angered him, only a mind reader would be able to know these things. After this, Arnold was pretty sure that it was the case and was about to make his choice when the voice said something that even Arnold himself had forgotten about. Just a pathetic weakling WHO couldn't even prove his cousin wrong. The voice bellowed. He used to touch your sister in inappropriate places. You knew about IT and still didn't do anything to stop him. At that moment Arnold went silent. It was indeed true that he once saw his cousin, his uncle's son, do weird things with his sister, but his sister wasn't the only victim, as he did similar stuff with other girls who were in the family as well. But unlike what the voice was saying, Arnold didn't ignore this incident and did try to help his sister and the others by informing his parents about it. His mom and dad believed him because he had never lied to them before. They were furious at their uncle and his son, who was 12 at that time. His dad went to confront him. Arnold had already talked about this to his cousins and the others, who assured him that when the time came they'll definitely support him. But they didn't. For some reason, no one said a word against their cousin. But his uncle started belittling Arnold and his father. Even when Nicole tried to explain what the cousin in question used to do her, no one believed her and everyone blamed Arnold for corrupting Nicole's innocent mind with teaching her vulgar things. Even when no one believed what Arnold was saying, his father stood by his side and cut all contact with his family. Arnold's father even divided their family business. Everyone thought he had gone mad, but it was this gesture that made Arnold love his father even more. But it was all long ago, that Arnold himself had forgotten about it all, as he had been 7 years old back then. But Arnold became furious when he remembered how useless he had been in the past. But before he could let the anger consume him, a realization hit him. No one knew about this incident. Not even Nathaniel or Nicholas were the world's most experienced mind readers, who had often looked into his mind, in order to help him with his issues. It was due to the reason that Arnold himself had forgotten about that incident, thus no one got to know about it, even after looking through his mind. But if even mind readers weren't able to know about this incident, how could someone else know about it? Moreover, the voice seemed to be personally attached to this subject as well. Could it be that, me? Arnold mumbled. The moment Arnold uttered those words, a familiar notification popped up in front of his eyes. Chapter 85, Wyvern, Trial 5. Me? Arnold mumbled. The moment Arnold uttered those words, a familiar notification popped up in front of his eyes. It takes courage to acknowledge your own mistakes and work to set your life on the right path. You've been appraised by the guide. You've cleared the scenario, confront the unknown and earn the following rewards. Since the rules of the scenario were changed, the rewards have been changed as well. A special reward has been added to your inventory. You can access it upon the successful completion of the trial. With these words, the darkness of the room slowly dissipated and a neon blue hue covered the room. The room was made up of mirrors in its entirety. The walls, support pillars and its structure were similar to the throne room, in which he had defeated the Orc chieftain. The mirrors were reflecting the light that was generated by the luminous blue moss that covered the entire ceiling of the room. It reminded Arnold of the day he had found the skill books and affinity scrolls, back when he was still a porter, since that dungeon was covered with similar moss as well. A lot has changed since then, hasn't it? Arnold smiled wanly as he saw his reflection in the mirror in front of him. I was hopeless back then. Maybe I still am. But one thing is for sure, I'm not powerless anymore. And those who was wronged me will pay the price for doing so. Arnold's right hand got covered with a thick layer of ice, as he punched the mirror in front of him with all his might. It doesn't matter whether they are family or not. Are you sure you can do that? The voice asked Arnold. Arnold thought that since the scenario was over, the voice would have disappeared as well, but he was wrong. His reflection in the mirrors was replaced by that of a kid that looked a lot like Arnold did in his initial years. Are you sure, when the time comes, you'll be able to do what's necessary? Arnold's younger self squeaked. I'm sorry that I forgot about the worst thing that happened to Nicole. But thanks to you, I mean thanks to me, I now remember it again. It was really weird and awkward for Arnold to talk with himself, but there were a lot of weirder things in this world that he had witnessed, so he quickly got over it and had a heartfelt conversation with his younger self, that ended with him promising that he'll never forgive the uncle and his family who had wronged them on numerous occasions. Only after that did the voice and the boy disappear completely. After the conversation, Arnold stretched his neck and he stepped through the door that would have led him to the next scenario, not knowing the fact that the guide between the worlds was watching his every move. Interesting. Very interesting. The guide spoke for the first time in a century. He might actually be the one to take your place and become your heir, my lord. Arnold stepped into next room, which was surprisingly huge. Right before Arnold could come up with reasons why it was like that, his questions were quickly answered when the information about the scenario popped up on his interface. You have entered the scenario for your third trial. Scenario name, Lesser Dragon, Bigger Pain. Task, slay the Wyvern, the Lesser Dragon. Time limit, no time limit. Rewards, the rewards will vary upon the time taken to slay the Wyvern. Failure. Failure is not an option. You won't be able to proceed to the next scenario until and unless you slay the beast. These rewards gained would have permanent effect from now onwards. Great. Slay a Wyvern. Are you fking kidding me? Arnold was surprised but wasn't shocked. Instead he was angry. So much for meditation. But he had no choice in the matter. If he wanted to go back, he had to overcome the tasks and scenarios that were given to him, no matter what. As if his thoughts were being read by someone, a moment later a wyvern appeared in front of his eyes. TSK. Let's get this over with. Arnold made some makeshift spears using his elemental abilities and fearlessly charged at the wyvern. At an unknown place, your vassal is very interesting this time, my love, a feminine voice said before caressing the muscular shoulder of someone who was sitting on a throne. You think so too, huh? The man spoke with an indifferent tone. Do you think our mission would be as successful after all this time? Of course it'll be successful. I'm sure your vassal has everything that would allow him to be called as your heir. The man nodded and looked around the place he was currently residing in. The place was weird and nothing could be seen for miles and miles. The place was just covered with cold sand, mountains, and a single throne that were under the protection of the stars. The body of the man, who was sitting on the throne, was at the peak of its physical condition. The buffed-up body was covered with scars, caused by godly weapons, during the times he fought with demons, fallen angels and whatnot. The man was draped in a cloth made up of monster skin, which only covered his waist and thighs. A three-headed spear, the trident, rested next to his throne. This was the same trident that he had used to slay various gods and demons, who dared to rise against him, disturbed the balance of the universe and challenge his authority as the protector of the universe. The throne he was sitting on was nothing but a gigantic black stone. The godlike being wore his hair in a tight bun, wore a snake around his blue throat as an ornamental piece. His entire body was covered with the cold sand, but that wasn't what it actually was. It was ashes. The ashes that remained after he incinerated his enemies, who tried to disturb the balance of the universe and use their powers to cause harm to the others. For his enemies he was the god of destruction, for his preachers he was the destroyer of evil, for his fellow gods he was the supreme being. He was Shiva, the immortal one. Author's note: if you'd really like to know about Shiva, a god preached by the Hindus, and one of my favorite gods, then it includes the Wikipedia link below and you can read about him there. Link: https://m.wikipedia.org Wiki Shiva. Chapter 86, Lesser Dragon, Bigger Pain. Trial 6. I thought since the wyvern won't be able to fly inside the room, he'll have a better shot at killing it, but have my life ever been that easy? Arnold complained and placed his hands on his knees, panting from exhaustion due to running around a lot. He wasn't running around the room because of some absurd reason, actually. He was running for his life. The room he was inside was vast, but it wasn't very high. The height of the room was about 10 feet, and hence, despite having wings, the wyvern couldn't fly inside the room. Initially Arnold thought this was a blessing in disguise, but little did he know that this blessing would turn into a curse, as the wyvern was enraged as his ability to fly was restricted, and the wyvern, due to its low intelligence, could only blame the person in front of her for it. Arnold initially decided to retaliate and started throwing icy cold spears towards the lesser dragon, but to his surprise, his spears broke like icicles upon contact with the wyvern's thick black skin, basically making his only way of offense useless. The only positive thing in this entire scenario was the presence of numerous pillars that were spread across the entirety of the room at regular intervals, and for some reason, these pillars weren't affected by the flames that the bastard reptile was spewing right and left. Time passed since beginning of trial, 249 minutes. Clearance rewards divided into ranks. SS, scenario cleared under 02 minutes. S, scenario cleared under 05 minutes. A, scenario cleared under 20 minutes. B, scenario cleared under 30 minutes. C, scenario cleared under 40 minutes. D, scenario cleared under 50 minutes. E, scenario cleared under 60 minutes. Rewards would be automatically added to your inventory when the wyvern is slain. TSK. Arnold clicked his tongue, although he knew that he would not have been able to get the SS ranked reward for slaying the wyvern, but seeing the opportunity get wasted away was still a bit painful. He shook his head and reminded himself that survival was more important than some measly reward. After all, there was a limit to mindlessly charging towards his enemies. It's gone quite all of a sudden. Arnold thought and peeked towards the wyvern while hiding behind the pillar. To his surprise, the dragon was gazing right towards him. The wyvern's calm pearly eyes sat well within the creature's rounded, horned skull, which gave the creature a very ominous-looking appearance. There were several horns atop its head, just above its wide, warped ears. Rows after rows of crystal growths ran down the sides of each of its jaw lines. It had a thick snout with two tiny, warped nostrils and there's a crystal-like growth on its chin. Several huge teeth poke out from the side of its mouth and give a preview of the terror hiding inside. Its huge neck ran down from its head and into the humongous body. The top was covered in massive scales and a row of armor plating ran down its spine. Its bottom was covered in thick skin and is colored darker than the rest of its body. 4 massive limbs carry its body and allow the creature to stand graceful and arrogantly. Each claw had 6 fingers, each of which end in narrow nails seemingly made of bone. Slender wings grew starting from just below its shoulders and ended at its hips. The wings were almost angel-like. A specialized layer of seemingly color-changing skin made up most of the wing, and each bone structures ended in a curved, yet blunt tip. Its massive tail ended in a sword-like edge and was covered in the same massive scales as its body. All in all, it looked like a living nightmare. A nightmare that Arnold had to overcome and slay. As the wyvern prepared to unleash another wave of fire, Arnold used his elemental abilities and covered the entire floor with a thick layer of ice. The wyvern, who didn't expect Arnold to use such a trick, lost its balance and shot his deadly flames towards the ceiling instead. Arnold expected that nothing would happen to the ceiling as it was made up of similar material that the pillars were made of, but unlike his expectations, the seemingly indestructible ceiling crumbled and crashed upon the wyvern itself. To Arnold's surprise, no damage was inflicted on the wyvern, as he rose from within the rubble and shook his gigantic head to get rid of the dust that covered it. Even the roof couldn't stop it. Not even for a moment, Arnold mumbled. He was astonished by the power of this demonic being. He wondered how he was supposed to defeat something like this. When he was about to lose the little bit of hope that he had, a surprising notification appeared on his interface. A unique Slayer's weapon had appeared. Slayer's weapon? Arnold mumbled as the words were reflected from his retina. Something flashed in his eyes as his gaze fell on the Slayer's weapon that fell from the broken roof of the chamber. Vindicator. It was none other than Arnold's old and trusty pair of guns. Arnold didn't care why his guns had been branded as Slayer's weapon. He was simply excited about seeing his weapon and hopefully, a way to put an end to the wyvern itself. But this joy was short-lived as the guns fell near the wyvern's right foot and were rolling around the lesser dragon's legs. It was a location where no one could easily pick them up. Arnold was troubled once again. On one hand, it was absolutely necessary for him to obtain the Vindicator if he wanted to slay the wyvern, but on the other hand, he was 100% sure that if he made even a minor mistake while he tried to retrieve the guns, it would lead to his death. Even if I don't do anything, he'll die. The wyvern will get me sooner or later. Arnold mentally prepared himself to face the wyvern. Chapter 87, Death. Trial 7. No way out of this, Arnold thought. He took a few quick breaths and fearlessly charged towards the wyvern. He was focused on his goal, obtaining the Vindicator. No matter what, obtaining the Vindicator was essential if he wanted to defeat the wyvern. Even the wyvern had got a wind of the situation when it saw Arnold, who had been hiding for so long, charging right towards itself and prepared to confront him by spewing an endless stream of fire at him. Arnold had already seen through this and was well prepared to defend himself by using the pillars to his advantage. He would hide behind one of the pillars and wait for the wyvern's attack to end, and after that rush towards the wyvern again. The plan was simple, but executing it was no joke, as it was not an easy task to predict when the wyvern would unleash its attack. It was easier for Arnold to dodge the wyvern's attack when there was some distance between them, and it took some time for the flames to reach him, giving him an ample amount of time to hide behind a pillar. But this wasn't possible as he began to get closer towards the wyvern, because he could no longer take the distance advantage to himself. He kept dodging and running, but the closer he got to his goal, the riskier it became. Now not only did he have to be careful about the flames, but he had to be wary of the sharp claws and the sword-like tail of the wyvern as well. Just one hit by one of those things and he would get turned into minced meat, a thought he was not fond of. The wyvern might have been thinking the same thing as it started swinging its tail around like a mad titan. Of course it didn't know what the thing fell from the sky was, but all it cared about was that its enemy needed the thing that was near its legs, and it had to ensure that the human couldn't lay his hands on it. This was the reason why the wyvern had gone berserk and was lashing out in such a manner. While the wyvern was analyzing Arnold's moves, Arnold was busy doing the same. It takes about 30 seconds for the brat to use its fire attack. So if I rush out after its attack ends, I'll have about 30 seconds to grab the guns. That is, if I'm able to dodge its claws and tail. Arnold was constantly revising his plans based on the situation. If only I had the foresight now. TSK, if I make it alive through this trial, I'll use that skill all the f***ing time. The wyvern finally used its fire attack on Arnold, who had been waiting for the wyvern to do so. The attack didn't last long and Arnold immediately broke into sprint, while counting down to 30 in his head. Even though his agility attribute was sealed, the adrenaline coursing through his veins ended up giving him an insane boost. This was proved a second later when the wyvern swung its left paw right at him. But Arnold somersaulted over the giant paw and rolled a couple of times under the wyvern's armored belly, before getting up. But he didn't have the time to celebrate, as the moment he stood up, another paw was thrown at him, which he managed to dodge by the skin between his teeth. All of this happened in mere 8 seconds. Arnold still had 22 seconds before the wyvern could unleash the fire attack again. Even though he managed to dodge the attack, he lost his balance and fell over a small pile of rubble. The wyvern, not wanting to lose this opportunity, used its tail to attack him once again. Arnold rolled out of the way and escaped. The next second, the wyvern's sword-like tail slammed down onto the rubble. Its tail had broken through the part where Arnold's crotch was a moment ago. That was literally a dick move, dude. Not cool. Not cool at all, Arnold shouted as he moved towards the Vindicator. 15 seconds have been passed. He had to hurry, but it was harder than pronouncing Newman ultramicroscopic silica volcanoconiosis in one try. Author's note: yup. This is genuine word. In fact, it is the longest word in literature. It is a word that refers to a lung disease contracted from the inhalation of very fine silica particles, specifically from a volcano. Medically, it is the same as silicosis. The wyvern once again threw his tail towards him. Arnold felt his luck running out as his left cheek got grazed by the tail. Even though it was a small cut, it felt like someone had poured molten lava on his wound after rubbing a kilogram of salt and pepper on it. Arnold's eyes teared up a little bit, but he kept pushing through. Things only got worse after that. He became a lot slower and hence he couldn't defend himself well enough. He got 5 more wounds after his cheek was grazed. Thankfully he wasn't critically injured, but the pain he was feeling was like nothing before. He didn't allow the pain to stop him from completing his task though, and was still adamant on getting his hands on the weapon. What had been pushed back towards the wyvern's hind legs in all of the commotion? Arnold forgot the count when he was hit for the first time, so he had no clue how much time he had left before the wyvern would use its attack once again. Damn it. This pain isn't allowing me to think clearly. Arnold gritted his teeth as he slowly made his way towards the guns while barely dodging the wyvern's attacks. To his clouded mind, it felt like he was dodging the wyvern's attacks when in reality the wyvern was simply playing with his prey, but it soon got bored with it and decided to cut short its playing time. Arnold's vision had gotten a bit blurry due to the pain, but he roughly saw the wyvern's tail coming towards him, but he wasn't afraid of it like before. Looks like it's time use that, Arnold mumbled. He had been saving this skill to use it in the final trial, but it looked like he would have to use it now. Arnold calmly closed his eyes and muttered 2 words: soul grapple. Arnold hadn't used this skill in a while, so he had forgotten how it felt to have his soul ripped apart from his body. Since he knew the time restriction of his skill, Arnold didn't waste a single moment and entered the wyvern's body. That's when multiple texts appeared on his interface. Author's note: technically, it's his conscience, not his soul. You have occupied a cosmic being. Your level is too low to fully control a cosmic being. Duration of the skill has been reduced. The being is of much higher level. Duration of the skill has been reduced by a little. Total duration of the skill after deduction, 2 seconds. 2 seconds might not have been much, but for Arnold, it was just enough, as he just needed to divert the wyvern's attack in order to save his body, before he was pulled out of the wyvern's body. Just as Arnold regained the control of his body, he saw the sword-like tail suddenly change its direction and hit the pillar next to him instead. He used this time to leap at the guns, but just as he did, he saw a faint glow of light that was coming from behind. 30 seconds were over before Arnold could do anything. His body was surrounded with flames. Chapter 88. You can't kill me. Trial 8. Arnold raised his arms to protect himself from the flames. He never believed his hands would be able to stop the flames, but his actions were totally based on instinct and reflex. He knew he messed up, big time. When he saw the sea of flames coming towards him, Arnold expect hell get burnt, or at the very least, hell feel some of pain, but instead he just felt warm, as if he was sitting next to a fireplace. That's weird, Arnold thought, and slowly opened his eyes and witnessed that a transparent and colorless jelly-like substance had completely covered his body. This layer of mysterious substance was protecting him, but sadly this wasn't the case for his clothes that got vaporized the moment the flames touched them. Before Arnold could think what was going on, a text appeared on his interface. Unique passive skill. Devil's Advocate has been activated. You're immune to true damage-causing abilities. Immune to Rittera's Hellfire attack. Looks like, I'm a lucky son of a gun, after all. Arnold screamed his lungs out, and then his eyes fell on his body, My clothes. Arnold was completely naked in front of the fire-breathing wyvern. Talk about disrespecting your opponent. When the wyvern finally stopped spewing fire, even it looked confused. No one would ever be able to know why the wyvern was confused. Maybe it was confused after seeing that Arnold was unscathed from its attack, or maybe it was confused after seeing Arnold's own baby wyvern. But for whatever reason, the wyvern was pissed, and it was ready to vent its anger out on Arnold. After letting out a high-pitched roar, the wyvern turned around to confront Arnold, who was still surrounded with the jelly-like substance. Rittera Superscript 1. The Queen of Wyverns is about to use Hellfire LVL9. Arnold was once again surrounded in flames, but the end result remained the same. Rittera's Hellfire attack was similar to Arnold's Arcane Flames ability and was simply its evolved form. Hellfire was superior to Arcane Flames in every factor. The only problem was that the wyvern's skill had evolved to become true to its name, Hellfire, a fire that could devour anything. Essentially it meant that the Hellfire could only cause true damage, something Arnold had immunity to. The wyvern, no matter how hard it tried, could not cause Arnold any harm using its most lethal and effective skill. Seeing its attacks fail again and again, the wyvern finally gave up on using fire attacks and went back to attack Arnold using its claws and tail. But to the wyvern's surprise, even though its attacks were hitting their intended target, Arnold wasn't getting hurt by the attacks at all. It was because passive skill, Will of Earth, has been activated. The user HP is below 20%. The user has entered the invincible state for a duration of 20 seconds. The wyvern looked at Arnold in confusion while Arnold burst into laughter. He finally figured out why some of his abilities were still functioning. Although the system had informed him that all of his abilities had been sealed, in reality only his active abilities had been sealed while his passive abilities were still active and working as usual. It's been quite a while since the last time Will of Earth had activated. Arnold smiled. 20 seconds of immunity against the wyvern's attacks? I'll take it. Arnold hurriedly grabbed the Vindicator and used his ice elemental abilities to quickly refill the empty magazine of the gun. You had 30 seconds to end me. But you couldn't. Now I have 20 seconds to end you, and I'm sure I will. Arnold was still smiling as he pointed the guns towards the wyvern's tail first, and without wasting a second, barraged it with bullets. Arnold wasn't sure whether it would cause any decent damage to the wyvern or not, but the results were surprising to say the least, as not only the bullets shot out of his guns managed to penetrate through the wyvern's skin, but also managed to trigger various passive of his gunslinger subclass. You've dealt 598 plus 0 points of damage to your target. Damage inflicted after damage reduction due to target's defense, 120 horsepower. Your bullets triggered the exclusive skill Explosive shot. Additional damage dealt, 72 horsepower. Lucky shot. Additional true damage dealt, 39 horsepower. Double edge. Damage dealt was multiplied by a factor of 2. Total damage dealt, 461 horsepower. Target's remaining HP, 2,039,625,000. Icy bullets are super effective against Vritra. Looks like you weren't anything special after all. Arnold didn't know why, but he was a little bit disappointed by the results. He had only fired 10 bullets, and not only the wyvern's tail got severed, it also lost about a fifth of its health. The wyvern that was just moments away from killing him turned out to be pretty weak, and yet Arnold was having such a hard time trying to stay alive from the wyvern's attacks in the first place. Arnold was now pissed at his own weakness, wondering if he was actually nothing without his weapon and spells. The wyvern was clearly in pain, since its body was huge. None of the bullets missed their mark. The wyvern started smashing his paws left and right, but it had no effect on Arnold, who kept shooting at the lesser dragon, and each of the bullets triggered 2 if not more passive effects, but every 6th bullet that hit the wyvern was incredibly more painful. It was because every 6th bullet that escaped Arnold's weapon had a special effect. Static Rage, passive ability after successfully inflicting damage for 5 times in a row. The 6th attack would deal plus 35% of physical attack as additional true damage. "It's over for you," Arnold mumbled as the wyvern finally succumbed to the innumerable wounds on its body. "You've killed a cosmic being. EXP, plus 10,000. First rank C Cosmic Being Guild. EXP, plus 12,000. First Wyvern Guild. EXP, plus 8,000. You cannot level up. Use the excess EXP to level up your subclass first. You can upgrade the subclass by opening the Information tab and select the subclass you want to upgrade. Although the experience he got was quite huge, his eyes were fixed at one thing: that wyvern was a rank C being. 1. Vritra, also known as U, is a serpent, wyvern or dragon, and is a major Asura demon in Vedic religion. He is the personification of drought, and adversary of Indra, the thunder god in Hinduism, and king of heaven. He appears as a dragon blocking the course of the rivers and is heroically slain by Indra. The term is cognate with the Zoroastrian Asidahaka. Chapter 89, Riddles, Trial 9. You've cleared the scenario Lesser Dragon, Bigger Pain, and earned the S-rank tier reward. Please wait while a reward is selected. You've performed exceptionally well, and hence you have been granted Black Wyvern's Egg. You are required to take care of this egg and bath it using blood. The egg will absorb the characteristic of monsters from their blood. Use different type of monster bloods to achieve better results. The egg will open after 120 days. Human blood can also be used. Rewards have been added to your inventory. You'll gain access to it once you clear the trial. So essentially giving me Toothless. Arnold smirked. But on a serious note, you'll have to bath it using blood. That's a bit extreme. Not like that's the weirdest thing I have heard in my entire life. Author's note: you all know what Toothless refers to. Just as Arnold uttered those words, a hidden door opened up as usual, but Arnold didn't take a single step towards the door. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the lifeless body of the wyvern in front of him. If only my domain was a passive skill, it'd have stored its body there. TSK, such a waste. Arnold shook his head and gave up on the idea of resurrecting the wyvern as one of his summons. Although he was given a wyvern's egg, that would eventually give him a wyvern as his pet, but for that have to wait and nurture the egg for 120 days, and only God knew how long it would take the wyvern to grow up into an adult. Unlike the wyvern that was right in front of his eyes, he wanted to at least dismantle the beast's body for its bones, hide, and maybe its muscles as well. But sadly he didn't have the tools nor the storage to do something like that. After looking at the wyvern for one more time, Arnold finally walked through the door to face his new challenge. You have entered the scenario for your final trial. Scenario name: Riddling Pain. Task: correctly answer to the guide between the world's riddles. Time limit: unknown. Rewards: ascendance, failure, death. The moment he stepped into the room, Lanterns lit up to illuminate the chamber. This chamber was an exact replica of the first throne room except the fact that it was more ornated and lavish. The stone walls were painted with liquid silver which complemented the golden curtains that hugged the walls. The floor was studded with glittering gems and diamonds which gave off a feeling as if they were mimicking the stars. Unlike the other rooms, there weren't any pillars in this room. As Arnold walked into the room slowly, he saw a single throne placed inside the room and a woman was currently occupying it. The entire room was filled with armors. Some were golden, some were black, some were short, some were high. Although they were just armors, Arnold felt as if they were keeping an eye on him. He cautiously walked towards the throne where the dark-skinned woman was sitting while she was looking at him seductively. The way she looked at him made him feel desirable. The woman was wearing a dress that was loosely held by her shoulders. The dress had a low neckline which almost completely showed off her ample and voluptuous chest, something which made Arnold extremely uncomfortable. The woman twirled a strand of her hair, while she looked at the man in front of her, not at the man but at his crotch. Oh my, so endowed. But don't you think it's highly inappropriate and disrespectful to show your manhood to a goddess? Are you the guide between the worlds? Arnold's body was burning from the temptation but he didn't allow it to cloud his thoughts. And if you are too arrogant, just like my lord. The woman snapped her fingers and all of a sudden he felt an enormous amount force on his shoulders which was forcing him to bow down to the woman. Oh. Resisting my authority? No wonder. My lord chose you to be his vassal. Arnold was struggling with all his might to repel the force but the moment the woman snapped her fingers again, the force became too much for him to handle. In the end, he had to give in. That's much better. The woman's seductive voice echoed throughout the room. What I wouldn't give to play with your body. But if I do anything inappropriate with you, my lord would completely erase my existence. She continued after occupying the throne once again. Let me make it clear again, I'm the one who would be asking you the questions, not the other way around. As for the rules, there's a distance of approximately 10 steps between you and me. I'll ask you 10 riddles to solve. For every riddle that you answer correctly, you'll take a step and if you're able to reach me, then you'll gain your freedom as well as a little something else. But remember, if you even answer one riddle incorrectly, you'll die in an instant. All clear? After hearing the words, Arnold once again tried to get up but then the woman snapped her fingers once again and he was forced to nod his head. Great. Then let us begin. Mortal, and yes, I am the guide between the worlds. Even though I'm commonly known as Satina. Satina snapped her fingers again and the force that was holding Arnold down dissipated. Arnold he felt like he had been humiliated, but there was nothing he could do at that point as his guns had disappeared the moment Satina used her powers to subdue him. He was just a man in front of a goddess. Oh. That fiery look of defiance in your eyes. Satina uncomfortably squirmed in her throne. But it isn't your looks that would save you. Since you chose your intelligence to stay with you, I thought it was only acceptable to give you a scenario that's highly dependent on it. And that's riddles. It's something I enjoy as well. So try not to disappoint me, will you? Let's move on. Here's your first riddle. It dances and skips. It's red in the eyes but it cheats with the lips. If it meets its match it's easily caught. But it's worth nothing if it is bought. What is it? Satina licked her lips as finished reciting the riddle. It dances. And skips. Could be human. You don't have a lot of time. Satina smirked. Chapter 90, Riddling Pain. Trial 10. Its heart. Arnold exclaimed when he heard Satina's riddle. Very well. You did good and for your reward. Satina gave off an ominous smile and snapped her fingers once again. The next moment, Arnold saw a couple of empty black armors moving towards him. One of them had a sword in his hand while the other had a spear. Arnold, who had been in countless battles till now, immediately understood what they were going to do next and prepared to dodge their attacks. But at the last moment, his body refused to move. TSK, TSK, TSK. I won't allow you to not receive your reward. After all, you've earned it. Satina smacked her lips again as she used her powers to bind Arnold to his place. You can't do this, Arnold exclaimed. Oh my dear boy, this is my domain. I can do whatever I want here, she said. You have no idea how bored I've been after staying trapped here. All alone with no one to talk to, or in your case, with no one to torment. So be a good boy and make me happy, you bitch, Arnold exclaimed as the armors moved closer to him. You're out of your mind. This wasn't mentioned in the rules. True. I never mentioned what would happen if your answer is correct, now did I? Well, now you know. Arnold was now finally in the armor's weapons reach. They quickly unsheathed their weapons, aimed for Arnold's defenseless back and quickly slashed it twice. Blood erupted from where the weapons penetrated his skin. His wounds were like a broken water hose. The blood kept coming out of them. Arnold was in a lot of pain. He was quickly reminded of the pain he felt during his fight with the wyvern. This skinning pain was a lot similar to that. He tightly gritted his teeth as the armors stepped back to their original position. The floor, which resembled the night sky, got tainted by his blood. He saw Satina with the corner of his eyes. Oh, this pleasure. Satina was moaning with pleasure after seeing Arnold in pain. If it still isn't clear, then I'll make it clearer for you. For every right answer, I'll get pleasure while you'll be subjected to pain. But seeing you in tatters after answering just one riddle, I doubt if you'd even make it to the 10th riddle. You just going to talk, or are you going to give me the next riddle? Arnold panted heavily and straightened his back to face Satina once again. Commendable. Commendable indeed, Satina murmured. As you wish. Here's your second riddle. Glittering points that downward thrust, sparkling spears that never rust. What are they? I thought this was a trial, not some joke. Arnold smiled weakly and taunted Satina. I use them all the time. The answer is icicles. You a puny little mortal, dare to mock me? Guess I need to discipline you a bit more. Corners of Satina's mouth twitched as she snapped her fingers again. This time not 2 but 3 armors came forward to slash and stab Arnold. Arnold, who was already expecting it, barely flinched, and after the armors were done, he quickly sealed the wounds with ice, thinking it would at least slow down the blood loss. Next, he roared loudly. Satina was a bit surprised at what she was seeing. Even after losing that much blood, Arnold was still walking towards her. Lives without a body, hears without ears, speaks without a mouth, to which the air alone gives birth. Satina gave him the next riddle to solve. A simple one. Yet again. The answer is an echo. Arnold mindlessly mumbled and kept walking. Unknown to Arnold, Satina was intentionally giving him riddles that were easy to solve so that he wouldn't be able to recover from his previous wounds. She did so because even though the condition for failure was death, Satina couldn't do such a thing because her master, Shiva, who was also looking at the trial from his own domain, had strictly prohibited her from taking Arnold's life. That is, unless she wanted to lose hers as well. At the surface, it looked as if it was a trial of intelligence, but in reality it was a trial of willpower. Shiva wanted to know whether Arnold would be able to endure hellish pain and still manage push through the limits of a mortal being, which was an essential condition for ascendance, and so far Arnold's performance was up to Shiva's expectations. Every time Arnold answered a riddle correctly, the number of armors that attacked him increased by 1, and as a result he was getting more and more wounds. He had also tried to use his elemental abilities to make a barrier to protect himself, but the armor's attacks ignored his barriers and managed to hurt him. So in the Arnold decided to not create any more barrier and use his abilities to seal his wounds instead. Next. What kind of monster are you? Satina whispered. I said next. Arnold looked up at her and gave her a smile that sent shivers down her spine. 9th riddle. A cloud was my mother, the wind is my father, my son is the cool stream, and my daughter is the fruit of the land. A rainbow is my bed, the earth my final resting place. What am I? Dry. Not. 2. Make it obvious next time, Arnold said in a weak voice as he forced himself to get up. Rain. The answer is rain. He knew that the answer was right when he saw 10 armors rushing towards him. The armors stabbed him everywhere. His naked body was covered with ice that he used to temporarily seal the wounds. But after enduring so much, His legs gave up. He fell face first on the floor. Satina thought it was over, but it wasn't. Arnold was crawling towards her using his hands. There was only one thing on his mind. All he wanted was to get home. What a mad lad, Satino mumbled. The last riddle. It brings back the lost as though never gone, shines laughter and tears with light long since shone, a moment to make, a lifetime to shed. Value then but lost when you're dead. What is it? Arnold was panting harder than ever. He wanted to forget about everything and rest. His eyes were getting heavy. He couldn't feel his legs anymore. His entire body was getting numb. Slowly, very slowly, he was losing consciousness, but he had to push through it all. For Nicole. He had to get back. He slowly lifted his head. The throne was just a step away. But wasn't it enough? Hadn't he done enough already? No, it isn't enough. I have to find a cure for Nicole. I have to reclaim what I lost. It isn't enough yet. Looks like you lost, Satina said in an emotionless voice. Failure means you think you can kill me? Arnold mumbled to himself. You dare to think you'll die? To Satina's surprise, the bloody and battered Arnold slowly forced himself to back on his feet, refusing to let the pain stop him. The answer is memories. You can't kill me anymore. As he uttered these words, darkness shrouded his vision, but in the last moments, he saw a faint light glittering in front of his eyes. You've successfully completed the trial. Ascendance process will now begin. Chapter 91. Ascension. Few days later. You kidding me, right? A man wearing some sort of uniform asked another person who too was wearing the same uniform as him. Both the men were inside medical facility on guard duty. No, this guy actually fell from the sky. Naked, said the other person. And his fall made the crater outside Alpha Gate? That's what I'm trying to say. What trying to saying makes no sense. Newell, telling me this guy's a freaking Terminator? Something like that. Newell mumbled. You should seriously stop drinking. The first man spoke, or visit a doctor or something. Good for you, were already in the medical labs. I'll get a doctor for you. Look, I know what I saw, okay? And if you don't believe me, then how would you explain this guy's sudden appearance? Newell got irritated by the comments of his ally. You do know that it's a wasteland filled with monsters out there, don't you, Jack? Well, see, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Even speechless, Newell mocked Jack before looking at the man who was laying unconscious on the nursing bed. At least it's good that he's been handcuffed. Just look at his body. He's nothing less than a monster, Jack said when he saw Newell looking at the man. Newell just nodded and continued to stare at the person. Maybe we should get another handcuff. Right. Here. Jack handed him another set of handcuffs and continued. You go and do it. Whim. Newell backed away. There was no way in hell he was going anywhere near someone who was found outside the safe zone, let alone a naked man. Well, it would have been a different case if it would have been a woman instead, because the one who found him, aren't you? Jack spoke as he shoved the handcuffs into Neil's hands. Go and cuff him. That's an order. Our ranks are one and the same. Neil exclaimed, you cannot order me around. I'm ordering you as your big brother. Now fucking do it. Neil gulped down his saliva and slowly made his way towards the unconscious man, but he had barely touched his arm when something happened. The man was up in a flash. He effortlessly snapped the handcuff that was holding him down before grabbing Neil's arm and jumping over him. The man held Neil as a hostage and a human shield. The agility and strength of the man were off the charts. Jack, who saw it all happening, was speechless and clueless about what was happening in front of his eyes. After a momentary lapse due to the shock, Jack quickly pulled out his sword. Let him G. You think that sword of yours could hurt me? The man said with a smile and pulled out the sword that Neil had. Jack thought that the man would put up a fight and try to injure Neil and try to run away, but to his surprise, as soon as the man touched the sword made of steel and imbued with magic, it immediately disintegrated into dust. Still gonna fight me? The man smirked. Just who? Who are you? Jake barely managed to mumble due to the shock. The name's Arnold Ling. Now lose the sword, will you? Can't believe him actually back. Arnold thought. Arnold was surprised because the last thing he could remember was the face of Satina, who was about to kill him. Maybe his memories were hazy, so he wasn't even sure if the things he saw were real or not. I should have got lot of rewards for the trials, and if what happened was real, then the rewards should be in my inventory. The only problem is, Arnold looked around the room he was currently residing in. It was an interrogation room, fully equipped with turrets, cameras and of course, the classic one-way mirror. There were 2 soldiers inside the room as well. He had already used probe on both of them, and both of them were ranked at B rank. Since he was in an interrogation room, he was most probably being monitored, thus he was a bit hesitant to use his inventory or any other skill in that matter. He was told to wait while Sins came to interrogate him. He only agreed to it because he too wanted to get some information about them. Because last time he remembered there was no military in any country of the world. He was curious as to what happened while he was gone missing. Bored to death, he finally opened his status and realized something was wrong. Unable to access the requested information. Please complete the process of Ascension to restore the system. All restrictions that were placed during your trial have been revoked. You can freely use your skills and access the inventory. Shop will remain inaccessible to user until Ascension is completed. Tasks to complete the Ascension process would still be displayed after the system goes into reboot. System will go into rebooting process once the user closes the interface. Would you like to view the requirements of the Ascension quest? What the hell is this? Arnold exclaimed when he read the contents of the message that was in front of his eyes. Sir, please wait patiently. One of the higher-ups would soon meet you in person. Till then, please try to calm yourself down, one of the 2 soldiers said while the other soldier was pointed his staff towards Arnold, ready to attack any second. It's not you know what? Never mind, it's nothing. Arnold calmed himself down and sat down once again in his seat. He was about to open and check the requirements for this Ascension process. But before he could do that, the door was opened and a woman walked in. Arnold gave her a glance. Standing 6'2" inches tall, this tan-skinned woman had an authoritative aura around her. Maybe that's why the 2 soldiers were saluting her. A particularly notable feature of her was her winning smile. Just her smile made Arnold feel comfortable, as if he had no worries in his life. Which was obviously the effect of her charisma. Arnold was well versed in the effects of that attribute as well, so no matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't be able to fool him. She had a beautiful face, which was again an effect of her charisma, a small nose, and filled pinkish lips. Her brown eyes were heavy-lidded and had angular eyebrows. Her short, straight, black hair was well groomed. She was wearing a similar uniform as the other soldiers, the only difference being, her white uniform complemented her complexion. Sorry for the delay, mister. The woman quickly ruffled through a folder which she had brought with her. Ling. It's all right, Arnold replied, looking straight into her eyes, and used probe on her as well. As Arnold expected, Amanda White, the woman in front of him, was a mind reader as well, but Arnold didn't flinch, as he was used to mind readers who were superior than Amanda, who was just at rank C. He was confident that he would be able to block her from invading his mind. It might seem weird, but I'm gonna ask you something. Could you guess what's today's date? Amanda asked and placed her chin on her hand. Arnold thought that the question was weird but still went along with it. The day he entered the dungeon in Brazil, so maybe a little over a month would have been passed since then. It should be September 2021, right? Arnold replied. And where do you think you are right now? Amanda continued to ask weird questions. An interrogation room? I meant, which country do you think you're in? Last I remember, I was in Brazil. Why are you asking such idiotic questions? Arnold gave her a confused look. It's because neither this is Brazil, nor it's the year 2021. Amanda replied, it's the year 2025, and you're in East America. Chapter 92. An abandoned country. Hitting right. Arnold laughed. We're in 2025 and this is East America? When did this even happen? I know it is a lot for you to take in, but what I'm saying is true, Amanda said in her emotionless voice. As for your question, not long after the failed attempt to close down an SS rank dungeon break, the United States of America divided into 2 parts, namely, West America and East America. East America, where we are now, is the place where the dungeon break happened. It happened in Florida to be exact. The state was destroyed in a couple of weeks and the neighboring states soon consumed by the monsters within the following months. Millions died, including warriors as well as civilians, during the failed attempts to close the dungeon. The nation pulled any and every resources that we had in order to put an end to the war, but it was in vain. Even when the 12 elite families came together, they still couldn't do much. Following which, the then president, Donald Trump, authorized a nuclear attack to be done. The families and warriors were against it, but the ex-president did it anyways, thinking that they were hatching a plan to take away his position of power, and saying he was wrong would be the biggest understatement in the history of humanity. Why? What happened? Arnold asked, hoping to get some more details about the Black family in the process. Amanda continued, initially, the attack seemed to have worked. The satellites didn't pick up any monster activities for the next month. Thus we thought it worked. However, in order to verify it, group of warriors and researchers were sent into the dead zone or wastelands, as we call it, to check things out. Sadly they couldn't make it back, but they did manage to send us some information. The radiation that spread due to the nuclear bombing on a large scale helped the monsters to mutate and evolve into stronger beings. 4 years later, we don't know why it happened, but somehow normal low-class monsters such as goblins evolved into a different species which was a bit like orcs, while the orcs evolved into more savage of dangerous species like giants. You can figure out the rest on yourself. But it wasn't only the monsters who mutated following these events. Humans and animals too got mutated into monsters that were never seen before. They are even more vicious than the monsters themselves. Following this, the government was overthrown and replaced by the ones who people trusted more than themselves. The warriors. A governing body was formed by the remnants of the elite families, who decided to divide the states into 2 parts, namely, East and West America. The West America stayed the way it was 4 years ago, but the East America couldn't. Even though no one says this, East America is just an enormous military base now and acts as West America's last line of defense. Most of the low-ranked warriors are stationed here as members of the newly formed army. The only task of the army is to prevent any further expansion of the monsters and find a way to put an end to them. Amanda stopped for a brief moment and drank some water before continuing. The radiation from the nuke destroyed the remaining typography of Florida, Washington, D.C., New York, etc., and turned those places into wastelands, the deserts that are filled with radiation. No life is possible in those places anymore. You were the first person we found out that who was neither mutated nor dead due to the radiation. We thought you might be able to answer a few of our questions, but now it isn't possible since you don't have any recollection of what happened 4 years ago. Although I'm glad that you're walking me down the memory lane. But even if what you're saying is true, I'm having a hard time believing that the UN or the other countries didn't step in to help us out, Arnold said once Amanda was finished with her explanation. They didn't because they deemed our country to be a lost cause. A little bitterness could be felt in Amanda's words. To keep it simple, I'll say that our country isn't the world leader anymore, all because the people overthrew an incapable government who would have damned us to hell. According to them, they don't want to be associated with a country that's no longer run by a democratic government. Arnold simply nodded after hearing her words. It was unfortunate, yet it seemed to be the case. America had been abandoned by the world. So much for being the global leader. Arnold could feel that the non-democratic rule that the United Nations and the other countries were citing to cut ties with America was bullshit and nothing else. He could already imagine the smug look on the faces of the leaders from Russia, China and North Korea. But something else was bothering Arnold as well. What you're telling me might be true. But why are you giving such potentially confidential intel to a complete stranger? Arnold placed his hands on the table, before continuing. Shouldn't there be some kind of punishment for leaking such information? Well, it's not like there's much to hide about our current situation. Now it's there. Amanda smiled. Of course, you'd be sentenced to treason or to death, if you're unlucky, for leaking this intel. But you don't need to worry about that, because apparently few of the higher-ups back in West America are generous enough to let you in on the info as they think you'd be willing to help us to deal with our problem. After all, you're a creationist, right? Who the hell told you that? Arnold gave Amanda a charming smile. We might be going through so shit. She waved the folder that was in her hands while smiling back at Arnold. But our intelligence network is as strong as ever. So what do you say? Would you join the army? I could, but first, I need to contact my family. Your family? It's stated that you're an orphan in the files. Looks like your intelligence isn't that strong after all. Arnold smirked and pointed his right arm towards the one-way mirror before continuing. Don't you think so too, Nathan? Just then a voice broke through the speaker that was present inside the interrogation room. To think you identified my aura the moment I walked in. You're as sharp as ever after all. It's been long, but it's good to see you alive. Let's get you out of here and then we can chat. Sure. Whatever you say, Arnold replied. Chapter 93, Supreme Creationist 1. Right now, Arnold was in a workshop, which had been already equipped with the stuff he wanted. But he didn't care about that as he finally had the time to process what he was told about the new world. Arnold had been maintaining a calm demeanor throughout the interrogation and his meeting with Nathan later on. But actually he was surprised that everything changed so much and to so soon. Arnold pulled a chair from the corner of the room and sat down before thinking about what he had to do next. He recalled parts of his conversation with Nathan about an hour ago. You really got that old in 4 years? Arnold asked Nathan once he got the clearance to leave the base of the army, but they were still inside the base. Nathan looked a bit older than before. He now had a tinge of grayness in his hair as well as his beard. Even his beard was longer than Arnold could remember. He could also see the fine wrinkles that Nathan had near the corner of his eyes and cheeks. Arnold was genuinely surprised to see him age so much in such a small interval of time. But it all made sense when he said that Nathaniel had vacated his seat as the head of the family and Nathan now had to fulfill that post. And it was stressing him out. Arnold just smiled and took his hand for a handshake. And you look like you haven't aged a day. Nathan replied back with a smile on his face. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you then, Arnold said as he let go of Nathan's hand. The briefing helped me out a bit, but I still need to know some things. The way I see it, it'd be weird if you didn't had any. Nathan withdrew his hand back. How's Nicole? She's better than ever. She has been cured from Andrea syndrome completely, but still she gets a bit tired after moving around too much. While he was on his way to the East American military facility, Nathan had planned to tell Arnold the truth about Nicole's powers, but when Nicole discovered that her brother was alive and that Nathan was going to meet him, she had forced him to promise not to tell her brother anything about her powers. It seemed a bit odd for her to request such a thing, but Nathan knew better than to argue with someone who was stronger than Johnny himself. That girl. She never listens, does she? Arnold shook his head before continuing. I thought she would have matured a little bit to know better. Guess I was wrong after all. Although Arnold was relieved to hear that she was now cured, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious to meet his sister after over a year. Nope, after over 5 years. He told Nathan about his wish, but to his surprise, Nathan had prepared a request for him beforehand. It's really low of me to ask a favor from you the moment you came back. But could you stay here for a bit and help the army to take care of the monsters as well as make some weapons for them to use? Nathan bowed his head down in front of Arnold. The military officials who saw this couldn't believe their eyes. One of the most powerful and influential person of their country was bowing down to this man. In this age, after taking over the reins of the Black family, Nathan was known to be a ferocious leader, someone whose words were absolute. But right now he was humbly requesting something from someone else. The officials quickly looked at Arnold, whose face was totally expressionless. Just who the hell was this guy? What? Arnold blurted out after a brief pause. Nathan slowly straightened his back and stared at Arnold's expressionless face. Nathan was intently looking at Arnold, hoping to see his reaction, but to his surprise, Arnold was completely normal. Apart from his initial reaction, there was nothing else that Nathan could see. You see, The weapon industry as well as our resources-related industries suffered a lot due to the fallout of the nuclear attacks, and we desperately need someone who can manufacture quality weapons like you do. Nathan continued to try and persuade Arnold. When Arnold didn't said anything, he continued, I know that you want to see your sister first, but there are some rules that one had to follow in order to gain access to and step a foot into West America. One of those rules stated that one had to show exceptional performance in their military career in order to get invited into the western part of the country. It's a compulsion like the way it is in South Korea, and even I can't give you a free ride through it. Author's note: in referring to the military training and service that is compulsory for men in South Korea. What Nathan had told Arnold was half true. He was right about the exceptional military service part. But what he said after that was a complete lie. He knew it was low for him to do so, but he had to take care of an entire country, so he had no other way around it. But Arnold wasn't someone who could be fooled that easily. Not anymore at least, and he quickly caught on to Nathan's false words. Seriously dude, if you're actually gonna lie to someone, try to sound more convincing. You're top-level personnel of this new country and you actually want me to believe that you can't help me get past such a tiny obstacle? Arnold said as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. But I guess you actually are desperate if you're lying so blatantly about it all just to convince me. You got that right. Nathan laughed nervously before Arnold cut him off. You do remember who I am, don't you? You think you can force me to do something that I don't want to? Arnold released all of his aura, that he had been suppressing since he woke up in the medical facility of the military base. You do remember this, right? Even though Arnold only released his aura for a couple of seconds, the walls of the military base started shaking. It was too intense that even an alarm rang through the entirety of the building. Even the officials who were standing next to Nathan were frozen with fear. They wanted to reach out for their weapons, but they were afraid to do anything that would piss off the man in front of them. Nathan, on the other hand, couldn't even move anymore. He was quickly reminded of the incident that happened inside the dungeon, all those years ago when Arnold saved Nina and the others from an ambush. Only this time it was far worse. Looks like you do remember, Arnold said after suppressing his aura once again. But since we're part of the family, I suppose I should help you a bit. So let's get down to business, shall we? Business? Nathan was confused about Arnold's reply. After all, who does business within a family? Don't tell me. Did you expect me to do it for free? Arnold scoffed at Nathan. If you're going to force me into doing something, you better be prepared to pay the price as well. Arnold smirked. Chapter 94, Supreme Creationist 2. After a brief moment of silence, Arnold burst into laughter, which confused Nathan and the others even more. Did this guy lose a couple of his screws while he was missing? Nathan thought. Man, the look on your face. Ha ha ha. Arnold placed his hands on Nathan's shoulder and continued. You really thought it'd actually do something like that? The family has helped me a lot in the past, and this is the least I can do to repay a bit of my debt. I'm actually glad that you asked me to do it. You son of a gun. Nathan sighed heavily. You actually made a fool out of me. Don't you have any respect for the head of the family? For me, you're still more like a brother than the family head. Arnold replied back. So when do I begin? At this time one of the officials that had been observing the exchange between the two stepped up. If you'd like, you can start now. Everything has already been taken care of and a workshop with the best tools and resources has already been constructed. You guys are quite efficient, I must say. Arnold nodded. So I guess this is it then? I'm afraid so, Nathan replied, but don't worry, you'll get the ball rolling, and soon you'll be back with us. Don't worry about. By the way, I assume Nicole already knows about my arrival? Nathan nodded. Yes, she does. Just tell her it wasn't me who you found. I want it to be a surprise when I meet her. You siblings really confuse me a lot. You know that, right? Maybe. The two of them chatted for a while, and Nathan gave him some valuable information regarding a few different matters as well. After that, Nathan bid farewell and Arnold was escorted to the workshop, where he was sitting as of now. The requirement of the military was simple. For starters, they needed a medium to long-ranged weapon containing explosive power, which could be used against the low to middle class monsters while keeping the personnel safe. They also needed some defensive equipment as well. Army targeted the low to middle class F to B rank monsters because of two reasons. 1. These monsters constituted over 80% of the monster population and hence were troublesome to deal with, and second, the highest ranking officer in the army had a rank of S. Why they didn't get the other S ranks on board was a mystery for Arnold, and there were only a couple of them, hence taking on high-ranked classed monsters was not a good idea for them. It looks like I already have something that meets their demands. But before I start making weapons, I should to check my inventory first. After all, I got a few interesting items from the trial. Even though system itself was on standby mode, the inventory and his domain were still functioning. Arnold quickly opened his inventory and found quite a few interesting things in the waiting for him. Firstly, his eyes went towards the pitch-black egg. It was the wyvern egg he was notified about during his trial. Black wyvern's egg. You are required to take care of this egg and bath it using blood. The egg will absorb the characteristic of monsters from their blood. Use different type of monster bloods to achieve better results. Human blood can also be used. The egg will open after 119 to 23 58 and 12 seconds days. Gotta find some blood for this little sucker. Arnold mumbled. The countdown has already started as well, I see. What if a thought struck Arnold's mind as he took a knife from the cupboard that contained all of the tools that he would require for making weapons, and sterilized it before making a little cut on his elbow. He let the drop of blood fall on the black egg and waited for something to happen. The egg has absorbed the nutrients. It grows hungrier. That's one hungry baby. Looks like I have to go out for some monster hunting soon. He mumbled and started looking at other things in his inventory. What he saw next completely took him off guard. There were bones, hide, and half a dozen vials that contained the thick black blood of the wyvern he had slayed during his trial. Arnold was not expecting this at all. He thought he had lost the valuable resources back then, but he didn't know he would get the things that he had wanted. He took out a vial containing the wyvern's blood and used the probe skill on it. Object: Wyvern Queen's blood. Type: Beast blood. Grade: C. Cosmic scale. Remark: extremely rare items. It is so rare that it can be called an artifact in its own. Can only be obtained after slaying the Wyvern Queen. Important component to make different types of potions and can increase the life force of a being, that is, if someone is able to get rid of its deadly side effects before consumption. Cosmic scale. It's the second time I've seen something like this, Arnold mumbled as he closed the tab in front of his eyes. I wonder what it is all about. I know the wyvern was tougher to kill than even the Dreadnought, so does it mean that the cosmic scale is something that's above that regular class of monsters? If a C-ranked, cosmic grade monster was so strong, Arnold couldn't even imagine what a higher-ranked monster would have been capable of. Just the thought of it gave Arnold goosebumps. He pondered about it for some time before giving up. The information he had was way too limited. He needed to find more about the cosmic grade first. The system could have obviously helped him, but then there was the fact that system always went offline before Arnold needed some answers. It won't do me much good to ponder about something that I have no control over, he thought, but I can do something with the blood right now. Arnold gripped the vial of wyvern blood that was in his arms, and looked at the egg in his other arm. To some it might have seemed monstrous for Arnold to even think of bothering feeding the egg with the blood of its kin, but to Arnold it wasn't anything special. Blood was blood after all. With this thought in his mind, Arnold placed the egg back on the table, opened up the vial and poured its content all over on the egg. Let's see what happens now, shall we? Arnold said while rubbing his hands together. Chapter 95, Supreme Creationist 3. The egg has absorbed the nutrients. It grows hungrier. Arnold waited and waited, but nothing else popped up on his interface. After waiting for around 5 minutes, he finally decided it was enough, and right when he was about to place the egg back in his inventory, the egg started vibrating vigorously. He hurriedly placed the egg back on the table. The wyvern grew stronger due to absorbing the blood of a cosmic being. Its hunger has been satisfied for now. Why do I feel like something weird is going to pop out of this egg? Arnold mumbled and looked at the egg. The size of the egg had slightly increased as well. He'll think about it later. Don't wanna get anxiety issues now. He finally placed the egg in the inventory once again. He was about to call out his automatons and start making the weapons, but then he remembered about the Ascension quest. Better check it out first before doing anything. I already have a feeling that the tasks would be a pain in the butt to complete. As usual, would you like to view the requirements of the Ascension quest? Yes. Generating a list of tasks compatible to your class and subclasses. List of tasks has been generated. Displaying the tasks now. First Ascension quest. Supreme Creationist. Introduction. Your arsenal of weapons might be enough for now, but in future they'll become useless and so will you. Task. Upgrade your existing weapons and build new ones and arm your helpers. Progress. 03 gears repaired. 01 S-ranked weapon created. 01 relics created. 0250 gear made. These gears need not necessarily be new weapons. Special completion reward. Exclusive upgrade one of your abilities. Headhunter. Introduction. You've proven your worth to the Immortal One and now your true training begins. Task. Hunt down 300 monsters as an offering to the Immortal One. Progress. 0300 monsters hunted. Special completion reward. Exclusive title. Master of Blood. Introduction. You might be a creationist who can create anything he desires, but the thirst for blood is ever growing. Task. Upgrade the Blood Maniac subclass to its maximum level. Progress. Current level 1430. Unstoppable. Introduction. Make use of your gunslinger abilities to slay a variety of monsters. Task. Slay the following ranked monsters. Progress. 01 S-ranked monsters slain. 010 ranked monsters slain. 050 B-ranked monsters slain. 010 OC ranked monsters slain. Completion rewards. Unlocks evolution process. An exclusive second class. Permanent rank upgrade. Chance to obtain a mythical affinity. The upgrade will vary as per your performance. Leveling up process will proceed normally. You have 70,598 excess EXP. Please use it to upgrade your subclasses. The more Arnold looked through the list of quests, the more and more tasks popped up. It was like someone had given him their bucket list and Arnold had to complete it in their stead. Did the system for so long, but not once had the system given him such a long list of tasks for him to complete. Obviously, since the quest was so long and difficult, the rewards were better as well. Actually, in all the time he had the system, he couldn't remember even a single scenario where the rewards were so exciting. Arnold scanned the rewards list too: evolution, a second class, rank upgrade, and even a chance to unlock a mythical affinity. But weirdly enough, the more he thought about the task, the more doable they seemed. For example, monsters were freely roaming around a large part of America, so killing a small amount of 300 monsters wasn't a difficult task at all. Moreover, he was already planning to do something similar, as the blood from these monsters could be used to feed the wyvern's egg. It was like killing two birds with one stone for him. As far as making and upgrading weapons was concerned, he was already about to do so, but sadly he had no idea on how he was supposed to build a S-ranked weapon or what a relic was. Still, he was quite confident in his skills and thought he would be able to so. Upgrading his Blood Maniac subclass was by far the easiest among the tasks he had been given to complete. It took an astounding amount of 15,000 EXP needed to level up that particular subclass by one level, so in that way he had to obtain around 240,000 EXP to fully upgrade the subclass and complete this part of quest. Under normal circumstances it would take months for him to obtain this much EXP. But this didn't bother Arnold in the slightest, since he had to make so many weapons and kill so many monsters. Getting a gigantic amount of EXP wouldn't be an issue for him. All in all, the tasks were long and tiring indeed, but the quest itself was doable. Arnold was also glad that he decided to view the quest before doing anything else. as if he had started working on making weapons before. Then the weapons have made wouldn't count as progress made during the quest. The sooner I start, the easier the tasks would be to complete. Arnold mumbled before stretching his muscles for a bit and opened his void. More than 100 small glowing lights appeared inside the void as Talos led the other automatons out of the void. Rise and shine, boys. We got a lot of work to do. At an unknown location. That damned black family. The masked leader exclaimed. The nation is in such a troubling situation, but these annoying bastards, rather than solving the crisis at hand, they are still chasing me. Don't worry, sir. They'll never know that it was us behind the disaster. Your concerns about it are unwanted. Alex assured his boss. The scientists that they caught and interrogated by them, knew nothing about our plans to release the mutagene virus to mutate the monsters and make them deadlier. Alex was talking about the series of nuclear attacks that President Trump authorized, although it was a nuclear attack, but the warheads also carried a virus that they had developed in their labs, and of course, the president knew all about it and still went through with it. The leader had planned to use this moment and introduce his Inhumans as an effective way to counter these mutated beings, but alas, his plans were destroyed once the government was overthrown. I went through all that to make the Inhuman project a success and still failed. Damn that good for nothing, President Trump. That fool couldn't even help me out. In a moment of rage, the leader slammed his right fist on the wall behind him, completely shattering it in a mere moment. Sir, your upgrades, Alex exclaimed. They are not that fragile. The leader raised his fists. How is Gary doing? The transplant was successful, even though the organs weren't a perfect match. Young Master has been resurrected. At least he'll live. Even if I don't. Chapter 96. Isle of Avalon. The workshop inside the Alpha base was constructed nearly 3 years ago, but due to unavailability of a creationist with exceptional abilities, the production inside the workshop never flourished. Any and every creationists to ever step into the workshop could never completely even a minuscule task. Although no creationist ever mentioned the reason as to why they couldn't work there, a rumor soon spread around the base regarding the workshop. According to the rumor, since the walls of the forge were made of concrete containing bones and flesh of monsters, the walls emanated a ridiculous amount of negative aura inside the workshop, making it too stressful to work inside, and whenever a creationist tried to work there, this aura latched itself to their bodies, suddenly making them feel unwell, and in the end the creationist had to give up and couldn't do a thing. Due to this reason, the occupants of the Alpha base named the workshop as Isle of Avalon. They named it after Avalon, the place where King Arthur's legendary sword, the Excalibur, was forged. They said that just like the Excalibur, the forge was waiting for its true owner to show up and conquer its hammer and anvil. This was the reason, when Arnold lit up the forge for the first time in over a year, a crowd of soldiers soon gathered around the workshop to witness the new challenger. They, who thought the rumors about the workshop was true, peeked through the windows. They were expecting Arnold to give up like the others did. But to their surprise, a shirtless person was hammering a bright red sheet of metal, slowly shaping it up. Was it all actually a rumor? One of the male privates mumbled after he saw how easily Arnold was working inside the workshop. I don't think so. If it actually was a rumor, why would the others, who came before him, quit then? Another male private replied. One thing's for sure. That guy actually knows what he's doing. Even though many were now doubting the legitimacy of the rumors were actually true. A mysterious aura did surround the workshop, making it nearly impossible for any ordinary creationist to work there. But Arnold wasn't an ordinary creationist. This aura was nothing in front of the aura of Satina. Her aura was at least 1,000, no, 100,000 times worse than the aura present inside the workshop. To Arnold, who had experienced the power of Satina's aura firsthand, this weird aura was even less bothersome at the heat generated from the forge. What the heck are those things? One of the male privates mumbled. Are those robots? That guy has his own workforce. I've seen a lot of robots, but I've never seen anything like those before. Damn, that man is really a professional. and well built, and he has long hairs. Oh god, he's just my type. A female private exclaimed. Don't get a nosebleed here, princess. One of the other female privates mocked her colleague. While they were all admiring the scene in front of them, Talos informed Arnold about the presence of the strangers. Leave them be. It's not like they are bothering me anyways, Arnold said, and placed the large hammer on the side before continuing. All right everyone, listen up. Early preparations for manufacturing of the guns has been completed. Everyone, check whether you have the blueprint of the detractor in your database or not. If you don't have it, then link up with Talos, he'll provide it to you. While Arnold was in Brazil, together with Talos, he had made a way for the automatons to communicate with each other and transfer data among themselves. He did it to ensure that no one would be able to hack into them, even if it was possible. This mode of communication was exclusive to the automatons, hence providing further security. After all of them had the blueprint, Arnold spoke up once again. Everyone has the blueprint. Good. Now T2 to T15, you guys are in charge of making the different components of the guns, magazines, barrels, triggers, everything. Yes, master. The above-mentioned automatons went straight to work. T16 to T35, you guys are on assembling duty. As your wish, master. Guns without bullets won't do us any good. Talos, you lead the others and make a variety of bullets. I don't care what material you use, but it should be cost-efficient as well as effective against the monsters. Got it? Yes, master. I won't disappoint you. Talos replied and went to work. All the fireplaces in the forge simultaneously lit up once again, and Arnold's automatons got busy with the works that had been assigned to them. Now that that's been taken care of, I can finally try to upgrade my gear. But first, he glanced towards the privates who were watching the automatons like 5-year-old kids through the narrow glass windows. Arnold felt like he shouldn't reveal or upgrade his gears in front of them. He had to get rid of them, which was something he could do easily. While the privates were fixated upon the automatons, Arnold quickly slipped out of the workshop and moved towards the crowd. Arnold loudly cleared his throat once he reached them. The privates got startled by Arnold's sudden appearance in front of them. Enjoying the show, soldiers? Arnold looked at the faces of all of the 15 to 20 soldiers. Few of the female soldiers looked like they were a little flustered, while the male soldiers were full of admiration towards him. No, I meant, yes, sir. The way you work is very unique. The female private from earlier answered Arnold. She was clearly under the influence of Arnold's charm stat, just like the others. I don't think I've been given a rank yet, so y'all don't need to address me as sir and stuff. The name's Arnold. You can use that. Arnold smiled at the soldiers before continuing. As much as I'd like your company, I'm afraid it'll be a problem for me to let you guys in on the blueprint of my weapons. After all, if someone leaks it or tries to replicate it, then the results could be bad. So unfortunately, I'll have to ask you guys to leave. Don't worry sir, I meant, Arnold. We won't be bothering you anymore. A guy standing in the back answered for the rest of his team as they lined up as a file before marching forward. I don't know why, but that guy seems troublesome. Arnold thought, I hope I'm wrong, but considering that my hunches are almost always on the mark, I wouldn't be surprised if that guy messes up sometime. Well, I didn't want to, but looks like he'll have to do some digging around. Chapter 97, Disappearance 1. It would be better if I try snooping around at night. The people here are way too active during the day. Arnold thought and reconsidered about digging around for info about the suspicious guy. I could ask Nathan for some help regarding this, but that guy already has too much to deal and I don't want to burden him more with such small matters. In the end, if things get serious, then I will reach out to him, but for now, I should fix my gear first. As soon as the platoon of soldiers disappeared from his sight, he turned around and went inside the workshop. He felt like someone might try to snoop round the workshop again, and thus with the help of his golems, he covered the windows with the blankets that were used to cover the equipment inside the workshop. Once the windows were totally covered up, he proceeded to take out his gears from his inventory, which consisted of the Vindicator, his Phoenix cloak and the Spectre gloves. The gloves were in the worst condition among other gears. It was due to the reason that Arnold had been using them for the longest amount of time. Well, technically he had been using his guns, the Vindicators, for the longest duration, but as he regularly maintained and enhanced them, they were in a great condition. Sadly, he couldn't say the same thing for his gloves. I should use a bit of wyvern's hide to make a new pair of gloves. Spectre gloves had served me well, but it's time to move on. After thinking about it for some time, Arnold decided, since his summons couldn't use any elemental abilities, giving them the gloves would be useless. He then considered handing them down to someone else, only to realize that he had no one else he could hand over his equipments to. This with a little bit of regret, he threw the gloves into the blazing flame of the forge. Well, now let's focus on the guns first. Arnold mumbled and lifted one of the dual handguns. Their power is off the charts, but they are only a viable option for close combat scenarios. Their range isn't very long. I should do something about that first. He thought of many ways to do so, like extending the barrel of the guns, but he quickly let go of that idea, as extending the barrels of the guns would make them heavy, which could end up with hindering his movements, which was not at all desirable. Agility and evasion were two things he couldn't compromise with. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Rather than trying to upgrade their range, it'll be easy to make a long-ranged weapon from the scratch. In the end, he decided not to upgrade the Vindicator and focused on his cloak, as he already had a vision on what he was going to do with it. Arnold quickly took out the wyvern's hide and bones from his inventory before taking a diamond cutter from the equipment shelf and started cutting the hide, which had toughness of a diamond. He roughly shaped a part of the hide into the shape of his already existing cloak. His idea was simple. He would reinforce the cloak with the wyvern's hide to increase its defense, but that wasn't all. He was planning to use wyvern's bones in it as well, because not only it would further increase his defense, it would also help him to increase the strength of his physical attacks, just in case he ever needed to use his hand-to-hand combat skills. This essentially made him tankier while giving him enough strength to engage in hand-to-hand combat without worrying about his defense. With this, he started working on the cloak. First, he carefully made a frame out of the bones, then laid them over the phoenix cloak, and then he proceeded to do something very unusual. Since he knew that the bones, wyvern's hide as well as the phoenix cloak were all immune to the effects of fire, he thought rather than sewing all of the three components together, he used molten iron to fix the bones and the wyvern's hide together. Once it cooled down, he proceeded to chip away the excess part of the iron. Then he repeated the same process again to permanently fix the wyvern's hide over the phoenix cloak. Arnold thought that adding all of these upgrades would make the cloak bulkier, but it didn't. The cloak was surprisingly light. It felt like it was still the same cloak, apart from the fact that it was shining more than before. He quickly checked the stats on his new cloak. Enhanced Cosmic Phoenix Cloak. A cloak made up of ashes left behind by the last of the phoenix, which was enhanced by reinforced it with the remains of the Queen of Wyverns. Grade S. Defense Def, plus 106 Physical Strength STR, plus 30. Armor Type, Cloak. Weight, 0.60 kilograms. Additional effect. Titan's Blessing reflects 15% of damage received as physical damage to the attacker. Additional effect, Blazing Phoenix boosts the effect of fire affinity by 25%. Additional effect, Wyvern Queen's Blessing damage dealt to beast-type monsters permanently increases by 10%. Arnold was dumbstruck. He couldn't believe what he was reading. Not only that, he successfully managed to upgrade his cloak's stats by a huge margin. He successfully made his first S-grade gear as well. The good news didn't end there. He now had one more additional effect attached to his cloak. Like a lightning bolt, Arnold quickly started working on making a set of gloves. As he didn't want his luck to run out on him, he used a similar process for making the gloves as well. The only difference being that he used 2 layers of wyvern's hide to make them. But the creativity inside Arnold's brain didn't stop there. He used wyvern's bones to make a couple of claws and inserted them between the layers of wyvern's hide. He also made 2 triggers and connected them with the claws and sealed it up. He wore them and quickly checked the stats as well. A glove made using the bones and hide of the wyvern queen. A specific trigger has been placed inside the gloves, which when pressed, pops out a vicious claw made of wyvern's bones. Grade, A+. Defense Def, 25. Physical Strength STR, 35. Armor Type, Glove. Weight, 0.15 kilograms. Additional effect, Wyvern's Claw. When a target gets scratched by the claws of the glove, the target enters a poisoned state, making the target numb and limiting their visibility while making them lose 5% of their total health per minute. The duration can be extended by continually inflicting damage to the target. Additional effect, Wyvern Queen's Blessing. Damage dealt to beast-type monsters permanently increases by 10%. Would you like to name your new creation? Arnold was feeling ecstatic. He was happy with the results of his crafting even though the gloves weren't graded as S, like his cloak. He was especially happy that his weird idea of making a claw had worked. Now he could finally fulfill his childhood dream of being the Wolverine. But before he got too excited, he wanted to test it out first. So he summoned Panzer, the golem which had the highest defense among his summons apart from the Dreadnought. That thing was in a different league of its own. Chapter 98, Disappearance. 2 alone armored golems stood in the middle of the workshop, while around 50 or so automatons that were previously working on different assignments were on standby and stood in neat rows around the perimeter of the room. Arnold was standing in front of the golem, wearing the full set of his gears. During his time in Brazil, he had learned various forms of martial arts, like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Luta Livre, Huka, Combato and Tarake Superscript 1. He was by no means an expert in any of these forms, as it was impossible for anyone to master such a variety of martial arts forms in just a year or two. It didn't matter whether one was a normal human being or a high-leveled warrior, no one could ever learn so many forms in a single year. Even so, he was confident about his skills. He was a warrior and in no way was he a weak one at that, especially now that his physical abilities were further enhanced due to the effect of his new gears. He doubted that even Nathan would be able to win against him in a test of strength anymore. But right now, it wasn't Nathan who was in front of him, it was Panzer. Him going all out. You don't have to do anything, it's just a little heads up, Arnold told Panzer and took his stance. He let out a couple of breaths before kicking off the ground and aimed for Panzer's chest plate. As the full force of his body entered his hands, he slammed his right fist into Panzer's rocky chest. Kaboom! Sound of a single explosive fist echoed inside the workshop as Panzer went flying towards the opposite wall of the workshop. Thankfully, Arnold already expected such outcome and thus had instructed his automatons in advance to move everything from there. But still the output of his equipments was just too much. As the dust settled down inside the room, Arnold quickly made his way over to the fallen golem. He was relieved to see that the berserker's armor only had a big dent in the center of it, but overall it was still in a good condition. Sadly, the same couldn't be said for the golem, as it was now replaced by a pile of rubble. Your summons, Panzer, has been destroyed. Time to resurrect, 2 hours. This thing is awesome. Arnold jumped up after paying respect to his fallen summon. Then a message flashed before his eyes. Would you like to name your creation? Yes. Arnold already had a name in his mind which would be perfect for the gloves. He softly mumbled the name of his new weapon. Naming successful. Vritra's Fury blueprint has been added. Arnold decided to name the gloves after the being whose hide and bones were used to make it. He also named it so because Vritra, the wyvern, was the greatest foe he had ever faced and overcame. He thought of it as a homage to the Queen of Wyverns. Pretty ironic. After all that, he quickly returned Panzer's armor back to the void and ordered the automatons to clean the room before going back to work. While the automatons were working, Arnold opened up the quest tab to check the process of his creationist subquest. Supreme Creationist, Introduction, Your arsenal of weapons might be enough for now, but in future they'll become useless and so will you. Task: upgrade your existing weapons and build new ones and arm your helpers. Progress: 13 gears repaired. 01 S-grade weapon created. 01 relics created. 1250 gear made. These gears need not necessarily be new weapons. Special completion reward: exclusive upgrade one of your abilities. As I thought, since I didn't make the cloak from the scratch, it's still showing that I haven't made a S-grade gear yet. Arnold had hoped that maybe the repaired equipment would count as created equipments, but sadly that wasn't the case. It looked like the system wanted him to actually have to make a weapon or a piece of equipment from the start, without using any base equipment. Time for the second experiment then. With a single snap of his fingers, he had the attention of the automatons. Start assembling the guns. Yes, master. The automatons replied in their usually motionless voice and started working furiously, while Arnold concentrated on the quest counter that was in front of him. When it came to efficient teamwork, no one could beat his force of automatons. That's the reason Arnold always entrusted them with the jobs that required perfection, and so far not even once had Arnold been disappointed by their work. They were fast and efficient, and that's exactly what Arnold needed right now. The automatons lined up against a large table, in which the different gun parts were laid out. One of the automatons started the process by attaching the rear sight and front sight of the gun to the barrel, passing it to the automaton next to it. The second automaton installed the slide hammer and the safety trigger on the barrel and passed it on. The same process continued till the gun was handed over to the automaton that was last in the line. It was Talos. Talos' job was the simplest, yet it was the most important one. That was to check whether the guns were functioning properly or not, and while he was at it, he had to ensure that the quality of the weapon was up to the mark. Although this was a tedious task for humans and consumed a lot of time, for Arnold's automatons it was a piece of cake to do so. While the average time taken by a human to assemble a semi-automatic pistol was around 10 to 20 minutes, Arnold's automatons could assemble a similar type of handgun in about 4 to 5 minutes. It wasn't Arnold who had taught them how to do it. They learned it themselves from, you guessed it right, watching YouTube videos. The golden age of internet. One could learn anything and everything from the internet if he or she knew exactly where to look for it. But Arnold wasn't interested in their assembling speed. His eyes were focused on the counter of his objective. 1250 gear made. Arnold patiently waited for his automatons to finish assembling the first gun. As soon as the clock hit the 5-minute mark, Talos, after thoroughly checking the gun, placed the weapon in front of his master. But Arnold didn't even bother to look at it, as he was looking at something else. 2250 gear made. Yes, Arnold threw a punch in the air. It worked. It effing worked. Today was indeed his lucky day. After all, he found it something very useful. It was none other than the fact that as long as he played a part during making the weapon, regardless of how small his part was, even if he didn't finish making the weapon himself, it still counted towards his goal. As long as his automatons successfully made a functioning weapon, he immediately ordered the automatons to work faster, and soon the counter of the quest started increasing at an incredible rate. This saved a lot of Arnold's time, the time he could use to focus on increasing his own battle prowess. I wonder what I should make next, Arnold mumbled. Maybe a long-ranged weapon, something that can take out a group of monsters in a single blow. A shotgun would have that power to do so, but it'll be a short-ranged weapon. Making a shotgun would be a waste of time. I could try make a sniper instead, but then again it would be troublesome to use inside a dungeon, and I wouldn't be able to take out multiple targets by using it either. Wait a minute, I could make something which I can throw at my target, like a grenade or something. That way I'll have the range as well as the ability to take down several targets at once. With this thought, his mind was filled with different ideas, such as freezing grenades, something that would freeze its surroundings upon explosion, and maybe something like fiery grenade that would fry his enemies like French fries, and just like his other weapons, Making these grenades would also serve a secondary purpose as well, and that would be to save his mana. Since he would be preparing the grenades in advance, mana that would be used to create them would slowly regenerate on its own, and hence his mana reserves won't get affected by using them during a battle. Yes, that's the only thing I can do for now. Additional information. 1. A brief description about the martial arts forms that were mentioned above. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, a martial art, combat sport, and a self-defense system that focuses on grappling and especially ground fighting. Voltado English, anything goes, are full contact unarmed combat events, with a limited number of rules, that became popular in Brazil during the 20th century, later begin an influence to the development of mixed martial arts. Luta Livre, a self-defense martial art mixture of catch wrestling and judo, divided between esportivo sports and voltado anything goes styles. Huka Huka, a form of indigenous folk wrestling practiced by the Awilapiti people. Combato, a self-defense military martial art created for the Brazilian armed forces, mainly used by the Brazilian Navy and Brazilian Marine Corps and for bodyguards. Taraka, a form of folk wrestling from the Brazilian Northeast region. Chapter 99. Disappearance 3. After 3 hours, a single message flashed in front of Arnold. 101,250 gear made. Looks like they are done, Arnold mumbled as he read the message. Once Arnold knew that his automatons would be able to do the job without his assistance, he ordered them to go back inside the domain and finish assembling the remaining guns inside, since the flow of time inside his domain was thrice as fast as the outside world. For Arnold, only 3 hours had passed while inside his domain. 9 hours had already been over. His automatons were quick, yet they took that much time to assemble the 100 semi-automatic pistol as well as its ammunition. While the automatons were busy assembling the guns, Arnold had his hands filled as he tried to figure out, how was he supposed to test the grenades that he made? He could have used it inside the workshop, but then he had no idea about their damage and their range. Also, he didn't want to cause unnecessary damage to the equipment present. As he opened up the void for the automatons to come out and deliver the assembled guns, he got an idea. He told Talos and others to continue doing their work in the workshop, while he went inside his domain. Once inside, he was greeted by someone who he didn't want to see right now. It was one of Arnold's elite summons, someone whom he never ever summoned into the real world. It was Natasha, a high-ranking succubus, who was once a boss of a B-rank dungeon and was killed by him. But it wasn't an easy feat at all. In fact, Natasha charmed him using her succubi magic, and had nearly managed to trick him into shooting himself with his guns. If it wasn't for Talos, who was immune to her charm as he didn't had feelings, Arnold would have been dead by now. Once she was dead, Arnold resurrected her, hoping she wouldn't be as strong as her past self so that hell be able to control her. It had always been this case every time Talos resurrected someone. When someone was resurrected using Talos' animate dead skill, they leveled down quite a bit, but sadly, in Natasha's case she only leveled down by 3 levels, which decreased her rank from A+ to A. Afraid that she'd again pull a stunt like before, he swore he wouldn't call her out of the domain until and unless it was absolutely necessary, as his domain was the only place where he could control her. Arnold glanced at her once, and his heart went nuts, but he was able to get a hold of his unfounded desires before things got out of his hands. It wasn't like Arnold had some kind of love or lust for the succubus. Rather than that, it was just an effect of her medical aura. The good news for him was that his summons were immune to the effects of her aura while they were inside the void, but that didn't stop her from seductively swaying her body around. The moment she saw Arnold entering the domain, she immediately walked towards him, swaying her body more than she usually did. Author's note: void and the domain are one and the same things. Oh crap. That's the first thought he had when he saw her walking towards him. Every time she swung her hips, the magenta-colored wings attached to her back fluttered around a bit while her tail moved like an ocean wave. She was practically naked, apart from her choice of clothes, which consisted only of 2 thin black-colored strips of fur, which barely managed to contain her chest. Arnold hated to admit it, but her black clothes and lips certainly looked good on her reddish skin. She stopped in front of Arnold and purposefully bowed down to him in such a manner that gave Arnold a clear view of her ample cleavage. Arnold quickly looked away before saying, "Your filthy tricks won't work on me. Not inside the domain at the very least. I would never try to trick you, Master." Natasha gave him a sensuous smile. "After all, I exist to serve you. And your body. Cut it out. I've got some work to do. Or you could do me first." "Master, don't try to piss me off or what? Will Master discipline me? Maybe take me out of here and I'll let you do whatever you want. It'll make your deepest and darkest desires come true." As usual, Arnold's patience ran out. He didn't have the time nor the intention to indulge himself with this perverted masochist anymore. Furthermore, he had a task to do, but maybe this situation was a blessing in disguise. "You seriously want my desires to come true, right?" Arnold tried his best to act as if he had given in to his lust as he stepped towards the succubus. "Yes, Master." Natasha smiled as if she finally got what she was waiting for. "Then you won't mind whatever I do next?" Arnold leaned in for a kiss. "You can do anything you want." Natasha could feel Arnold's breath on her face. "Then close your eyes." "Why do you just do it?" Arnold mumbled and signaled his other summons to step back with one of his hands while he took something out from his inventory using his other hand. "If Master wishes so." Natasha closed her eyes and waited for Arnold to kiss her. "Just one kiss and you'll become a slave to the pleasure that only I can give you, and then you'll be free," she thought, but to her surprise nothing happened. She waited and waited, but still nothing. She hastily opened her eyes, only to see that Arnold was no longer there. Neither was anyone else. Just as she was about to take a step, she felt something next her feet. "You wanted me to punish you, right?" Arnold shouted from her behind. "Consider this a favor from me to your perverted self." "You tricked em," Natasha yelled, but before she could complete what she was saying, the grenades below her feet exploded. The first grenade that exploded froze her on the spot, while the other one burned her away. "The range on these is sufficient. Actually, it's more than sufficient," Arnold mumbled as the flames from the second explosion nearly managed to reach his feet. "Your summons, Natasha, has been destroyed. Time to resurrect, 2 hours. I seriously need to stop destroying my summons. But can't say she didn't deserve it. She's always a pain in the ass. At least now I know that the grenades are strong enough to one-shot an A-ranked monster." Arnold couldn't help but smile after the pervert got annihilated. "Since I'm already here, might as well revive the Dreadnought." Chapter 100, Disappearance. "For this is going to be troublesome," Arnold mumbled as his summons surrounded the body of the Dreadnought. He was seriously reconsidering whether he should resurrect it or not. Through his past experience of resurrecting monsters, he knew exactly how much of a hassle gaining control over them was. Firstly, when a dead being was forcefully dragged back to the living world, it felt uncontrollable rage. Think of it as if you were having the best dream of your life. It's peaceful and relaxing, but then out of nowhere someone poured a bucket of icy cold water on you and woke you up. Of course you'd be furious. That's exactly what a resurrected being felt at the moment its resurrection, only it was 100 times worse than the bucket of cold water. Secondly, this rage made the being go berserk, meaning the stronger the monster was during his life, the angrier it became after being resurrected, and Arnold could only imagine what kind of power something like the Dreadnought would display. This was the only reason why Arnold always performed resurrection inside his domain, because his domain granted him some authority over the resurrected being, and even if he couldn't totally control the resurrected being, he could at least still force them to live inside his domain so that they don't cause any trouble to someone else, like what he was doing with Natasha. Arnold had already seen what kind of havoc an A-ranked monster could cause when he resurrected Asterios, and he didn't want to take any chances with the Dreadnought, who was way more deadlier than Asterios. Before doing anything else, Arnold instructed Asterios and Duke to remove the Dreadnought's club from its vicinity. As the size is the club was huge, It required the two of them to move it as far as they could muster to. All of his other summons were surrounding the Dreadnought, ready to strike it down if things went south. Arnold himself prepared a few grenades to deal with the situation if he needed to, though he doubted that it would get out of hand. "All right, Talos, you can begin now." Arnold nodded and Talos immediately went to work. A large magical circle surrounded the body of the Dreadnought and soon his wounds slowly got healed up like nothing had ever happened to it. Then slowly the Dreadnought raised itself once again. The summons stepped back a little as the gigantic Dreadnought got back to its feet. Arnold thought the Dreadnought would go berserk and slaughter his summons. But to his surprise the Dreadnought actually bowed down to him as if it had already acknowledged Arnold as his master. This was the first time Arnold was experiencing such type of reaction from a resurrected monster. Even his other summons got a bit comfortable around the Leviathan-class monster. At this moment Asterios came back and proudly patted the back of the kneeling Dreadnought, who was still taller than Asterios, even though the Minotaur was standing next to it. But before Arnold let his guard down around the Dreadnought, he quickly checked its stats. Type, Dreadnought. Class, Leviathan Astral Being. Level, 96. Rank, S. Role, the Guardian. Affinity abilities. Elemental Shadow active skill. Dance of the Dead active skill. Psychic Projection active skill. Expand to view 2 more. HP. 1,157,011,570. Strength STR, 125. Defense Def, 78. Stamina STA, 83. Intelligence INT, 68. Agility AG, 69. Accuracy ACC, 59. Evade DVD, 68. Charisma CHA, damage resistances, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. Condition immunities, charmed, exhaustion, frightened, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, stunned. Remark, the Dreadnought is grateful to the one who brought him back to the world of living. As, when astral beings die, their souls keep wandering around the astral plane, never attaining peace. The one who resurrected the monster, finally gave it peace. Thus the Dreadnought feels a sense of loyalty towards the person and has acknowledged him as its master. No wonder it's not going berserk that I forcefully pulled it out of the realm of peace, as it simply never was at peace to begin with. Arnold stepped towards the Dreadnought and placed his hands on the Dreadnought's gigantic head. I had no idea even monsters went through so much. Would you like to rename your summon? Yes or no? I guess I should. After all, it's a new beginning for you, isn't it? Arnold smiled. Let's see. What should I call you? Dread? It's good enough, I guess. Dread the Dreadnought? Yeah, it was something that only Arnold could think of, with the help of his 160+ intelligence. Anyways, Arnold was quite relieved that the resurrection happened so smoothly, and with that his work inside the domain was done, and he stepped out, which was lucky as someone knocked on the doors such as he did so right on time. Arnold thought as he opened the door. 3 men were standing in front of him. All of them were wearing an army uniform, just like the one Amanda was wearing, except that their dress was completely blue, which indicated that they were from the R&D wing of the army. He knew this because, one is these people had led him to the workshop for the first time and briefed him about the requirements that the guns should have. Excuse us, sir, we know it's very early and you've only started working on the weapons, but we'd be grateful if you could show us a prototype or something. The man standing in the middle said breathlessly. A prototype? Arnold asked. How many do you people need? Around 34 should be sufficient for now. The guy standing on Arnold's left spoke up. Sure. Why don't you guys come in and check them out? Wait, so you've already made that many guns? This time the guy on Arnold's right said as they walked into the workshop. Arnold pointed at the table in front of them and said, the boxes on the left contain the guns, the ammo is on the right. Arnold was expecting them to be shocked or surprised as he had already completed the task that he was asked to complete in 2 days. But instead the 3 of them quickly started examining the guns and after a while grabbed a couple of them and started walking out. Excuse me, I should have asked this in the beginning, but could you guys show me an ID or something, just so that I know who is taking the weapons? Arnold stopped them before they left. An ID, you say? Sure. Here's the ID. One of them shouted as he dropped the guns and pulled out a dagger that was hidden inside his shirt and threw himself at Arnold. As soon as the man attacked Arnold, the remaining two imposters ran towards the exit. Seriously? Arnold smirked and grabbed the hands of his attacker and slammed him down. Once the man was down, he quickly used his ice abilities to freeze his legs to the ground. It only took him a couple of seconds to get rid of the man. The remaining two imposters looked back for a moment and saw their fallen comrade. I thought the guy was a creationist. One of them shouted. That's what the informant told us. The other guy replied, oh please. Even I don't know what I am these days. Arnold shrugged his shoulders as he walked towards the imposters. How did you? Kaboom.